Okay, we are live. Well, I'm live. All right. Okay, wait for some people to come on before I get started. Okay. All right. All right. Some people are coming in the building. Hey, welcome to. Hey, Winnie, how's it going? Welcome everybody to tonight's live. Okay, I have some things I want to talk about. Um, I just want to make this clear. I hope there's no confusion. Hey, Cece. Tonight is not the panel. It's tomorrow night, Sunday night. Okay. But I will put the link up there later on and let you guys come on if you want. But tomorrow's the panel that I got set um, for breaking barriers with interracial relationships. And so hopefully nobody's waiting for the link tonight because that's tomorrow. Um, but there's a lot of people that want to be on it. And some of you I told that I can't send you the link because we got too many already, because StreamYards we can only have up to 10, including myself. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up and have towards the end, as we get through the topics a little bit, towards the end, I'll open up the link so other people could come in and have their input. I would like to get everybody in there if I could. And when it comes to the panel, it's like whoever emails me first. I just do it in that order. There's nobody gets priority in that way. Um, but that's going to be tomorrow. Tonight, hey J10, how's it going? Uh, Jerry Jameson, good to see you. Winnie, of course, Cece, good to see you guys. Um, what I want to talk about tonight, and I'm going to refer to some comments I've gotten on my videos, and I want to address them. Okay. I'm not lashing out at these people that made these comments. It's not what it's about. I'm just going to talk about them and address it, because a lot of times there's so much propaganda when it comes to interracial relationships, dating, marriage, and when it comes to black women, white men. For some reason, people get triggered. I don't know why. Uh, Carmela, good to see you. I don't know why some people do. Maybe it's insecurities, maybe it's ego issues, maybe it's just uh, people have a certain perception. I don't know. Some of the stuff that I get is silly. Some of it is, just out, outright mean and hateful. Um, but I get mostly love from when I do do live streams and videos. Okay. Um, but when we're in interracial relationships, everybody knows the propaganda. Everybody knows the things that have been said, all the stereotypes, right? I've talked about them many times on my channel, whether whether it's in videos or live streams. Hey, Deanna, good to see you. We always hear them, and I got some comments, and I want to address this one. One guy says um, that black women, and this comes from a black man, he says that they're easy, and that's why white men go for them. That's what this man said. And he said that black women need validation. First of all, there are women that are easy in every group. Black women are not easy. Okay. The and the black women that decide to open up their options and date out, divest, or whatever, they're tough, because when they come in and open up their options, they're not going to just date you because you're a different race. They want results, they want security, they want you to be a provider. That's why they open up their options. And maybe the ones that don't open up their options, maybe they're easy in that community. I don't know. I'm not saying they are or not. But when they come and open up their options to those of us that are interested in dating out and marrying black women. It's not a piece of cake. You got to work for it, and you should. They're not coming over here for validation. We're not validating black women. What we're doing is we're telling the truth. Well, maybe that's a validation in itself. People are finally getting the truth. And black women are making things happen. And why in God's earth don't other people see it? And I've been going through YouTube and I've been seeing hateful stuff towards black women, especially those that date out and open up their options. There's a certain kind of hate there, and I don't understand it. If they find someone they love, why not go for it, right? We should be happy for them. But anyway, I want to address some things. I've got some, some of you guys send me some comments, and I agree with them. People are saying, we're all one race, we're all people. God created us all, and I agree with that. I believe that. We are. Not one human being is better than the other. There's not one superior than the other. And definitely skin tones don't make somebody better or worse. They don't. What's in the heart, what's in the soul, that's what a person's about. Okay. Now, preferences. Everybody can have their preference. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. We all do. And let's be honest. Somebody sent me a comment. Well, when I date and marry, I do it I do it in an equal opportunity way. Okay. If that's true, okay. And this was from a woman that said that, regardless of race, it's equal opportunity. Okay. And maybe you'll date any man that, a lot of people are like that. Just as long as they're attractive, they love them, and all that good stuff. But we are not equal opportunity when it comes to dating. We have preferences. Okay, men and women. Ladies, would you marry a guy that has a good heart, that weighs 500 pounds, has a high hairline, teeth missing, his hygiene ain't the best, but he's got a good heart, he's a good guy? Or do you want that good guy that, somewhat attractive, that takes care of himself or whatever? We're biased in that way. Let's be honest. Okay. But we are biased in that way. But here's the thing. Gosh, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. But we are biased in that way. We are. And be honest, we want somebody that's attractive, right? And we're all that way. Now, I've been turned down because I'm not as attractive as other guys. It's part of life. And I don't hate over it. Or another guy is more successful than me, right? So I don't hate people for that. That's a preference, isn't it? Wanting someone that's successful, that can take care of you, and someone that's attractive, right? And sometimes when we get in relationships, we go for the person that's well-rounded. They might not be the best looking, but they're the best person for the job when it comes to men or women, right? That alone is a preference. Okay. So we all have them, and nothing wrong with it. Okay, as long as you're not tearing people down, as long as you're not, that's fine. Well, when it comes to race, too, we have a preference. We do. There are some white guys that love black women, or some white guys that like Asian women, or some black women that just want to be with black men, or maybe they like Asian or Hispanic or white, or who knows, right? But what's it matter? As long as you find the right fit for you, right? Someone that's on your level. I can't weigh 800 pounds and expect and be 50 years old and expect a woman that's 25 that weighs 120. I mean, it's right. I mean, first of all, she'd have to be taking care of me because of my health issues. And, you know, I'm just saying, I don't want to get into looks and all that stuff because, but we all have our preferences. And it could be racial preference. I tell you, I have a preference for black women. I do. And it's not that I hate other women. It's not that I think, there's something wrong with them. And it's not that I think that, that I just have a preference. And why? And it's not just the physical, it's the experiences I've had in my life, you know, from an early age. I've seen the beauty in black women. I've seen, what they have to offer, what's in the heart, how they treat you, how I feel about them. I feel pretty good. And that's nothing against no one else, So we all have our preferences, okay? And nothing wrong with that, as long as you ain't tearing nobody down. And I think, if someone's at pretty much your level, you know, and there are times that, the woman might be real beautiful and the guy might be average looking. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Or the other way around. I've seen it both ways. Um, but we have a preference. And we have a preference when it comes to looks, when it comes to how people treat us, how we feel comfortable around people. We have a preference. Okay. And I'm not going in on people that, weigh a certain weight. I could lose, some weight myself. I'm a bit over. Okay. But I can't expect a supermodel to fall deeply in love with me, could I? You know? Now, a guy that looks like Brad Pitt, hey, he has a better chance than I do. But what I'm saying is we all have a preference. Okay. But I don't want to get off the subject. I was trying to address that. Um, nothing wrong with it. But do not tear nobody down because you have a preference. Really, don't do it. It's not right. Because you know what? That person that's not your preference, somebody else you love, you won't be their preference. So, just keep that in mind. It's okay to have a preference, but don't tear no one down and love your preference. Okay. Embrace it. But anyway, um, that was one of the comments in there. And I don't think it's possible to date equal opportunity because the first one that comes along that loves you and has resources, you're going to just jump in, regardless of how they look or other things. It don't work that way. We as people are biased. I'm being honest. We are, you know, and but we need to be right about it. You can have a preference. You can want to be with someone more than the other. Nothing wrong. But, do it the right way and don't tear that other person down. Okay. So I wanted to address that comment. And, the other one I talked about black women needing validation. So they go with white men and white men go with black women because either they're lazy or white women don't want us. So we just jump in. All this craziness. Okay. A lot of times white men that are with black women will express how much they love black women because we do. And if you love somebody, you should express it. You should. There's nothing wrong with it. And people tell me, well, why do you, speak so highly about black women? Why are you always praising? You're pandering. No, I'm not pandering. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling how I feel in my heart. Okay. And if you look at my life from a teenager, when I was growing up, I dated exclusively black women. And some people call me a liar. Oh, no, that's not true. Well, talk to my mom and dad, talk to my friends, the people I grew up with. Yeah, love has no color. But that's my preference. Okay. And why is that? Why did that happen to be? Because I found black women beautiful. That's part of it. How I was treated by black women, that's part of it. The experiences I had with black women, it has a lot to do with it. And guess what? That's who I fell in love with. That's who has my heart. Now, Could it have went another way with another woman, another group of women? I guess it could have, but that's just my life story. That's where I felt true love. So that's what I cling to. That's what I want. That's where my preference is. And to be honest, it's embedded in my heart. It's embedded in my head, my soul. I can't change how I feel. It's there. Okay. And that's why I feel that way. That's why I dated black women. That's why my wife is black. But here's the thing. We've been married over 27 years. I I love my wife. I've always been there. She's always been there for me. Our marriage works. So what's wrong with that? You know, I don't get mad if people have a preference because I do. I'd be a hypocrite if I did. But I see people coming in to my comment section saying stuff. Well, white men do this, and history. I get it, but look, we're in the here and now. You know, and there's people that want to get married and have families. In certain communities, they're not marrying. Okay. So what are women supposed to do? Wait till the certain type of man chooses them? They can, you know, and they can do it. But why not open your options? Why not look at everybody? You know? But if you have a preference, that's fine. Go with your preference because your preference is where your heart is. You cannot change that, no matter the situation. And a lot of women will, will stay with a certain group of men because that's what they love. That's where their heart is. No matter how they're treated, no matter what happens, they're going to do it. And I would say to men that they need to, be real men. And instead of just laying around with different women, why don't you marry the woman you love and, build a family? Did location or environment have to do with that? Well, I don't think it was location or environment. It just the black women I've been around have been amazing, and I'm not around the black community. Okay, there's black people that I've been around my whole life, but they were not the majority. I just had a positive interaction with black women as a boy. And I told my story about the babysitter I had. And I just fell in love with her at 5 years old because she treated me nice. I felt love. And growing up, I was attracted to black. They caught my eye. Why? Because they were unique. They were different. I remember back in the day in the 70s when I was in elementary school or middle school, I remember black girls would, with their braided hair, I thought was beautiful. They would put beads in it. I thought that was neat. It was unique. It caught my eye. I had a curiosity and I fell in love with that. And it just stuck with me throughout my life. Thus, I have a preference, but I found a good wife. I have a good marriage and things worked out. And I don't ever slam nobody that has a preference. I don't, you know. I see channels with black men that are married to white women out there doing their thing. And I respect that. I have no problem with that. I don't go in the thing and say, well, black men are this way, and we don't want the women you're with and all this stupid crap. I don't do that. Why? I think us as men should respect each other. Real men will respect each other. You don't go in on their wife and family and kids. That's stupid, that's evil, and that's wrong. You know? And what I address is when people come in and say things about black women like, oh, well, nobody wants you. I've heard black men tell black women that white guys, where do they get this information? Do they do a survey? Do they live in the white neighborhood and figure out what white men like? Or I don't know. Or do they go undercover like Eddie Murphy did and dress up as a white guy and find out information? Because I'm here to tell you, we love black women. A lot of white men do. Do all? No. But a lot of us do. But there's a lot of people out there that would love to date interracially that have fantasies about it, but they don't have the courage or the confidence to go for it. They don't. Men and women. I've seen it. And you know what? You don't deserve that blessing if you don't have the courage to do it. I mean, confidence, we all lack confidence at some time. But you know what? If you want to have if you want what you want, you got to go for it. You got to risk rejection. You got to risk and if you want to date interracially, you got to put up with the haters. You just got to deal with it. It's a fact of life. Okay? But they're pretty easy to deal with. What are they going to do? Say something mean? It's like this YouTube. I do a video about black women or my marriage and stuff, and I'll get hateful stuff. Oh, well, white women don't want you. That's why you date out. Okay. Really? What? Are we back in the playground? You're ugly and nobody wants you. Are we back there? Or do they look at it and say, okay, he loves who he loves. Oh, well, God bless him. Let him have it. Is he taking care of his wife or is he abusive? They don't look at that. It's funny. There are thousands of ways why people say that black women and white men, their marriages last the longest. They'll give you 10,000 reasons why, but they'll never say that, they're good people and they love each other. And that's why it worked. Do you ever hear that? I never hear that. It's crazy. But there's all this other stuff. Well, the white man's feels guilty, so he needs the black woman to fulfill his soul. And I heard this one guy, I'm like, no, I don't have attraction and love for black women because I feel guilty. No, it's because I have love for them. That's all it is. It's simple. Is it a spiritual connection? Yeah, you better believe it is. One dude said that white men go for black women because they need what was it? Gosh, they need black women's emotions. And I think he was trying to kind of put me down in a way. I needed their emotions. Well, darn right I do. If you love somebody, you want the love back, right? That's emotions. Sure, yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I need black women's emotions because I have love for them. I want love back, right? My wife, I love above all women. I have love for black women because I respect them. I think they're amazing. It's a different kind of love, but I have love and respect for them because I see what they've done. I've had so many awesome experiences with black women. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's just I met the right ones that are just good people. No, I think it's a lot bigger than that. And, but we got so many misconceptions. And here's the thing I hear. People going out and saying, black women don't date that white man. Don't get with him. He's violent. He'll hurt you. Okay. You hear that? He's going to fetishize you. He don't really like you. He just wants you for one thing. Now, are there men that fit that description? Sure is. But is it all of them? No. Is it the majority? No. You got a few idiots that act that way, and they use that to describe a whole group. They do it. Now I could play the same game because I see some black men doing some dumb crap, coming in there mistreating black women. Would it be right to say, oh, they're all that way, so stay away from them? No. It'd be a generalization, you know. It'd be, but I see some of these insecure dudes coming in doing that thing, saying we're all that way. And I had one guy in the comment section, ladies, stay away from this guy will hurt you. Well, first of all, I'm not trying to get with any lady on the. I don't know where he's going. I have a wife, so what exactly am I going to do? Or maybe you meant white men. Don't get with them because they'll hurt you. They're the only ones that can be. How long have I been married? Over 27 years. May will be 28 years. I've never laid a hand on any woman. You know, before my wife, I dated a black woman that would actually hit me. What she just fly off the handle, had impulse issues. And I mean, she would hit me. She would just go off on me. I never once laid a hand on her. I just took it and walked away. But men can be violent in any races. Men can do anything in any race. That's why you got to vet. But I believe we need to open up our options. And the ones that are trying to tell black women to stay away from white men or other races of men, they need to look at these stats. They need to look at what's really going on. There are 2 million more black women than black men. Black men date and marry out 2 to 3 times what black women do. Okay. And the marriage rate in the black community is like 25 to 30%. Okay. Now, I'm not saying the white community's any better because they're not. They get married more, they sure do, but their marriages don't last. So, guess what? We got 2 groups of people that ain't doing what they're supposed to. So, in my mind, and I believe this, how do you fix it? You can't change people from doing what they're going to do, but how do you make it work? Me, I think open up your options, because there are men that love black women in every racial group, and there are millions more white men than black men, and there's millions more Hispanic men and Asian men and every other group. Now, you know, we really can't stay separate in today's world. We can't segregate ourselves. And especially black women are going to lose when it comes to it. Because if you're totally race loyal, and even if the men, you know, turned around, hey Carolyn, how's it going? Turned around and married black women 100%, there's still 2 million black women left alone. And we know it's not going to reach 100%. No group does. So let's say it got awesome and people's character grew and it grew to 80%. There's still millions left. So here's my solution on it. The women that want to date and marry out, let them do it. Don't shame them. Don't treat them like crap. And pray that they find a good husband. And the ones that want to stay loyal, let them stay loyal. And wouldn't that benefit both groups? Because here's my thing, guys. I believe this to be true. That interracial relationships are going to increase. And in the future, it's going to explode. Because people want to be married, men and women. They want to have families. There's still people that want to have a family and not just have sexual relations and date each other forever. There are people that want the family dynamic. And you know what? They're going to reach out where they can find it. Both men and women. Because when it comes down to it, we all want to be loved. We all want someone in our life, and we want to have a family. And I know some black women that back in the day wouldn't even think about dating out. They were so loyal you couldn't. They would say that it don't matter if the sky falls, black men is number one, and that's what I want. Now I see some of them dating out and doing it at a later age. And why is that? Their Prince Charming let them down. Their Prince Charming didn't come through. Now, I'm not saying black men are like that. I'm just saying maybe if they opened up their option, they might have found someone that loves them and they would have got married younger. I don't know. But my thing is why shame somebody that's dating and marrying out? Why not support them? Who cares who they date and marry, especially if you don't know them? I get comments like all this stuff that white men do and they're violent and doing all this stuff. And I'm like, what is that solving? What is your goal telling me this? What's it accomplishing? Now, if you can convince all the women not to date, marry out, all the black women, then what? Who's going to marry them? Who's going to be there for them? Who's going to uplift them? Who's going to provide for them? Now, I'm just thinking out logically. Who's going to be there? What if they want to get married? You going to marry them? These dudes that come on here and attack me and say, "Oh, white men are doing this and that." Are you going to marry black women? Do you love black women? Are you loyal to black women? What are you doing for black women? Because I mean, what are you doing for them? Because you care so much, they're going to the white guy, right? Because he's so evil. Okay, what if they listen to you? Then what? You going to marry him? Is that why you don't want to go to the white man? Because you want to marry black women? Because you love black women? I just want to know. Because if that was the case, you'd be marrying them 90%. But it's not the case. What is the real reason? It boggles my mind. What is it? Because if black women, white men, their marriages are the longest lasting, it just don't fit the narrative. It don't make sense. But they're so evil, but their marriages last longer. Why is that? And I'm not saying one group of men's better than the other, because it's not. One man is not better than the other. But a man's success and the blessings a man have comes from the choices he makes in his character. And I would say this: if you're not willing, these jokers that come on here, saying stuff, call me a racist, call me this and that, saying that all this crazy stuff, and then just, saying horrible things about black women, all the ones that are going in saying that, are you willing to marry one? Do you love them that much? Or are you just there to stop it because you don't like seeing it? Because it makes you feel some kind of way. Now, I can understand it if you're trying to marry this woman and she jumped and went to a white guy and you had a relationship. I could see that. But if you're not marrying them, why do you care? And the biggest thing when it comes to wealth and the biggest thing when it comes to a strong community, it's not race. It's not how much assets you have. It comes down to marriage. A man and woman coming together, taking care of their family. That's a strong community. That's a strong family. It builds a strong community. And you know what? Our communities are garbage right now and across the board. So why not open up our options? Why not seek other people? If you can't find marriage in your community, you need to go somewhere else. I'm just saying. What's that? Husband's white, best friend for over 25 years. Well, congratulations. Long lasting marriage, 25 years. I've been married over 27 years to my black wife, but I'm so evil, right? Is that why it's lasting? Is it I'm manipulating her with love? Is it I'm manipulating her with kindness? Is it because I praise her too much? Am I pandering? Am I pandering to my wife, telling her she's beautiful every day? Some people say I'm pandering because I say wonderful things about black women. I've heard people say that. Well, if it's pandering, I'm going to pander. But here's the thing, I'm speaking the truth on how I feel. And why shouldn't you be able to lift someone up you love? Right? Okay. And go for your preference. There's nothing wrong with having a preference. We all have a preference. Come on. And guys, I agree. You guys that send me these comments, all, love who you love, and we're all one race. I believe that. I do. I've even said it. Do we look different? Sure. We got different skin tones and different features, but we're people, we're human beings. I definitely agree with that. Indiana mom, yeah, married out, 3 kids. And you've been married as long as I have, over 27 years. See, so here's the thing. If you look at the stats and you look at the truth, interracial marriages between black women and white men are successful. Does that mean they all are? No. But a lot of them are. I'm seeing people that have been married for years. Whoever thought? I knew when I married my wife, it'd last forever. But so many people doubted. Why? Because we look different? Someone put in my comments that, said it was a good, I'm not going to say the name, but they said it was a good topic, but there's different levels when interracial relationships and I think she was genuine in what she's saying. I'm not trying to debunk it. There's some things we got to do but I don't think it's that complicated. I don't think you have to go through levels. I don't think you have, if you truly love each other, you'll get through anything. And this thing about the cultural differences, and we got to understand, we got to work it out. We don't have to understand nothing. All we got to understand is we love each other and we're going to be there for each other. Cultures be damned. This is our life. I'm not worried. When me and my wife got married, we weren't worried about black culture, white culture, and how we do. No, we just love each other and we want to be married. And maybe we're just more simple than most other people. I don't know. But it's simple. It's love. It's true. You love that person. You want to, in your life, you want to be with them. So don't believe the propaganda. Don't believe all white men are fetishizers. Don't believe they're all racist. I've had people ask me questions. How do we know the white man's around not a racist? You don't know because you don't know what's in his head. But I will tell you this, if he's a racist, I guarantee he's not going to want to date you. I mean, and usually you get to know people, it comes out, even, no matter how hard they try to hide it. People's true feelings do come out. I'm not saying don't be cautious, but don't live your life in fear. Okay? Because as evil as a white man can get, black man can be just as evil. Or an Asian man, or Hispanic. So that's why you got to be cautious. That's why you got to vet. Unfortunately, deceased Mr. Mary. I'm sorry to hear that, Pink Chill. But go where you're loved. Go with the man that treats you the best, or the woman. And it's okay to have a preference. I have, and I ain't going to lie about it. People say, "Well, you're biased." I am biased because I have love for a certain group of women. Oh well. Why? Because of the treatment I got, the experiences, and black women got my heart. Sorry, that's life. People say, well, some white woman must have broke your heart. No white woman had access to my heart. And you could get mad and say, well, that's not right. And no, that's just the truth, But I don't go over there and hate on them. That's just me. Just like there's white women that love black guys, and that's where their heart is. I don't get mad at them. God bless them. That's what you want. Go for it. That you're going to go where your heart is, and you should. You know, but coming on my channel, hating on me and telling me this crazy stuff, and I'm not upset about it. In fact, it motivates me. It makes me want to do this more. It makes me want to talk about this stuff more. You know? Oh, you don't like me being in an interracial marriage? Okay. I kind of, okay, let me show you how much love I have. There was one lady my wife worked with that hated the fact I was married to my wife. Hated the fact of interracial marriages, especially white men and black women. Oh man. And I tell you, there are some Karens out there that hate when they see a black woman with a white man. They absolutely hate it. And you know what? That woman my wife worked with, you know what? I would hug her just a little bit more. I would show just a little bit more affection. And I'm always showing affection to my wife. But I would make it obvious. And I would praise her. And I'd make it obvious that I believe black women are the best option. So if you're going to tell me, if you're going to hate that fact, I'll just show you how much love I have for black women. That motivates me. And if you tell me, well, okay, we get it, you like black women, why you got to say it? Well, I got to say it more. Because obviously you don't get it. Obviously, I haven't hammered it home enough. Obviously you don't get it. Why do I say these things? Why does it irritate you? Why? Because me and my wife are happy? Does that make you, does that bring the hate out? Or is it just hate because I'm, expressing love to a certain group of women? And it's funny, and I get this, and I'll say, I'll start saying things about black women, how they're beautiful, how they're successful. I'll talk about education, businesses, stuff they're doing right. That's amazing. And I'll get comments, well, all women are amazing. All women are uniquely beautiful. All women are princesses. All women. And all women are beautiful. Yeah, there's amazing women in all groups. I don't dispute that. But where are these people when these jokers are coming out saying that black women are angry and crazy and go talking crap about them wearing weaves? Where are these women that say, hey, all women, are like that at times. All women, have issues. All women get angry. Where do you ever hear that, ladies? I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering who. But when you're told you're beautiful, when you're being praised, telling you they're out there, they don't like it. And I'm not saying all. There's a lot of them that don't. I get those comments. I get comments. Well, other women are beautiful too. I never said other women weren't beautiful. I just have a preference. Or maybe other groups don't want black women to be viewed as the most beautiful or have men, have a preference for black women. It just makes me wonder. Because when these dudes are tearing down black women, I don't see other women going out and say, hey, don't do that. We have our problems too. Who's standing up? But when they're lifted up, guess what? Everybody's got to be lifted up, right? And I heard some guy on YouTube saying that. And you know what? It's freaking true. The wearing weave is so played out. Yeah, it is. Come on, guys. I, what's the deal with the weave, really? Okay, I get it if you prefer natural hair. I mean, but why is it trigger people so much? What is it? I prefer my wife to wear braids. I do. I like braids the best. But you know what? I don't go in on her if she has her natural hair or even if she puts in a weave. I mean, if women feel beautiful wearing a weave, let them wear the weave. I don't get that. You know what is it? Now I'll be honest. I would prefer natural hair over the weave, but the weave can look beautiful too. I just I don't get it. My wife has worn weaves. She don't wear them that much, but when she was working, she'd wear a weave because it's easier for her to take care of her hair. Or she'd wear braids, you know. But actually, I would prefer her wearing a weave than going natural if she's going to put heat to her hair and chemicals in it. Because you know what? I remember when she used her curling iron, sometimes the hair would break off and stuff. So heat can damage hair. So the weave kind of protected it from that. I'm just saying. I mean, but why are we getting so caught up in that? And black guys have told me, "Oh, well, you like her, you like black women's hair? Okay. Do you know they wear weaves? Do you know they wear wigs? Yeah, genius. I've been married over 27 years. I paid for these things. I know what black women's hair, what they wear, and I don't care. Black women are still the most beautiful in my eyes, regardless if they have a weave, a wig, braids, or bald. But it sounds crazy. I think black women are the most attacked group in America right now. I believe that. Because you got the media portraying a crazy image on them, and you got men out there attacking them. You got even black men going in on black women. Like, what is that about? Oh yeah, white women go in on black women too. Yeah, and I'll make this disclaimer: not all. So, um, yeah, I think they're the most attacked group. But you know what? I think they're the most successful group, hands down. And you know what? They're going to continue to be the most successful. And as time goes by, it's going to be so obvious. And I would say to this, I would say this to you, ladies. You know, men out there want you. Men out there love you. Men out there don't want to lose you. And these crazy, insecure black men that are out there, and I might say not all because, I'm talking about the insecure ones. They don't want to lose you. They'll talk about you like, you're garbage. They'll make fun of your hair. They'll make fun of stuff about you. But why do they go so crazy when they see a white guy or a man of another race get with a black woman? They'll tell you they don't want you. They'll tell you that other men don't desire you. But why do they get so emotional when it comes to black women opening up their options? Because deep down inside, they know if they lose you, they lose a good thing. And black women are not easy. The ones that are open up their options, they're very hard because they demand respect and love and to be treated like a lady, like they should. And if you're blessed enough to get that black woman, you are so blessed. You got a blessing from God, a blessing from heaven. You know, I'll say that. And I can use my wife as an example. Been married to my wife several years. And you know what? I thank God every day for her. And I break down and yeah, I'll get emotional. You know why? Because I see God's love in my wife. And I know, and this is what I tell you about my wife. My wife is proof that there is a God and he loves me. That's my wife. And you know what? My preference led me to my wife. So my preference, I think, is a blessing from God. And ladies, more men like myself are starting to see the true beauty you have, the blessings that you are. I seen it years ago. Not even the media, not even the haters can stop it. Truth is surfacing. You can't hide the truth. And ladies, you're valuable to every community. And I always said, men that are married to black women, they need to, lift up black women, show their love, speak out about it. Nothing wrong with that. I tell people I love black women all the time. I don't just say it on YouTube, I say it at work. Why wouldn't I uplift someone I love? Why wouldn't I say wonderful things about somebody I love? Why would I be silent and not talk about black women because somebody gets irritated hearing me saying it over and over? Why would I do that? I do it because it makes me feel good. I do it because I'm proud of it. I do it because ladies out there love me to say it. They tell me, they said, we love when you uplift us. It makes us feel good. It gives us confidence. And why not? What's wrong with that? Why would they want me to silence that? Why do people want me? And people tell me, you know, they get tired of hearing me say it. They don't want me to say it. Well, why are you watching? I mean, you don't have to watch my channel. You don't. If you hate what I'm saying, it irritates you. Go to the other channel that believes like you do and talk to them. Be with them. You know. But guys, I see the truth. That's why I say these things, because they're true. And I've always said that the best way to uplift a black woman is to tell the truth. Tell what she's really doing. But here's the thing. Some of these guys that are coming in at me, they're upset, they're mad. You know why? Because they think they're entitled to you. They think that you have to be with them if they want you. They think they're entitled. They think you're like property to them. You know what I think of black women? I ain't entitled to them at all. And to have a relationship with a black woman is a blessing. You know, it's a privilege if she gives you that privilege, which is a blessing. That's how I look at it. And a lot of white guys look at it like that, that they feel blessed that you're giving them attention. They feel blessed that you've given them the opportunity to have access to you, to have a relationship with you. That's how I always looked at it. It was a blessing. And you know what? When you're not entitled and you have to work for the privilege, you appreciate it. and you see the true blessing you have. You see true love, you know? But I find it silly that people are coming in my channel, tell me what evil things white people have done. Okay, what's that going to do? White people have done evil things, very horrible. I ain't going to dispute that with you. We go through history, and oh my God, you're right. I can't argue. You're right. Very evil. And not just the black people, to our own people. You got to really dig in the history. You'll find some stuff that really amazes you. But I'm not from the past. I'm in a different space and time. I'm here in the here and now. And right now in our country and in our society, what we need as a nation is strong families. What we need is strong marriages. The foundation of a family is the marriage, the man and woman coming together. If you have strong marriages in your community, you have a strong community. That's what we need to get to. Unfortunately, in our society, we don't value marriage like that no more. A lot of people just a piece of paper. They're okay with dating the rest of their life. But until they're 60, 70, hit the wall, and you know what? You're not the man you used to be. Women don't desire you like that. And then you're alone. Men and women are supposed to come together. They're supposed to get married. They're supposed to have kids. They're supposed to grow old together. I think we missed that. And you know what? Here and now is the time to open up your options. Open up your options. Swirl, date out. And yeah, that's going to trigger some people. Swirl, do it. More people are blessed by swirling than not. The swirling gone wrong crowd out there, they'll find a certain instance where something goes wrong, but they never look at when it goes right. Guaranteed. And like I said, I think in our society we have to open up our options. We have to date out to find a quality traditional person that wants to be married and have a family. We have to. Look at the numbers. you know. But that's my opinion on it. But don't let these stereotypes get to you, ladies. Don't go in fear. Be cautious, okay? Don't be just trusting anybody. But you know what? Vet them. Find out the truth. Are white men fetishizers? Find out. You might find out he just thinks you're beautiful. You might find out he wants a relationship with you. Find out. And it don't have to be a white guy. What about a Hispanic guy? Number of them, quite a few of them love black women, right? What about an Asian man? Starting to see Asian and black women come together. Beautiful thing, right? My point is we all have a preference. Go with your preference. Vet. Don't, vet and find out about the man. Find out how he is. Does he love you? How does he treat you? When you go on a date, does he pay for it or does he make you come out of pocket too? When he talks to you, how does he talk to you? When he's off work, does he want to come see you or is he busy? And I'm not saying men don't get busy, but here's my thing. When I was dating my wife, I worked 3 jobs and I always found time for my wife. And she wasn't my wife yet. Now, if the man loves you, is he going to marry you? And how long does that take? I say, ladies, in the first year, if he hadn't decided to marry you, he ain't going to. When a man really loves you, it's not going to take long for him to want to marry you. Ain't going to take time for that proposal. It took me 2 months to pop the question to my wife. And you know what's funny? I had a black guy on this show, and he said, and I told him that. I said, you know what? I married my wife after 5 months of knowing her. Well, I proposed 2 months, but 5 months after. And the reason it took 5 months to marry her, because I was going in the army and I had to do my training and I couldn't get married yet. Or else I would have been married even earlier. And this dude says, you know what? White men are like that, aren't they? Yeah, a lot of us are. But you know what? It's kind of a cultural thing. And from my experience, growing up, I knew my destiny was to get married and have a family. In fact, even when I was in my younger days, even when I was out and about dating and the excitement in that, I just knew one day I want to be married. I want to have a wife. I want to have kids. I wanted that. And maybe because it was taught to me that that's how we do things. And it's not a white guy's thing because marriage is across the world. All cultures get married. So it's not a white Eurocentric thing to get married. No, it's not. That comes from the Bible. And you know what? All cultures, all groups of people get married all around the world. Do you think they get married in Africa? Yes, they do. Very much so. In America, we need to get married. You know why? So we have structure, so we have a good family. Why? Because so we love each other as man and woman. So we're supposed to come together as one, a man and a woman, create a family. Black women treat black women like trash. You know what? There's some black women that do. And I'll tell you this. My wife lost friends when she married me. Do you know that? People she was close to. Because she dared to go with the white man. She dared to marry the white guy. And they told her that her life wasn't going to be, she was going to be hurt. I was going to do all kinds of crazy things. And she needed to stay with a black man. Yeah. And she was a sellout. My wife had friends that told her that she was close to. Well, she lost those friends because she wouldn't have nothing to do with them because she loved me more than their friendship and propaganda. But guess what? Those same people look at us today and we're still married. Those haters out there look at us today and you know what? We had kids, we have a family. Our kids are growing up and doing quite well. Me and my wife have been blessed. Blessed with love, blessed with hope, blessed financially. So don't tell me interracial marriages do not work. Don't tell me us as white men are violent and hateful and fetishizers. Though some may be, and some are, a lot of us aren't. A lot of us have big hearts. A lot of us have love. And quite a few of us love black women, believe it or not. Just because a man don't express who he loves and like I do, don't think a lot of them don't think like I do. They do. And I'm here to tell you that us as white men, and I've seen it from other men, we do find black women attractive. We love black women. I love black women. I do. I have a special love for black women. And here's the thing. Relationships in my opinion, how our marriages end up later on, it starts with friendship. It really does. Because when we're little kids, how we treat each other, how we have a certain love and affection for our friends. We care about our friends. When we're growing up playing with our friends, we want our friends to be around. We'll share our toys because this is my best friend or whatever. It starts there. And how we treat our friends, our relationships can blossom and can end up taking that to our marriage where love really expands, where love is just blooming. I believe that. I think that starts with how we treat each other, because it builds character. How we have kindness for each other. We should. Then our parents say, hey, when you're with your friends, share, right? You carry that a little bit, and then when you get a wife, you're thinking about her needs more than your own. You start to think, wow, you know, I want her to be happy. I got paid, I got a little change, but I want to buy her this. She's been wanting this. And let me tell you guys, when I married my wife, we didn't have much money. We didn't have much. I was new in the army, and you know, when we went to our first duty station, I had rented a one-bedroom apartment, and we had a TV, and we had a bed, which was her bed that she took from home. It was a full-size bed. We slept in that. I bought a 25-inch TV and a Sega Genesis. Okay, you know where my priorities were, right? But we were happy in that one-bedroom apartment. We had a TV and a bed, and bean bags were what we sat in. And we were so happy. It was something that was ours. It was something we had together. And I remember every time I got paid, we buy a piece of furniture because that's all I could afford at the time. And you know, through the months went by, we got more furniture, more things, and and we were loving life. We loved it. We felt, it was awesome. I remember feeling so good getting off work, coming home to my wife. I was like, man, this is what I'm married now. This is what I wanted. This is awesome. And then we had our first child, my daughter, and man, life, it just, and through the years, as I moved up in my career, I was making a little bit more money. We had a little bit more resources, and but the thing of it is I always had money set aside for my wife because I love my wife. When I was dating her, I'd buy her stuff. I bought her so many stuffed animals that filled up my mother-in-law's sectional couch, but it made me feel good because she was happy. When I got that apartment, she was happy. She said, "That's our home." And it wasn't much, but we loved it. And it was paradise to us because we love each other. We had our own place. And then through the years, we got more and more. And then, we finally bought our first house, and that was exciting. And we went looking at houses, and we came to the point where we could afford to get a house, and that was a big thing. And I remember we went looking at houses, and I told my wife, I said, you know what? This is what we can afford in this price range. You pick out the house, and I'm more worried about the yard, right? So we went looking, and she picked out the house. And it was a townhouse. We couldn't afford that much at that time, but we could afford that. It was a blessing. And I just remember her being so excited. And I thought more about how she looked and how happy she was. That I didn't even think what I was getting out of it. I didn't even. And when I retired, we came home and we moved to a neighborhood we always wanted to live in. And we bought a house. And once I retired, I got a good job, and we're making pretty good money, right? So we have a lot more options. But I told my wife, I said, "You pick out the house," and I didn't care what she picked as long as she was happy. And just knowing that it meant so much to her, and that's all I cared about, because my heart belongs to my wife. And if I had the world, I would give it to her, hands down. You know, and she deserves it. I mean, but the best thing about it was, and when we bought our house we live in now, just seeing her excited, picking out the tiles and how she's going to decorate the house and what she had in mind and stuff. And I didn't even care what she picked. I was just happy seeing her happy, you know. But she deserves it. She's blessed me so many ways, you know. And yeah, I do put my wife in a pedestal. I put black women on a pedestal also. But that's who I love. And you know what? And why is it I love them so much? Because I've been blessed by them. Black women have blessed me through the years. They really have. And my wife is the biggest blessing in my life. And her happiness is worth it all. And I just I'm just at awe. I don't understand why God blessed me so much. I don't understand why I have it so good. I don't know. But I see all this propaganda, this hate and stuff. And instead of worrying about who's going where, why don't we worry about if they find true love? Is that more isn't that more important? I do have a preference. And I have a preference for a reason. It's not that I woke up one day and say, "Oh, black women are wonderful. That's who I want to." No, it goes deeper than that. Is it because she's beautiful and looks awesome? Well, she does, but it goes deeper than that. It's a spiritual connection. It's the love. It's the emotion. It's the passion. And there's nothing else like it. And that's why I have my preference. And I'm going to continue to say what I say. And people don't like it. Oh, well. I'm living my life. It's my life. I don't belong to a group of people. I don't belong to a community. I belong to me and my wife. And that's it. But I do see blessings when it comes to interracial relationships. I've seen people find true love, you know? And I want to put the positive out there. I don't, there's enough negative. And I'm not living in a fairy tale. Yeah, you marry a white man, you're going to live happily ever after. No. But who loves you? Who's going the distance for you? You know, who's providing for you? You know, and you can look at a man. I told my daughters this. I said, if you go out with a man and you have to pay part of the date, kick him to the curb and never talk to him again. He don't deserve you. And I believe that, because I believe a man that wants you to pay half when you're dating, when you get married, he's going to expect it too. And it's funny because my wife told me, she says, She said, "You know what? I found you're the right one because when we went out, I didn't pay for nothing." And she praised me for it. And I was shocked. I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, thank you." I'm like, I was confused. I asked you out, aren't I supposed to pay for the I don't know, but she's praising me for it. But I soaked it in. Oh yeah, that made me feel good. But that should be the basics. I don't know. But and my wife, she never thought about dating or marrying a white guy. That wasn't even in her thought process. But she had these dudes that treated her so bad, and that when I came along, I was a hero. And thank God for that because I'm blessed. But and all I did was the basics. I went out on a date, I'd pay for it. When I proposed to her and she said yes, I took care of her financially from that point. And how many men would say, "You're stupid. You're not even married. Why are you giving her money?" Like, wow. But what's money? Money's a tool. And what if she did take advantage of me and take that money and dump me? Okay. I could go make more money. But anyway, but I've been blessed. And if I would have listened to people, if my wife would have listened, we would have never got married. And how would our lives end up? So I would say to these people that show hate and tell women, not to open up their options and he's going to hurt you, they need to, first of all, grow up, be more mature. And if they're that concerned, look at the stats, find out the numbers, dig in the percentages. If that, and you know what, if they had an open heart and an open mind and they dug into that, they'd probably tell the woman, you know what, open up your options, date out. And I've actually seen a couple black men tell black women they're better off dating out. I've seen it. It's rare, but there's some that'll just tell you that. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to get in trouble for this because they'll say, "Well, you're saying that one's better than the other, that the white man's the best." No, I'm not saying that. The man with the character is the best. I'll leave it at that. You know, but I'm just talking my experiences, and I've heard this from other women. You know, hey Corey, yes, I did get the book today. Thank you, sir. I got it. Yeah, I checked my mailbox. It might have came yesterday. I just didn't have a chance to check it. I've been so busy and stuff. But yes, sir, I did get it. Thank you. I appreciate it. But ladies, open up your options. Guys, open up your options. And don't worry if they get triggered. Okay. That's their problem. If they got a problem with you dating out, that's their problem. Let them soil in it and get upset and let them deal with that. You live your life. This is your life, you know? And if you think one group of men's better than the other, go for it. You know? And people say that white men are on top of the chain and have more money and resources. Well, we are the majority. There's more of us. But if you dig in the stats and find out the truth, actually Asian men have more assets and resources. It's true. Now I could get mad at it and say, well, truth is truth. But that don't mean I can't be successful. That don't mean somebody else can't be successful. I think a lot of this people that hate when black women date and marry out, I think it's a psychological problem. I think it's a pride issue. I think it's an ego thing. because these guys want to be seen as the best looking, the most desired. And I'm not saying all, I'm just talking about you know, the crazy one, the insecure, you know. Because why would they go on my channel and get angry? Why would they go on a black lady's channel and get crazy on that? You know, live your best life. If you got it like that, live your good life. And I would say to all men, if you're not the best choice, make yourself the best choice. You know, and ladies, go for the best choice. Us as men, we're supposed to build, we're supposed to provide, we're supposed to protect. Ladies, you're supposed to go with the best man. Hypergamy, you need to go with that. Okay? Don't just get with a man for money, but he's got to provide for you. Seriously. Yeah, there's successful black men out there. Yes, there is. I work with some. They're very well off. Um, but money ain't everything. You know, how do you treat your family? How's that man going to treat you? You can be with a rich man that abuses you, you know. So you got to make sure they're well rounded and open up your options, lady. Don't listen to this propaganda. Find out the truth. The truth is out there. Sandy found a hidden gem. Well, I don't know. I think she found a piece of coal that I might have a little shine on one side, but I found the real treasure. Sandy is, oh man, when she came in my life, I was like, you know what? There is a God, and He loves me, and she is proof. Oh my God, I don't even know why God blessed me like He did. I am so thankful though. You know, it's amazing. And I think about my life. Maybe I had a preference for black women. Maybe they it came together. Maybe it was a way of God leading me and my wife together. You know, but I do value black women. I value the way they carry themselves. Um, how black women are uplifting. How there's qualities I really appreciate, and I have love for black women that way. I got friends that are black women, and I think they're awesome. You know, and I've talked to so many on this channel since I started, and a lot of women have, you know, talked to me, and my wife Sandy too. We've talked to some people that, and these ladies tell us, like they just want to have a husband, a family. They want to be loved, and and I would tell you guys, women love it when you compliment them. They love it when you tell them they're beautiful. They love it when you tell them what they mean to you. I tell my wife I love her all the time. I tell her she's beautiful all the time. And she never has got mad at me and says, "Quit telling me I'm beautiful. Quit telling me I'm awesome." She never did it. You know, but I love my wife. She's my everything. When we go to sleep at night, I hug my wife a lot of times. I just have a habit of doing that, and she's gotten used to it. So one night I rolled over or something, and she woke me up and wanted to know why I wasn't hugging her. If something was wrong, I was like, "No, nothing's wrong. I don't know. I just rolled over, I guess." But she got so accustomed to that, she thought I was upset because I wasn't hugging her, and I was just in a deep sleep and rolled over. You know, that's just what I do. I just love being close to my wife. Um, yeah, I'm clingy. You know what? I love my wife. I'll hug my wife. You know what? A lot of times when I get off work, I'll jump in the shower, right? And I'll come out And sometimes I just walk out with a blanket, and me and Sandy will be watching TV or a movie. We'll just wrap up in a blanket together, watch TV. Sometimes we fall asleep on the couch. My daughter comes out and says, "Okay, you crazies, get in bed." we'll be. I just I don't know. Maybe because I love my wife so much, I cling to her. Not, you know, I do it physically, but spiritually I do too. I just love being around my wife. It, it's clingy, but um, it's clingy in every aspect. I mean, I just love being around her. I just love doing things with my wife. And I hear people talk about their marriages, how they grow apart. That the desire's not there. Me, it's never left. I, you know, my wife still excites me. My wife, I still want to be next to her. I'm still excited to be around her. And maybe it's because I see the blessing I got. You know, I wish these uh, swirling gone wrong jokers would do a story on me. I wish they'd do it on our marriage. It wouldn't fit the narrative though, because I'm not beating her and because I'm not treating her bad, so it wouldn't work. I guess I don't know. They'd have to rename it to Swirling Gone Right, Swirling Gone Good. Maybe they give me a new title, Captain Swirl or something. But I'm not a swirler now. I'm married. But it started there. Tree flirts with me and the kids and acts like, yeah. But, I mean, you can find true love. And you know what? Open up that option, or if you don't want to, at least have that button there. That way the men know they have to do what's right to get you. They have to do the right thing. And so many times people, you know, they'll send me comments, right? The trolls will come in, they'll say, "Oh, well, you're getting with black women to attack black men." No, I'm not. I or they'll say, you're just well, white women don't want you. I'm like, okay, well, I'm still blessed. Okay, next. I'm still married over 27 years. I was like, so what's that mean? Or they'll tell me black women don't want you. Okay, well, I'm not trying to get with them. I already got my wife. And it's funny. It's like they go for the superficial thing, the looks or the desirability. They don't look at the whole thing. Like, wow, you've been married that long? They don't even look at that. I don't know if they don't even research or they just go in and troll just to hate. I don't know. I feel touchy feely type too. I love talk. Yeah, I mean, I love my wife. I desire my wife. I think my wife's awesome. I love to hug my wife. I call it clingy if you want, but it feels nice to hug her. It's awesome. And she'll hug me too. And we just do it. I mean, and it makes her feel good. It shows her that, hey, I love you. You still awesome to me. You still, make me excited, and my heart still beats 1,000 times a minute when I'm around you. You know, so I cling to that. Anyone who attacks married people are shallow. Yes. Anybody, Captain Swirl, that's me. I'm the captain. Okay. Maybe I should change the name of my channel, the Captain Swirl channel. She, yeah. So okay, we need to start swirling. It's time. The captain is smoking. Would that make them mad? Maybe maybe I should just devote swirling, give classes on it, how to swirl the right way. Swirling leading to blessings. Swirling gone right in every way. Why swirling is so successful. Why the swirl community is the most happiest. Why? Oh man. And then maybe I should do maybe I should write books on swirling, how to do it the right way. How to I can have a camp too. Have people come to the camp and we give you classes on how to swirl. Uh Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. If I only had the time and resources, boy, there's so much I could do. Somebody put in my comment section that they wish I would do an interracial dating service. Boy, that would be awesome, but I don't have the time, money, or resources though. And the legality of it. How would I work that out? But you know what? People actually have met on my channel. I mean, you could actually meet people on the channel just talking to each other in the chat. Who knows? I mean, I do want to have a dating show one day. Um, I'd like to do that. And I would say to the men, if you guys are interested in doing something like that, I need men to come in now. Okay? Because I get a couple men and 8 women, it's just kind of lopsided. And we got to do it age appropriately too. You know, I can't have 20-year-olds with 60. That just ain't right. You know, so we got to, if you guys are interested in that in the future, I would love to do that. Camp Swirl, yeah. So, we're going to get our swirl going, and I'm the captain of swirl, so we're going to do this, and we need to put it out on YouTube. I need to make a swirling gone right video. You know what? Oh my God, I'm going to do that. If you guys got any stories about swirling gone right where it's led to successful, I mean, we could use like Eve and her billionaire husband. That was a swirling gone right. Um, what's another one? Donna Summer was married to a white guy. That was a swirling gone right. Eartha Kitt was married to a white guy. Who else? Diana Ross was married to a white guy. That was a swirling gone right. These are celebrities, right? Yeah, you know what? I think I might start doing I need to do some research. And it wouldn't be hard because there's a lot of swirling stories that go really good that end up in long-lasting marriages. And Kamala Harris is married to a white guy. Yes, she is. The new Supreme Court justice is married to a white guy. What's her name? Wasn't Diane Carroll married to a white guy? George Lucas married to a black woman. Yes. David Bowie was married to a black woman. Yeah, these are swirling gone right. Yes. Let's see. Who else is married to a white guy that's real famous? There's one lady that's real successful. She's I can't think of her name. All three nominees were married to white men. Yes. The power couples are coming out. And I would say this too. There are successful black women on both sides of the aisle married to white men. Black women are successful wherever they go, it seems. David Bowie, yeah. Iman, yeah. Supermodel. Very beautiful, yes. God, I'm trying to think of that other lady that's married to a white guy. That's successful. Tina Turner, yeah, she married a white guy, didn't she, later on in life? Uh, I mean, it's growing, so the swirl's gone in full swing. The swirl's going. That's the future swirl. And I want the haters to see this swirling gone right. It's happening before our eyes. And Captain Swirl's here to tell you we're going to swirl, we're going to do it, we're going to change the world. Black women, white men, we're going to be more successful, we're going to be more loving, we're going to be more powerful, we're going to be more successful, we're going to make it work. And then we're going to talk about it all the time too, and really drive it home to the haters. And you know what? I'm going to continue to tell how much I love black women, how they're the most beautiful. I'm going to keep doing it. And, then I'm going to talk about swirling. And I might start doing swirling videos gone right. I need to do that, huh? Have like a counter thing. They got the one going wrong. I got the one going right. We're locked into a competitive battle here. They're going to tell me how wrong it is. I'm going to tell them how right it is. We can weigh out the stats. They'll find the one that goes wrong, right? And I'll find the several that go right. Yeah, we could do this. Yeah, so I'm going to do a video on that. You know what? I should have done that long. I need to show videos on, swirling on right. And I can go, and here's the thing, guys. When it comes to black women, white men, I could pull this out of any economic group where the power couples come together, where they're being successful. I could go from the middle class to celebrity status to millionaires, billionaires. Man, yeah, swirling gone right. Swirling's the future, guys. And all you haters, hey, swirling's the future. Okay? You can't fight it. You can't stop it. All you can do is just watch it happen. You might turn a few people away from it, but it's like a snowball effect. It starts like a little couple grains of snow that kind of roll, and it goes into a little ball, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then after sooner or later you got an avalanche, and you're not, if you don't stop the snowball effect at the beginning, you can't stop it. You're just going to be, covered up in an avalanche. You can't stop it. Swirling's the future. Swirling's, I mean, and you know what? It'll lead to more interracial relationships. It'll lead to more successful marriages. Prince Maximilian and Princess Angela. Yeah, even the royal family swirling. So in England, hey, swirling's the future. You can't stop it. What's that? Someone said swirling. Okay. Swirling sucks because it includes black men. Well, hey, you know what? I got to be honest with you on that. You know what? Black men are the biggest swirlers. So and you know, truth be told, they're the ones that date and marry out the most. Black men and Asian women. They're the leading swirlers. They really are. Um, so these black dudes that get mad at me for talking about swirling, uh, it's black men that are leading the way. And in fact, black men, when they were swirling back in the 70s, I was like the young Jedi Knight that was a little white kid, and I seen what they're doing. I learned from them. I was like, you know what? And I love black women. I'm like, wow, they're dating white women. And I started thinking in my head, can I do what they're doing, but go the reverse way? It kind of gave me hope. I'm thinking, wow, you know what? And I could do that. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, get the likes up, guys. That the best way to you know make the haters mad is give me likes, share the video. Um, they're getting mad that this channel's growing. They hate it. They can't stand it. Um, even my worst video is doing the best. I don't get it. But and the haters try to tell me, "Oh man, you didn't let Brian talk. You hogged it." Yeah, I did. Yeah, it didn't go so well, but dang, it's getting a lot of people that like it. I don't know. The like button is free. Yes, it is. And here's the thing, guys. You know, this here is my hobby. This is my passion. I don't do this to make money at all. I would never ask nobody for nothing. I just want to do this for you. All I ask is hit the like button and pray for me. That's what I want. God has blessed me financially in so many ways. You know, how I want to be blessed now is likes and prayers. But, you know, I love this. This is great. But yeah, black men lead the way in swirling. They're the true swirlers. Black men and Asian women. And I think that's why white men actually date and marry out more than white women. And I think it's because of Asian women, because white men are, uh, a lot of white men are dating Asian women. And so I think that's making it a little lopsided. And I think it's because, and I think what it is, and I don't want to offend nobody, but I think when white men and Asian women get together, it's almost like white people. I think white people and Asians are kind of alike. They're different groups of people, different ethnicities, yes, but it comes together easier, and it's nobody hates on them for it. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there hating on it, but I don't see it. But when it comes to black women and white men, oh my God, people lose their mind. It's like the haters come out of the woodwork then, you know. But and I find it kind of odd. It's like we're the group that's most vilified when we date and marry out, but interracially we're the most successful, longest lasting. I don't know. Maybe it's because we go through the trauma and all the crap that when we come together, we know we want to be together. There's no iffiness about it. We're all in. Uh, Asian women are the most to date out. Yeah, Asian women. Yes, Asian women. And I seen a stat where they're actually marrying more white men than Asian, and it's kind of interesting. But you know what? You never see Asian men getting pissed off or getting angry, or you never see it. It's like they don't care. They just like, hey, I'm gonna be successful anyway, whatever. I kind of I admire that. I do. I really do. I think that is awesome. You know, it goes to show that they're not insecure. They're very secure. They're successful. They're not worried about their women dating out. In fact, Asian men are dating out more, marrying out more. So the swirls, going all over. It's all over the community. So we need to get the swirl going. And black men, you're leading it right now. That's why guys are trying to catch up with the swirl, and we're working hard. So, uh, talking from Captain Swirl, the snowman swirl guy, or I gotta think of a name. Snow swirler. Yeah, Asian women's. Oh, yeah. But hey, I'm for anybody, finding their love. And you know what? You have a preference, good for you. Go for that. That's where your heart is anyway. Um, and I tried to be the equal opportunity guy when it came to dating when I was young and dumb, and I kind of bought into it. But you know what? When I started trying to be that way, it made me realize that black women's where my love is, and black women have it. The only woman that has access to my heart. So I had to accept the truth and go with my preference. Divestment isn't about dating white men. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that. A lot of black women say it's not about dating white men or marrying white men, that it's a change of life, you know. May I from what I understand, it's from changing from a mindset, maybe a community. Um, I'm not even going to go into because I don't want to give wrong information. I've heard different things about it, so I kind of let the ladies explain that because they know better about it than I do. Um, but yeah, please explain what divestment means in Dusty's. Okay, divestment. I don't. I know kind of what it's like, but I don't know fully to explain it. And the Dusty thing, I won't use that term because I'll immediately be called racist. Well, I could be called racist for everything anyway. Um, uh, it's part of it. Okay. My preference is men who provide, protect, and do it consistently. Hey, that's a good preference. That's awesome. Hey, you'll be successful with that preference. You get your preference, you'll have a provider, a protector, and a man that's consistent. That's good. Good preference. Uh, let's see. All right. Divestment was never about any man to begin with. It's about the black woman putting herself first, foremost. It was never about white men. Okay. I think, Deanna, I think you're right on that. Now, I'm not a subject matter expert on it, but from what I hear, I think that's what it's about. It's about women putting themselves first. And ladies, you got to put yourself first, okay? Don't get caught up that men are the leaders in the community because they are. But here's the thing: you got to be with the right man, the right one that's a real leader, not just the one that demands that you submit and he does what he wants. No, um, you got to put yourself first, ladies. You have to, and that means vetting. That means not being loyal to one certain group of men, but be loyal to the man that treats you the best. Because when it comes down to it, when you're giving yourself to a man, you're giving him everything. And ladies, you're a treasure. Ladies, you're a blessing. Make that man earn that blessing, that treasure that you are. You know, marriage is a sacred thing, and it needs to be carried out as such. And we should strive to become, a family. We should want to get married. We should want to love each other. We should want to have families. Uh, but anyway, I'm kind of rambling on and stuff. Yeah. But anyway, I'm going to put the link up here before I close down. Um, my thing tonight, guys, is, you know, look at the blessings. Okay, don't get hung up in the propaganda. Now, some of the propaganda is true. There are some white men that will fetishize you, that will take advantage of you for it to see what it's like to be with a black woman. There are men out there like that. Okay, I'm not saying there's not. My point is they're good. There are good men that love you, and you need to find the ones that love you. Okay, and open up your options because it's your life. And how do you want to live it? You want a man that loves you, and loves more than the physical, loves more than just, you know, just being physically intimate and, having fun here and there. You know, there's more to it than that, and you got to have love in every aspect, you know. So I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought again. I'm getting tired. but um but seriously, guys, don't get caught up in the propaganda. Okay. Some of it, there is truth in it. There are fetishizing white guys. Okay, but we're not coming in droves trying to look for black women to fetishize. That just it's stupid. They're taking the worst case scenario and saying it's everybody. You know, um, is there violent? Are white men the most violent? We've heard that, right? You've heard people say that when a white man, you know, goes off, he's the most violent and he's going to assault you the most and he's going to do this the most of any other man. Okay. Don't buy into it. Look in the statistics. Who's killing who? Okay. Or I'm not supposed to use that word. Who's sending who to meet their maker? Um, Men of all races have done it. Okay. But look at the stats. Okay. But vet. All right. And don't be afraid to get to know a person. Who's hopping on the mic tonight? I don't know. I guess nobody tonight. And that's fine. I'm going to have the panel tomorrow. So I got some people set aside that want to come on. And, it's full. But, if some people don't show up, I have openings. And what I'm going to do too is I'm going to do a I'm going to put the link up there later on in the show so other people can come on and be part of the panel. Who's the most incarcerated in prison? I don't know. I haven't done the stats. Hey, Corey, how's it going? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Oh, good. I got your book today. Thank you, sir.
Yep. I sent the fourth one in. When I get that one in, I'll get it sent to you too.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. Uh, have a gallon of gas on me. Love you, Miss Sandy.
That
Oh,
is so right. It's $5 a gallon. It's a $6 a gallon in Portland.
oh, is it? Yeah.
It's
We're like
insane.
we're closing in on $4 a gallon, and yeah, it's going nuts. The gas situation's hurting my state because we actually produce a lot of oil in New Mexico. A lot of people don't know that. So that's going to affect us too. And gas is, yeah, it's crazy. Um oh
Oregon's
my
just greedy on taxes. It's terrible.
oh well, yeah, my state, we're like one of the poorest. We might even be the poorest, but our taxes are high. It's unbelievable. And I mean, me and Sandy live real good because the median income is like 47,000 a year,
Hmm.
and that's married couple. That ain't just you know So it's yeah, but
Yeah, we
ah,
got this very liberal thin strip that starts the liberal voting from Eugene all the way up to Portland, straight up I-5, and it
uh,
controls the entire rest of the state. It's just a very small corner that controls the whole state.
oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, gas prices are crazy. And then this Ukraine thing, 5.35 a gallon. Thank you for the super chat, Rotini. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Dunnigan. Yeah, thanks for the gallon. Yeah, she'll appreciate that. My wife Sandy's with my daughter right now in Kansas City. My daughter's
Hmm.
getting, she's pregnant, can give birth anytime.
Oh
Supposed to
boy.
next month, but already getting contractions and stuff. So, um, my wife's out there helping my oldest daughter. My wife and my youngest daughter are out there.
Hmm.
Had to take my son to the airport today, so I'm kind of sad. So he's going over to Korea. So I'm like, So right now I'm home alone. It's just me and the computer and TV and uh,
Oh, that silence is terrible.
it is and when my wife ain't there, I don't sleep good. I don't. It's
No,
like,
because there's only half of you there.
yeah. I hug my pillow and try to act like it's my wife. It's not the same.
No.
It just man. I'm just like, nah, this ain't working.
You know what's
And
funny? When I got married, it took me 6 months until I could sleep right lying next to somebody.
yeah, yeah, you get used to it. Um, yeah, but yeah, thank you for the super chat. And Sandy will see it. She'll watch my video later. And guys, I know you've been asking me when Sandy's coming on again, and she will be coming on again. Um, my wife is so busy with her job. She's living her dream. She's got her dream job, and she don't have to work. And I've tried to talk her into just stay at home, relax, enjoy. But she wants to do this, so that's her passion. But
Yeah, let her live the dream.
yeah, well, and I got to, because I want her to be happy, but she gave up her career so I could finish my Army career.
Hmm.
She put her dreams and ambitions on hold for me. She
Yeah.
did this. And I'm very grateful for it, because we have an extra income because of it. I have a retirement. So we have more resources because and I've talked to a lot of men that tell me, they say, "Wow, you retired in the Army. I wish I would have retired. You get a pension and stuff." And you know what is sad is, a lot of them said, "You know what? My wife said if I stayed in, she'd leave. She'd take the kids." And
It depends on
actually,
the woman.
yeah, give them an ultimatum. And if my
Yeah.
wife would have told me that, you know what? I would have got out too, because she's worth more than my career, sure. But,
Yeah.
my wife loved me enough,
Well, your wife is a modern version of a Proverbs 31 wife.
Yeah, she really is. And she's always put me first. In fact, I got to work hard. How can I say this? Trying to stop her from putting me first so much, because, you know, that's just how she is. She's got a big heart that she wants me to be happy, and she'll
Mm.
sacrifice, and I don't want her to. I'm the man. I'm supposed to sacrifice. Just be your beautiful self.
Yeah, okay. So she's a strong woman. Try to stop her from sacrificing.
Yeah, right.
Good luck.
And then people will hate on black women. Oh, the strong black woman, it's messy. No, shut up. It's
Oh,
very feminine. And you know what? I embrace that. And educated black women, I find it very attractive. Professional black women that are holding it down and being successful, I find that so attractive. In fact, I want to be around women like that. I always have.
hey,
And,
Brett,
and
I
people
had this
downgrade
epiphany.
them for that. Sorry.
I had this epiphany.
Uh,
I was I was watching some preaching in more than just one spot, more than one podcast
yeah,
and or live streams. And it just kind of the idea of the Proverbs 31 woman
yeah,
and of course the show, the way you talk about it here,
yeah,
and everything blended together about the women that are getting it done, but they're still looking for a man. The Proverbs 31 woman had a husband that was doing his thing. She was married.
yeah.
How many men are doing the thing they're supposed to be doing?
Not many. And the thing of it is sad. Why does the woman? I, I can't understand why. I don't. I can't understand how a man can let a woman be doing everything and not trying to be the best, not trying to do his part. I just, and it's not an ego thing. It's just
No.
like a right thing to do. Be the provider. You should strive and want to do that. Some guys
Yeah,
looking for women to take care of them.
I always saw this. The older I get, the more things make sense. And I seen this. It just kind of like showed up in my face, but kind of like in my mind's eye. A woman can have it all.
Yeah,
She needs to go to college, get her education, and maintain that she's learned, but have the kids and put her career on hold until the kids are to an age or grown, and then go back into the field that she wanted to pursue. And her husband needs to be, how would you say it? He needs to be not intimidated, I guess you
yes,
could say, secure. And he's, I don't know
yeah,
what all the philosophical terminology is, but get the education, get the degrees, do the refresher courses, and then go back into it once the kids are raised. I mean, then you're the power couple. You can do it all.
yeah. You can. You're right. And that's what my wife did. She put me and the kids first. And you know what? She was able to go back and get her career. And now, like I said, we got more resources. Okay.
Yeah.
And, we live very well. Um, I'll put it this way. I'm not going to tell you how much I make, but here's the deal. In New Mexico, um, the immediate income between a married couple is $47,000. We make more than 3 times that with me and my wife together. In fact,
Hmm.
me just my income, uh, those dating coaches would say I'm a high value man. You might say,
Mm.
and I'm not bragging. I've been blessed, and my army training and career led me to where I'm at today. And also my wife having my back, motivating me, and in that support that she gave me the strength to do what I had to do. And and my wife does very well what she does. I mean, and she don't do it for the money because we got plenty. She don't have to work. It's just that's her passion. And it just and it's the power couple. We're lifting each other up. We're encouraging each other. And she brings out the best in me because it would break my heart to not be successful because she's got so much faith in me. It's like I can't fail. It's like you, I can't let her down. I can't do it.
Yeah.
And I just but
Well,
I,
it takes a Proverbs 31 woman to understand how a Proverbs 31 man operates, because
yeah,
he's there. He's in the scripture.
yes,
Yeah. I had a lady tell me that one time. I was just like, there was a Proverbs 31 man. He understood how she operated
yeah,
and what she needed to succeed.
yeah.
I just something that's been, I don't know. I've been exposed to it. Now I can't quit thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh, Indiana mom said his wife is. Are you talking about me? Yeah, my wife is black. Yes, she is, and we've been married. Well, 28 years will be May will be 28 years. We're getting close to that 28-year mark. Yeah, and
Getting
when I
close to
tell
3 decades.
yeah, and when I tell people black women are my preference, it's actually totally true. And if you talk to my parents, my brother, and my friends, they'll tell you, "Oh yeah, there ain't no doubt. This ain't just something I'm coming up with. This is my true life. I'm sharing my life with you guys, you know." And the reason I have a preference for black women is because of how amazing they are, you know. Black
Hmm.
women do have the biggest hearts. From what I've seen, there ain't no other woman that gives it their all. There ain't no other woman that's more passionate. I mean, I could go on and on. And their beauty goes inside and out. I believe they're the most beautiful woman to look at, and I believe they're the most beautiful women to be in love with.
Hmm.
You know, from the physical to the spiritual, in all aspects. You know,
Well,
I
when
think
you
that's
have an entire society like our Western society saying that black women are strong,
yeah,
why would you choose a weak woman?
yeah, that's a good point.
I
Because
mean,
my wife is strong to put up with the haters and kick some of her friends to the curb for me because we wanted to get married. You know, not all women can do that. Some will, feel down. Oh, what are they going to think? And, not be strong enough to go through with it. And the man's got to be strong enough too, because there's weak men out there that, oh, what will people think? Oh my God. There's them out there too. So, yeah. But when I think of the term the strong black woman, I know they mean it in a mean, masculine way, but that ain't true. It's not, when I look at my wife, she's strong, not strong to where she's going to get me in a headlock and beat me down, but strong in the way that she's got character, strong
yeah.
that she loves me more than our problems. That's strength. Strong, and then, she puts the family above herself. And, that's strength, you know. But anyway.
I got two I got two screens running, but I got the big one muted so I can actually read the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Well,
because we
ladies were
married.
asking if I was married, and I've been divorced over 2 years. I'm 51 years old, single, and right now I'm building a future. When I get ready, then I'll pursue my other half, and she will not be a white woman. I don't hate white women. I love my mom. I love my daughter. I love my granddaughter, you know, but I'm just I'm surrounded in a sea of blonde hair, and I want something stronger.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a derogative. I mean seriously. It's I'm I'm done with people who just aren't strong enough to live life.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know what?
Well, I'm leaving a lot of stuff out, Brett, because I can't say everything that I'm doing.
No, I know. I get that. No. But yeah, black women are a true blessing. They're the hidden treasure. I call black women the hidden treasure. And the reason I do is because they're in our neighborhoods, our towns, they're all around. And
Hmm.
they're in every economic group in America, black women.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know what they bring, what they have to offer, the beauty they have, not just the physical or what you see, but actually what's in their heart. And and if you show black women love, you're getting it back. And I'm not talking the ones that you're dating that are interested in you. I'm just talking just being, friendly or just treating them right. You're going to get it back. And that's an amazing quality. I haven't seen in other women. Not to say other women don't have it. I've just seen it more in black women.
Yeah.
And I've been attracted to the professional black woman that, just carries herself well, that's just successful doing what she needs to do. And the traditional black woman that's, very spiritual. You see them in church and just got a big heart, and they're just, I'm so attracted to those type of women. And my wife's both.
Simone.
She really is. She was at home with the kids when they were little, and now she's hitting the corporate world doing her thing. And I'm amazed, and I'm very much attracted to that. And to hear some men like kind of feel threatened by that or find it as a bad thing, no, I love it. Educated black woman, I love that. I love seeing that. The woman on the Cosby Show, the mom, Claire Huxtable. I was so attracted to her because, she's a beautiful woman, right? She's older now, but I remember seeing her. Man, she's beautiful. Man, she's got it together. She's professional, educated, and a good mom. I'm like, oh my God, that's the ultimate woman. And that's my thing right there. I was just like, wow. And men are tearing that down like it's something bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, Sunkiss, how you doing? Sorry, we got
Good. How are you?
good. How's it going?
All right. I wanted to add to that. The reason why you have black men tearing that down because black men are not strong enough to fight against anyone else when it comes to other groups or especially when it comes to other men. They have nothing else to fight. Whenever you're a bully, bullies are weak. They're cowards. And
Amen.
so
Preach it.
when you have a bully, they're going to go after someone that they perceive as being weaker. So they're not going to go after you all because
They go after a soft target.
Yeah, of course. And so they're not going to go after you all because of course, history has shown that they can't. What would happen if they do? And so they're not going to go after a non-black woman because you all are going to protect them, as history has shown. And so, who's left? They're women.
Yeah.
And so, in order for them to appear to be stronger, what happened when it came to the wizard of the wizard? He stayed behind a screen, and then he had this big voice, and he always had his flying monkeys to go and do his job.
Yeah,
because
smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was too weak to go and do it, too scary. Well, I can't say what he was, but yeah, that's what he was. He was weak. So he had them go out and do his job. So the thing is, when he was shown as to who he really was, he was weak, he was little, he was fearful. He was everything but what he tried to appear to be. So that's the black man. The narcissistic people are just that. They're weak, they're spineless, they're bullies, they try to appear to be bigger than what they are. And so when you snatch that mask off, you see who they really are. So what bullies do, they try to pounce on weaklings. They pounce on someone, when the saying, go pick on someone, your own size. They don't. They go after someone that appears to be weaker. So you have this beta dust that's flying all in the air when they come around. So they go and get black women. And so they get on social media and pounce on black women. They get on social media and go after those who like black women.
Mm-hmm.
They go after those whoever that elevates black women. So, but they do it from a distance. They only do it on social media. They can get on these keyboards, or they can get, behind these screens, like the wizard, and that's what they do. So that's why. So if I were a beta, I would stand on top of someone to appear to be taller and bigger and stronger. That's what I would do if I were weak and spineless. If I was someone that was a weak link, that's what I would do. And so that's what they do. They spread beta dust, pappy dust. And see, and that's what people like us, women like us, we sneeze because they're around. That's what they do. They spread that beta dust around. And I just wanted to, mention that.
Well, there's a difference between the way men have, or when men deal with that kind of mentality, we're more abrupt because testosterone demands that we answer it directly.
Mm-hmm.
In whatever shape. If a man needs to help to control himself, other men will facilitate that
Mm-hmm.
by any means necessary. So, like you said, they always pick a soft target.
Mm-hmm.
Because other men, I live in a neighborhood where I live in this community. I'm in Southwest Oregon, and we protect women and children. We have an old mindset. Yes, there are some people here that are racist, but I don't care who you are. I've spoken to multimillionaire business owners, my employer. If they make a bad comment, they got 0.2 seconds, and I'm going to say something, because I refuse to work for somebody that's going to stand there and talk like that. And I'm not quiet about it. I've done it more than once. I'll more than likely do it again. But yeah, it's just, if I see anybody mistreating women, and I'm not alone. I live in a vet town. We have a veterans hospital here. It's very honorable. And there are some degenerates that still have that hatred for whatever. You can't really point to what they hate, because they hate all kinds of stuff. But those are the immature people.
Yeah.
And they get treated accordingly very quickly.
I'm sorry, Corey. Let me welcome Indiana Mom. Good. Welcome to the panel, Indiana Mom. Good to see you. And congratulations, too, once again.
Yeah, Hayden is there like their
Hello. How are you?
Oh,
Hayden is like their hobby. But I don't go for that. So yeah. Hello.
Honestly,
okay.
I
Go ahead. I think we got a delay because we kind of got.
Oh, is there a pause in the talking?
Like I was saying, honestly, yeah, I hear that, and 100%. There's so many women that are upset or angry, and I understand that, but wow, in my opinion, I divested at a very young age, and so I really don't understand being angry. No.
Yeah.
My life has been very, very happy. I have my kids. I have my new granddaughter. My husband made a fucking, and he's about to retire, and we're leaving the business to my son, but I've been nothing but happy. And um, I feel really bad when I hear Black women that are really, really angry, and they're like, they hate Black men and they hate on life in general, and so on and so forth. I can't I, I can't understand where they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay. You're kind of breaking up, Indiana Mom.
so that's just what I mean. I would love to understand where it's coming from.
All the hate and stuff, or the anger. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. I was listening. I didn't get everything you said, but I don't know if it's your microphone cutting out a little bit, but I think what you're saying is you divested a long time ago. You've been married as long as I have, over 27 years, and I guess you're saying you don't understand the hate that's out there and why people are angry at people that
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, hatred. I think what's going on, and this is my opinion. I could be wrong, but what I think is going on is the people that are showing hate are people that are insecure, um, people that have big egos, and it's being shattered because they're seeing, and they look at the world through a lens that they might see a white man with a beautiful black woman and feel some kind of way and angry because that's what they want. They want that beautiful black woman, right? And I'm just guessing here. I'm just putting my theory through, and they look at it like the white
Right.
man, has something he don't, and it's unfair. And sometimes people get angry, and because there are a lot of black women that lift up black men and talk about like they're the greatest thing ever. And I'm not saying one man's better than the other. You love who you love and you lift up who you love. And and I think we come at it at a different way as white men. We're not trying to be the most desired.
Right.
That's not my goal to be the most desired, best looking man, to be my goal is to have a wife, somebody that loves me and live a good life. That's my goal.
Amen,
And,
bro.
and I think sometimes people go at it in a different way. So I think that's what's going on, because I've seen black women lift up black men and talk about them like they're wonderful. And I'm not saying they're not wonderful, but sometimes when people tell you you're so great, it's like you don't. When somebody tells you you're not all that, it devastates you. It hurts you because you've been told you're so good that when you feel rejection, you can't handle it. And I think
my problem isn't so much I started dating. I dated my husband in the early 90s, when I was very young, and we had a lot of ugliness from black men, like we're at the grocery store or we're at the gas station or we're walking through the park and random black men are just like, why you with that white boy, and we've let that go a long time ago. That we let that go like 20 years ago. That's over and done. But what bothers me more than anything else now is black women that are kind of on the fence. They're not quite all about white guys or non-black men, but they're still want to date black guys, and they're on that line, that fence, and they're the ones that are like, oh, you have a white man, da 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 da, and it's more like in the 80s and the 90s. It was the black guys that were harassing us, and now it's black women that look at us and they're like, oh, you don't want to be with a brother. And I swear to God, I'm not bullshitting. Me and my husband, almost 30 years. Okay. We have 3 kids, 23, 20, and 17. Okay. We've been together for years. Okay. And
Yeah.
we could be at the dollar store, and and some random black woman will walk up and be like, oh, you don't want to be with a brother?
Oh,
And
man.
I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Who are
Turn up
you?
please.
Really? Really? Because my husband out of college, he bought a truck. Okay? And he made a trucking business for like a moving company, okay? With one truck, just him, okay? And now we have over 100 trucks and 130 freaking employees, okay? And he's about to retire this summer, and he's going to leave the business to our son, who went to college for business and management so that he could take over the company. Okay? My husband, when we had been married less than a year and pregnant with our son, he bought a huge chunk of land and then took 2 years to build a house. So we live in our same house, 5-bedroom house that we raised our 3 kids in. We have a new grandbaby, and he's got a new approval for a brand new RV. So we're leaving the business and the house to the kids, and we're just gonna jump in our RV in May, and we're hitting the road, and we're just gonna travel and take pictures, and just it'll be the first time that we're alone in almost 24 years.
Wow.
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay, but our property is paid off, our house is paid off, the business is going good. Our son has been trained, he's gone to college. He's ready to take over the business. And our daughters are both going off to college. And our son is married to Oh my God, that's my girl. That's my daughter. Okay. But we just had a brand new granddaughter born on my birthday on January 23rd. On my birthday. My granddaughter. She's my mini me. Okay.
Nice.
And she is all about her daddy and her papa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're leaving the business in the house to our son and our daughter-in-law and our granddaughter. Our two girls are going off to college, and me and Tree, we're jumping in the RV and we're hitting the road, and we're just gonna travel the country and visit family and visit new places that we've never seen and all kinds of stuff, you know. But our son is going to be in charge of the business and taking care of everything at home, because that's what we raised him to do.
Yeah.
But can I just chime in for 1 second? The point is this: you have so many men, black men, always sitting up complaining about, well, it's because of this, it's because of that. Now they have this always been, mammy dust flying in the air for decades and all that.
Right.
Black women always trying to rep for black men, and they have even said, you like white men? Yeah. Oh my goodness, I love non-black men. Oh girl, I can see how you can do it. This, and the other. But here's the thing.
You're right.
I have always said, let me tell you something. I'm not race loyal. Okay, let's just get this straight. I'm not race
neither
loyal.
am I.
I'm loyal to those who are loyal to me. And black men, I'm so tired if I hear another beta dust, a bag full of beta dust. Holla.
Right.
Well, the white man won't allow me to do this. Well, black women, the reason why, because you guys, your mouth always popping off in this instead of you're always running around. Who hurt you? You did. Okay, I'm back.
You're right.
That was PTSD. You did. Okay.
You're right.
They always want to holler. Who hurt you? You did. Now, who hurt you? Because nobody hurt you. Your whole problem is you don't want to be a man, because these black mammies have raised you. You came out being a little mini narcissist, and that was nurtured. And everybody in the community nurtured that narcissism. Now your masking has gotten snatched off, and you can't deal with it. And then when you see black women with white men, that's that mirror that's being held up to you.
Yeah.
Reminding you that you have slacked. Your father has slacked. Your grandfather, your great-grandfather, your great-great-grandfather, and it goes back to centuries on back. You all have slacked and you failed. And here's the thing. Black women are reminding you that you have failed, and we are taking our stance and saying no more, regardless of what. And you keep on saying the same thing. And then when we decide that we're not budging, that's because you wear weave. Okay. You can't grow hair.
You know what? But I have to.
Let me say this. Maybe it's because we're stressed out. Maybe because we can't. Maybe because we can't grow our hair. Maybe because you stressing us out. Our nerves are bad,
right,
damaged, and our hair is damaged because of you. But the thing is, that's not it. Black women, our hair, it grows. It's knotted up. But you don't let the coiled hair fool you, because if you pull it out, look at these YouTube channels, our hair can be pulled down to our feet. Don't let the coiled hair fool you, boo. Okay? So here's the thing. That's not true, because a lot of times we wear our weave for protection, just hair protection, or it's because we just want to switch up and we don't want to damage our real hair. How about that? And there are so many non-black women that wear just as much weave as us. And like I said in the chat, they wear weave more than us black men. So y'all walking around with long braids, beating us to the hair store more than us. So now you stop wearing weave, okay? Black.
Okay, let me interrupt real quick, because honestly, me personally, growing up, my parents were married and very, very dedicated to each other, and my grandparents were married and dedicated to each other, and I was never pushed in one direction or another by my parents or grandparents as to who I dated, who I liked. It was all about who made me happy,
But
who
that's
made
not
me
the
laugh,
norm. That's
who
not the
who
norm in the Black community. That's
who
not a
made
norm.
who made me laugh, who made me happy, who made me blush, you know, and uh when I did meet Tree, uh and that's his nickname because he's 6'5". But anyway, um when I met Tree and I brought him home for Thanksgiving during freshman year of college, and my dad met him. He's 6'5", blonde haired, blue eyed, and my dad looked him in the eye and he said, do you care about my daughter? What are your intentions? And Tree said, I'm in love with your daughter. He said, I want to give her the happiest life, the best life ever. He's like, she's my person. And my dad said, okay, you're part of the family. But if you make her cry, I have I have a 9mm and I will shoot you in the fucking head.
Oh my God.
Okay?
You know
Okay?
what?
Because that was my daddy. That was my daddy. Okay? But
Well, he's
when that
nice.
didn't happen,
I'll tell you what I said.
but when that didn't happen, before my dad passed, he and Tree, they hung out a lot. They went fishing together. They went hunting together. They went bowling. Oh my God. Tree at one point admitted that my dad was his best friend.
Wow.
Before my daddy passed away. And when my dad was diagnosed with brain cancer, and we moved him into our house, and you know, he had all kinds of medication and chemo and all kinds of stuff. It got to a point where my dad didn't want to talk to me about stuff that was going on, but he talked to Tree about it instead of me. And Tree was like, that's my dude. He's like, that's my dad, just like he's your dad. You know? And when my dad passed, Tree mourned him and cried harder than I did.
Your dad was a good mentor.
Oh my God. Tree lost it. Dude, he lost it way more than I could have ever done. Okay? So at the end of the deal, you know, Tree was a good husband. He's a good dad. He was a good son-in-law. There's no complaints about him. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Your dad was amazing too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank
Because
you.
for another man to find
Thank
a
you.
good,
I'm a daddy's girl. I was a
Well-
daddy's girl.
well, for a man to find a good mentor, a good teacher, is a rare thing, and men cherish that about other men because not all men can teach, not all men can pass on what they know.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a daddy's girl. My dad was amazing. Yeah.
Mhm. But and that's, I think that's awesome, because that's why I was so intrigued by your story when I first heard you on another channel. But
Thank
the thing is,
you.
that's a very rare situation, especially when it
Thank
comes
you.
to Black men with
Yeah.
white men. That is so rare. I wish it were more stories like that.
And my mom,
unfortunately, that's not the case.
and
Hey,
my mom,
Cynthia,
my
when you're
mom
done,
loved
Yeah.
let
Tree
me
too.
chime in on that because I got something about that. What
And
you
my
guys
my
doing?
mom, my
Well,
mom loved Tree too.
one second, Indiana mom. The thing is, my point was this:
Yeah,
when it comes to black men always complaining about other people, one thing I have always, this is what I said to my brother. You know, when he wanted to figure out how can we do this. You know, we're trying to see how we can make this work with the, because I walked away 3 years ago and have not looked back. My thing is this: like I told him,
right.
and I would say to any other black man, it is just, there should never be a reason for any man, and here it is when I'm speaking to black men in particular. A man should never have to ask for permission to be one.
Right on.
A man should never ever have to ask for permission to be one. I don't care if he has to Google it.
Right on.
You Google it to find out how to be one.
Right on.
And especially when it comes to if you got to lean on a woman to be a man,
sweetheart.
you are not one.
If a dude has to Google how to be a man,
Then he's not one to begin with.
no.
But you should never have to lean on a woman to be one. If you got to go
naturally.
Well, here's the thing. Let me make my point. If you got to go and lean on a woman, if you have to leave a community, your own community, if you have to bully someone else, if you have to do all of these things, scream out and try to put someone else down, or put the next gender down, or whatever, to feel like a man, you go and Google and figure out how to be one before you do all that.
Right
so
on.
You go Google it first. But if you I'd rather you Google it than to go and do what you're doing now.
Right on. Because you know what? When I met Tree, his nickname is Tree. His name's Forrest, which it's kind of weird because he's 6'5". So it's like, did his mom have like did she know that her child was going to be so big? But whatever. Anyway, his first name is Forrest. But the only one that calls him Forrest is his mom. Everybody else calls him Tree. We met. I walked into my freshman class.
My throat was so dry. Mm-hmm.
I walked into a freshman class. In fall of 1989, and I sat down, and you know how you feel somebody staring at you, and you're just like, what the hell? I felt somebody staring, like, and then I looked to my left, and there was this guy just looking at me, but he was smiling, and I was like, oh, okay, hello. I was like, oh, immediately, I was like, oh, he likes me. And I was like, okay. And after class, as we were leaving, he caught up to me and he's like, hey, let's go to the cafe and like have a cup of coffee and talk. So, okay. And from that day on, freshman year, we were together. And we graduated in spring of 93. And
hey. Okay.
Yeah.
Indiana mom, that's great. We're kind of getting off topic.
Yeah, the chat's pretty obvious on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I embrace your story.
I mean, we have 3 kids. We have 3 kids. We have a new grandbaby. We have a house. We have a business. He's about to retire. We're about to. We just got. We just got brand
PW.
new RV.
Yeah,
We just
what's the
got
topic?
approved for a brand new RV, and we're just gonna leave the business and the house and the property to the kids, and we're just gonna hit the road.
No,
Mom and
I get
Dad.
it. Yeah, I get it. You're blessed. I love your story. We're just kind of getting off topic, and
Okay.
but you're an example of black women, white men making it work, being successful.
I love being an example of that.
You are, but you keep telling us the same story over and over, and we're getting off off topic a little bit. And
okay, so how can I help to move it along for other people?
Well, no, I mean,
because I want other young women, especially young women, to expand their dating, and I just want other young women to be able to expand themselves and possibly be happy.
Yeah. No, I get it. And that's kind of the point. And your example, 2 people come together, and you guys are the power couple. You came together, you made it happen.
Yeah.
And and your story is a beautiful story, and your father accepted your husband in. That's wonderful. I love hearing that.
Yeah.
A lot of times that ain't true, and I wanted to reiterate what Sun Kissed by Dark Skin Hypergamy was saying.
Right.
Your case is a rarity.
Right.
And I would say that is true. Now, I'm in a blessed situation too, because my wife's family took me in, and her father died before I came in, but he told my wife that she needs, regardless of what the man's color is, go for someone that loves you. He told her that. And
so touching.
My father-in-law, not father-in-law, my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, this guy, and he loved white women. He married white women, dated white women, and he dated the worst group of women ever because they treated him like crap. They took advantage of him. And he was raised to be a traditional guy.
Right.
But I was so close to him, he accepted me in. And my wife has a cousin, he's a black man, and he's trying to get me to go into preaching and all this and stuff.
Right.
And that's a blessing. And there's black men I have the utmost respect for. But in today's world, a lot of times that's a rarity. And I've dated black women my whole life before I got married, 9 years before I married my wife.
Right.
And there were so many times they wouldn't bring me home, or they were so afraid because their fathers weren't into it. And I've had black men tell me, like one guy told me, he says, you know what, you probably come from a good family, you're probably a good guy, but you and my daughter ain't happening. I don't want you around. Actually,
oh wow.
Yeah, I felt stuff like that. I've been told stuff like that. And I was
wow.
Why did these
that's terrible. I mean, my dad was all about.
I get it.
My dad didn't care if it was a white kid. He was like, do you make my daughter happy? Do you make her laugh? Do you make her giggle?
I get it. your dad was a good man. I get it. I'm not talking about your dad. What I'm saying is, for the majority of things, a lot of times it's not that way. And
No,
and
it really isn't.
I've been where these girls would not bring. They love being with me. We had a good time, but they would not bring me home. They were so scared.
Right.
And you know, and I'm not saying all, because there's good men that see the true character in the man you bring home. I get it.
Right.
But I think what Sunkiss was saying, that it's a rarity for some reason. And you're blessed to have what you have. I'm blessed. Me and my wife's family came together and it worked. But I've had these fathers of girls I've dated really mean and hateful and didn't want me anywhere near them.
Wow.
And this is back in the 80s and early 90s. So
okay,
things have changed, I'm sure.
Well, no, but I mean, I dated white guys in the 80s. I did, yes, when I was a teenager. I sure did. But it seemed like that the white boys that I dated when I was in high school in the 80s, their parents loved me. They absolutely loved and adored me. And like one guy, his mom was like, okay, well, let's put her in my wedding dress. And I was like, holy crap. I'm like, oh, I'm not ready for the wedding dress. I'm trying to just like pass algebra. And she freaked me out. Mm-hmm. But her son, he was a good guy. But I never had any problems in the 80s and the 90s with me dating white men, and like their families and their friends. They were very, very accepting of me. They were cool with me.
But let me make it a point here. This is the thing. Again, that's great, and I'm sure that's the case, and that's usually. I mean, what the way that black men has poisoned black girls' minds. We automatically think, oh, their parents are going to be racist towards us. Yes, there are some racist white people out there, but there are a lot of racist black people too.
Yes,
it's just
ma'am.
as many racist black people as there are racist white people.
Yes, ma'am.
But we automatically, because we are programmed to not go towards white men, so we still have these bars around our brains. So the thing is this, and there are a lot of white women, not all, but there are a great number of white women. They think that they are a step above the rest in terms of them versus us, because
yes, ma'am.
Black men have them thinking that they're better. Why? Because of their hair or their lighter skin. But again, that's their way of having them on their side as they're flying monkeys to bully us.
Oh yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
That no longer rides anymore. Again, because we have social media, we have a platform, we have a microphone, we can speak now. This bullhorn is is reaching all over the world. So here's the thing. Give you an example. I was at a store one day, not even a week ago, and I get this so much. And I used to just, there are times I'm just like, well, I don't care, because this happens all the time. But white women, again, they most white women, they covertly, support black men, just like the black mammies.
Yes,
they
ma'am.
Black men too. So what they do is when they're with white men, they tend to do little things. They have little covert like jabs. So they think that it affects us. At least, a majority of Black women be like laughing like, honey, thank you. Keep them over there with you all. So when you leave Chad and Brad over here with us, okay? Take the little Dusty over, take Tyrone and Jamal them over there with you. Just take them. Please.
Chad and Brad.
You just leave us Chad and Brad and Tom. You leave. You just leave us Tom and Chad and Brad, and you going to take Jamal, Tyrone, and Kool-Aid now. When you get them over there with you, we good.
She's correct.
We value that, and it's
100%. Yes, ma'am.
They just don't know what we texting each other. Okay, they
yes,
don't know.
Ma'am.
So the thing is, and they think that they're winning, and we're like, honey, you have no idea. You have no idea. We're laughing at y'all. Just
She's
so you
right.
know. Now, go ahead, email your girl and swipe left after you get done crying, because we know y'all crying. And so I was in an aisle one day, and they kept, and I already knew. I said they'll be walking down this aisle in a minute, and I know that she'll be bringing him down the aisle. We always talk about this. It never fails. Right. When she comes laughing and talk with him, they're talking about who's jumping on who's fighting, and that's the stupidest conversation ever. And he, I got that smoke. They cursing and going back and forth. I'm shaking my head and I'm thinking, hurry up. What color you getting? Grab it. It doesn't matter if you can fit it or not. Grab it so you can get out the aisle and go. So
yes,
I'm getting my thing. Soon as within a millisecond of me thinking, hurry up, she saw me. All of a sudden, here she come down my aisle. I knew it. It never fails. And she laughing. Next, she getting louder and louder because she sees me. Then I went down the next aisle. Here she come. I said, watch they come down. Here she come. Lead him down the aisle. I said, okay, I got something for you. I said,
yes, ma'am.
When I see this happen, this is what I did. I said, I walked up to him. I said, excuse me. He said, yeah. I said, could you go grab me a basket so I can put these things in here? I said, because they're getting heavy. He said, oh, yeah, sure. He went and got it. She stood there, her face turned beet red, and she just kind of walked off with her head turned. Just so you know, this is what I'm saying to myself. Just so you know, he's over there because I don't want him. He's not over there. He's not over there because of you. No, baby.
Okay.
It's because I don't want him.
Thank you.
Take that home, get on your computer, and let your girlfriends know. Let Becky with the good hair, let her know that baby with the bad bang don't want him. Okay? Just let them know.
Becky with the good hair. What is that?
Let me tell
you. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. When it was 1998, and I have my son. He was probably 8 months old. He was a baby. My two daughters, they weren't even a thought. All we had was CJ. And we were running around doing errands.
Hey, I'm sorry, ladies. After you get done, I want to hit this topic. I got it highlighted about Tina Knowles and Dr.
Please let's have to drag this mammy. I'm ready to drag this mammy.
But I was at the grocery store, and I had my son with me, and there was this man that just followed me throughout the grocery store, and he was creeping me out. And we got to the checkout, and I was unloading the cart, and he's in my son's face. Hi, little man. And all I could think was, oh my God, stop. Get away from my kid. Get away from my kid. I don't know you. Okay. And and a woman, a white woman behind him was like, she was like, stop bothering them. Stop. Leave them alone. And then at one point, the clerk, which was a black woman, was like, don't talk to her. Stop bothering her. And this was in 1998. 1998. I didn't have a cell phone. Okay. I was so terrified. I did not want to leave the store. So I went to the office and I called home from the office. And my husband and his brother and two of my brothers and my cousin, they all showed up. Okay? And I was inside the grocery store. And I watched all my people show up. Okay? And my husband got out of his car and just made a beeline for this dude. And it was like he knew who it was. It was like he was like, oh, that's him. That's the dude that was messing with my old lady. And he walked straight up to him and said, "Why are you talking to my wife? Why are you messing with my wife?" And his brother was right there on his left shoulder. And his brother was like, do you want to die? Because we'll take you out.
Okay.
Okay,
guys.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
well,
my husband, my brother-in-law,
Indiana mom. Just
Wait,
1 second. My point.
my
Please let me
brother-in-law,
say this. My
my
point
husband.
is not that.
Wait,
It's black women
wait.
always being supported
No,
by
wait.
everybody. Black men supporting, having people on their side, and black
Wait,
women being pound stormed.
Wait,
That was my point.
wait. My husband, my brother-in-law, two of my brothers, and my cousin, they all showed up. They were not happy.
I'm gonna go back in the chat, okay, Brian?
Okay, hold on, because no, please don't.
Because
guys.
my son, I was there with my son. And my son was only 8 months old. He was a baby. I was terrified. Terrified. I didn't want to go home. I didn't know what to do. I had my 8-month-old son. My 8-month-old son was with me, and I was afraid to leave the freaking grocery store because this dude was like on us.
Okay.
I was terrified. And my son was only 8 months old. He's 23 now. But that's not the point. When I made that phone call, my husband, my brother-in-law, two of my brothers, and a cousin, they all showed up. All of them showed up.
Okay. Yeah.
But I was terrified.
Indiana mom, you might have to save the rest of this story for another show.
Yeah.
We've been on here over 3 hours.
That's the whole story.
I appreciate
That's the whole story. It's fun.
because we're hearing your story, and we're getting off topic. And I appreciate your story. I understand, but it's.
But I mean, that's the whole story. It's done. That was so many years ago. My son's an adult now, so
we're grateful for the story, but there are other topics to cover tonight.
Of course, of course.
And everybody wants us to get in topics, and we're just hearing your story. And I appreciate your story. God bless you.
Yeah, it's a very good story. Very good.
But
thank you. I appreciate that.
But we have to move on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go.
But I appreciate it. But yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Brent. I didn't mean to hijack your show here. This is your platform.
I just there's a lot you want to say, and I get it, but we're getting off topic. We're hearing your story, and that's all.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like take it off to left field. I'm sorry. But yeah, we're good. We're good.
No, but I didn't want to.
No, it's cool. I still love you guys.
No, we love you too. I just.
It was a long time ago, so it's no big deal.
I get it.
Wine has a way of bringing the old hearts back.
It sure does. It sure does. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I wanted to hit something up. What do you guys think? And Sunkiss, you can chime in on this too. I got my thoughts about this, and I got to walk the fine line and be careful what I say, but the Tina Knowles thing with the documentary that's going on, I just want to know what your thing is on that. And here's my thing. I think we should focus on Black women more so, because I think they're more of victims than Black men. And I'm not saying Black men ain't victims, so don't go.
Yes, they think they are. They're not victims. They think they are. But go on.
Yeah.
Right on, sister.
No, but I was just I haven't seen it, so with all fairness, I can't give an opinion. But some of the stuff, the previews that I heard is like, we're not violent, and to be fair, all men have violent men, so I don't know. It just I'll let you guys talk about that.
Well,
but
here's the thing: she wants to spin it as if she didn't say. See, you just gave a disclaimer. You just said all men aren't, and you said, but the thing is, she had it in our community. And she was saying that Black men aren't. She didn't say all. She didn't give a disclaimer. She said our men aren't violent.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, how and then she gave this little, which I find is hard to believe, but it's possible, because baby boomers and the older generations, they're more blunt than than other age groups. But this is what she said, and I find it so hard to believe. I really believe that she scraped this up off the ground and said that there was an older white woman said to her as she was getting on the plane that she said, yeah, I can't believe that you let your daughter marry this gangster rapper. And she said, well, my son happens to be a businessman, a CEO and all this mess, which that's true. However, he is a gangster rapper. She said, oh, well, no, my son happens to be. First of all, he is. Now, see, if you want to grab all the titles, then you take the title that this white woman that you say that was bold enough to ask you this question or tell you this. If you're going to own the positive, then you scrape up the muck that goes along with the positive title. So, yes, okay, he's a business mogul. Okay, we'll take it. He's a CEO, all right. But he's also a gangster rapper. He
Mhm.
also reached down and grabbed fecal matter off the ground to become that. He also he sold crack to his mother too. Did you mention
Oh,
that in the
oh,
documentary? Tina
I
knows.
didn't know he did that.
Okay,
Wow.
just sit back and relax, Brent. I got this. I tell you, I
Okay.
got you. I
Okay,
got
I'm
you.
relaxing. Okay.
So did you know that? Yeah,
Mhm.
did she mention that when she mentioned about the white woman? Since you wanna holler white, Tina. Oh, Brent, did you see how she was looking on the documentary? Brent, did you notice that her skin was darker? Cause see, that's what they do. The lighter black women, since they want to make it a light and dark issue, you want to keep it in the black community. And you know how we mentioned the other day how they do the light skin versus dark skin. See,
Mhm.
you know Tina is Creole. You know she got the lighter skin. See, they
Yeah.
darkened her skin. They made her skin dark on there.
I
Cause
thought
I kept
she was a
saying,
white woman. I didn't know she was Creole.
yeah, she's a lighter skinned black woman.
Oh, okay. She
And
looks like a full scale white woman.
yeah, see, that is why Beyonce's dad married her. That he said that too. That he
Yeah.
thought she was a white woman. That's why he approached her and he wanted to marry her. Because he thought she was white too.
Yeah.
So why are you darkening your skin up, Tina, to do this documentary?
Mm.
What's
Mm.
with that, Tina? Since you want to go rogue and talk about a white woman offended you, then you keep your skin light. If you want to be rogue and you want to be blunt with this documentary, why darken your skin? You want to keep it a buck, as they say. You want to keep it 100, as they say, as your son like to say in his rap songs. A
Mhm.
buck or 100. Keep it a buck or 100, since you represent your black son, Tina, and you want to say a white woman said this to you. Well, then keep your skin light.
You know what? I don't know. I don't believe a white woman said
I
that.
don't either. Okay,
I
I'm done.
think he's
I'm back.
making that up. There ain't too many elderly white women that know about Jay-Z and rap culture and all that. Come on. I mean,
Come on.
I
Now,
don't
Brent.
buy that.
Now,
Come,
Brent. Now, anybody that believes that, let them know I got some land to sell them on the moon.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like really some random white woman's going, come on, yeah, your gangster son.
When
Regular
she
white
said,
woman.
I said, you know what? See how, no, but you know what? Now, okay, let me come back because I'm starting. I can't get it out. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta relax. This is PTSD coming out. Hold on. When she said that, but then with the whole Lion King with Disney, they didn't support Beyonce with this Disney thing that she had done. I don't really follow Beyonce like that no more because first of all, I don't like the music that she puts out. And this whole gangster vibe that she has with her, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
with Jay-Z, her son, with Tina's son. See, I can't rock with that because I don't do rap a whole lot because my relatives, whenever I know more than 3 words in a rap song, they laugh at me because that's just not. I'm not into that. I've never been into that. However,
Yeah.
but if I hear a nice little hook that I like, I know what I know what sounds good, and that's not my thing. But if
Yeah.
it's racism, I'm gonna call it when I see it. I'm a realist. But when I hear that madness, I'm like, come on now, Tina, really? What white woman, older white woman, came up to say something else? I wouldn't have said that to her because I'm not really familiar with a lot of this stuff. I'm like, really, Tina. So, and I'm only 49. Well, that's a big age, but still, I don't even know about all that mess that Jay-Z be saying and all that. But when she
Yeah.
said, I said, really, Tina, that was so convenient. That was
You
so
know what?
convenient.
That makes me think about these racist white Trump supporters that attacked Jesse Smollett with that white woman thing. It's like, come on. In
Yeah,
Chicago, they would have been dead. They do that crap.
right. Because when Justice Smollett, it's not Smollett, it's Smollett. Okay,
Smolai.
Smollett, Lie, Smollett. When he said, I said,
You know what? I knew he was lying when the Chicago police went in on him hard with all the political crap that's going on and all the,
Exactly.
and
police wrongful shootings. Nah, the Chicago police ain't going to do that unless they know you're full of crap. I'm
Yeah.
just
And
saying.
then too, the Chicago police, they lazy. You know how much stuff they let get by for them to go in on it and do a full investigation and go through with it. Oh yeah, I knew he was lying in. I knew he
Yeah.
was lying. And the thing is, he kept the noose around his neck when the cops got there. I said, "Come, you ain't on stage. You not
Hey.
on. You not, really." But
If-
we're not. You're not one on step. But this whole Tina mess, when she said that, I said, "Tina, really? You should have called
Vortex.
me, sis. I could have helped you a little bit better than that. You should have called me. Next
You
time,
know
just
what?
Google my name,
Hey, I'm going to say this. You know what?
Mister."
With Destiny's Child and stuff, I
Mhm.
think
You said
I
what
think
now?
gosh, I'm losing my train of thought. Gosh, why am I forgetting Destiny Child names? I know Beyonce and Michelle and
Well, you did work today, Brent. Your brain's shutting down.
Oh,
yeah, I
Beyonce,
did.
Michelle, and Kelly. Is that what you're talking about?
Kelly,
The-
yeah, that's my favorite one, and I forgot her name. No, I'm telling you, I this is what I believe. I think Kelly is more beautiful than Beyonce, and I think she has a more beautiful voice. And I know a lot of people are going to say I'm full of crap and not agree, but I believe that to be true. Have you heard Kelly sing? I mean, we all
Her
have,
voice
but
is beautiful.
I
Her
think
voice
she's
is
got a better
beautiful.
voice. And if she was marketed like Beyonce, I
Mhm.
think she would have been bigger than Beyonce.
A lot of people have said that over the years.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I think she's much more prettier than Beyonce, but
A lot of
she's
people
darker complected. So
Yep.
I think a lot of black guys go for Beyonce because she's light skinned.
Mhm.
Me, I think Kelly's much more beautiful. I think Michelle's much more beautiful than Beyonce. And Beyonce's very beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm just
But
saying.
But yeah, about her being lighter skin, and then her family was behind her, and she was marketed better.
Well,
And
yeah, her dad was running it, and those
yeah,
other two women from they got kicked to the curb, which was wrong.
yeah,
That one woman had to bring a lawsuit because that was their only income.
yeah. They did.
Yeah.
They both sued her. Sued the group.
Yeah, they both did, but that other one was hurting because that was her job.
Yeah. One was the Latoya was ended up homeless and sleeping in her car and eating. She said she was eating noodles every day and drinking water and going to the studio with the little money she had left. And the other one she ended up in jail, in and out of jail because she was an alcoholic, DUIs and things like that. It was crazy. I mean, it was a mess. But look at their family now. It ended up falling apart and all that. And not that I'm gloating over anything of that nature, because I would not, wish that upon anyone. But you don't do wrong and think your life is you're gonna get by unscathed. But the thing is, even though they're big and their life is financially they're doing well. But the thing is, now look, because at the end of the day, the truth is coming out. It's starting to leak. And even though, like the Jennifer Hudson when she did she won that Grammy. They said that Tina Knowles, when they were saying something derogatory online about Jennifer Hudson, well, Beyonce's Beehive were attacking Jennifer Hudson. They said something and I didn't know this until recently, that what's her name? Tina Knowles hit the like button when Beyonce's Beehive was attacking Jennifer Hudson, and she agreed with it because she feels that Beyonce should have got the Grammy. And I'm thinking, just because she's Beyonce and because she's lighter skin and she's pretty, that don't mean Beyonce's not a good actress. She sings well, she performs. I mean, she's a beast on stage, but she's not a good. So I mean, she can't get accolades for everything. My goodness, it's enough room for everybody. Beyonce cannot get it, and see that spills over into what's happening now, because the whole light skin, dark skin thing, Beyonce and her mom, they think because of the way that they look, their phenotype, they think that they're supposed to be the number one pick for everything. Everything. So I'm thinking, And so with Beyonce thinks because she acts coy and she's quiet and she's meek and mild and all that. No, because if different ones have even said, and I even noticed it, Kelly has always played her role. She's always been one step or two steps behind Beyonce. And
Yes.
you look at some of it. I'm sorry, go on.
No, I think she could pounce Beyonce if she had the right marketing and the production.
Oh yeah, and
She's
they
got
know
a much better voice.
and yes, and they know that she can do just as good as Beyonce because if not better, just as good. And that's the reason why they didn't market her that well. They knew that, and so she has always she always had this she always felt like she owed them something because of them helping her to be, become who she is. And so she always had to play her part. And they made her feel that way.
I want to address this real quick. Thanks for the $1.99. Dame Dion, do you feel like you have to watch what you say? Sometimes I do, especially when it's interracial relationships and when there's a racial element. Sometimes I got to be careful how I go in on people, especially if it's black men, because people will perceive it to be racist. People will assume that's how even though my wife's black, I've been called racist. I get called racist all the time. It don't even bother me. It's like, okay, I'm a white guy, so that's just the default thing I am, I guess. But I do feel like I have to be careful at times, because even though what I mean is sincere, it might be perceived the other way. But yeah, I just wanted to answer that real quick.
I don't think if you know that you're not racist, the truth,
that's all that matters.
But the thing is this: the truth is going to hurt regardless of who's saying it. It doesn't matter. The truth is always going to hurt, Brent.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword that cuts us all.
Yeah, and the thing is, that has been their go-to badge or weapon.
Well, yeah, silence is the opposition because then you're on defense, and now if I let that bother me, now I gotta explain why I'm not racist and why I'm not this, and then I'm off topic. Then
yeah, that's it.
It's a tactic. No, I'm just it's just a thought, but that don't even bother me. I don't care what people think, but I do still have to, walk the line and explain what I mean. Let's put it that way.
But don't you find it interesting? And I don't want to get too far off topic, but when it comes to this, don't you find it interesting that when there are two of the same genders walking and holding hands and being in love, getting married and having children, they don't have to. If they're attacked, there's a variety of people that come and attack them. And not to say I'm judging these people because I'm not. That's not my place to judge. But I'm just making a point. If there are two of the same sex couples,
and they're untouchable,
they can just do their things. And people say something bad about them. They're here come a group of people, a whole organization that's going to come to defend them. Yeah. And if someone says something bad or even mentions something about them, they have to put a disclaimer out there. They'll say, well, you know what? And like I just said, you know what? I'm not judging. That's not that. I'm not saying nothing bad. We put a disclaimer out there and say da 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 and keep on going. But they're never attacked. But if they can have their lives and be totally comfortable, as anybody should. Because I mean, like I said, my thing is, as long as you're not coming at me crazy, we good. You can do what you want to do. You're two consenting adults. But and even children, no one should be able to attack them. But the thing is, just because our skin tones are different, we're still being beat up and attacked. We're two opposite sex, consenting adults, and yet we still get attacked. And it's group. We can't even go into the stores, the grocery stores, without people looking at us crazy or saying little things under their breaths or either out loud.
Yeah. And I'm going to say this. you know, I got haters that come in and say the most heinous stuff about me and my wife. I've been married to over 27 years.
That's
And
crazy.
nothing's going to be even mentioned, but let me go and attack a couple that's a black man and black woman, and they're going to come in for me.
Oh
They'll
yeah.
probably put me down, and righteously so. I shouldn't attack them. I'm not saying that, but they can attack me at will.
Oh yeah.
And
And you're supposed to accept it. You're supposed to accept it.
yeah, and just because this weak guy that's a black guy, because my wife's black, he can come in and say what he wants to about me and my wife. I mean, really? At least I love the woman I'm with. At least I married her, you know. But it's a double standard. It's like, okay. And I don't want to go in on anybody. And when people say, well, what about black love? I said, well, I'm a fan of it. I wish that it was 80% instead of 25 to 30%, because black women would be happier. They would have a better life, more options. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to take black women to white guys. That's not my point. My thing is that you should be able to love who you love, you know, and our marriages are lasting longer because we're strategic and we're looking beyond the physical, beyond the sex, beyond going to bed together. We're looking at marriage, family, and beyond. That's why it works. You know, we love those physical things too. We're all human, right? We have our desires, but we're looking beyond that. And that's why our marriages are lasting longer.
Right.
But, you know, yeah, it's a double standard.
Yeah, and it makes it's crazy. And that's why I don't understand this whole it drives me crazy when I hear and they holler black love, black love. Wait, what explain what is black love? Okay, because the black love that I know of, you don't want me to put it on social media.
Sorry. Did I say that out loud?
I promise you. Because I promise, and that's one thing you don't want me to put it on social media. Because one thing I do is mince my words. Anyone that knows me, they know Nikki don't mince. She don't mince her. You don't want me to do it.
Yeah, let's protect Brent's platform.
They don't want me to do it. I don't have to use. I don't have to use foul language. One thing I'd have to do. Anyone that uses foul language. Now, anyone that chooses to use it, that's on them. I don't knock nobody for what they do. But if you want me to put it on there, I don't have to use foul language to explain myself. But trust me, when I put it on there, you will be shooketh. Trust me.
Yeah. Hey, let me address this real quick. Someone had a question, and I want to hit this up.
Okay.
Sona is asking, have I discussed skin tone with my kids? Yes, I have, because I feel I need to. I wish I didn't need to. And let me tell you about my kids. Okay. Me being white, my wife being black, our kids all have different skin tones. If you look at them, my oldest daughter is dark. My looks, she favors my wife in skin tone, but with looks, she kind of favors me. My youngest daughter, I mean, she could pass as a white woman. She could. A lot of people think she's Hispanic because she's got curly hair. My son's kind of in the middle. They're different skin tones. And here's the thing. Yes, we have addressed this because people have said that people with lighter skin tones look better, and this colorism thing. And this goes deep. My mother-in-law, which is like 87, and she told me about colorism back in her day. They couldn't go to a black club unless they were lighter than the paper bag.
Yep.
When she told me that, I was floored. I was like, no way, I thought she was making a joke. But no, she said, no, this is true. And my wife is very dark complected. And I never, I think black women are beautiful and awesome. I never thought about how light or dark they are. That to me seems weird.
Mm-hmm.
It
If I
is
ever,
weird.
yeah, it's strange. I expect like a white supremacist, racist guy that hates black people to say that white is better. I don't expect black people to say it. That just always that blew my mind.
Wasn't that backwards?
It is backwards. And for people to complain about white supremacy, you're practicing it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you are. You literally are. You're embracing it.
Yeah.
Stop it. I mean, if you have a preference for lighter skinned women, just have that preference and leave it alone. You don't have to broadcast it and tear other women down. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Exactly. Again, that's bullying. That's the bully. That's
Yeah,
that narcissistic thing. See, but then they'll turn around and say, well, that's because the white man had us thinking that, during slavery, this is and the other. But
yeah,
is it okay for you to continue to perpetuate it?
that's true. And
It-
yeah, that's where it came from. It came from white supremacy. I won't argue that. You're right. White
but
people
to continue to
get that in
perpetuate it.
detail,
That's
but
That's
yeah,
again,
don't
that's
embrace
that turnaround,
it.
that's that deflection. That's
Yeah.
that you using that as an excuse to weaponize. No, it's not okay.
Yeah.
I used to say to my egg donor, because she used to always say, as I was a little girl growing up, I never, because I'm darker skinned. And she said, you could always say, I used to always say, I didn't want no dark skinned daughter with curly hair. And she would
Wow.
always say that all up until the day I walked away. And
Wow.
it never, because I never, when a narcissist can kill you without putting their hands on you, so many people think that's just something you say. No, I was dying when I wasn't even going a good month before I was off of 9 medications. I kid you not. And I was dying. But the thing is, in retrospect, I realized that I was everything that she had never wanted, ever wanted. But yet she was so jealous of me because she will always look and say, just stare. I think, what? And because I always wanted to please her. But then now I look at some of my old journals and I look at, and the ones that I used to root for, my old childhood friends. She was lighter skinned, light, like, because she was biracial, light skinned like Tina Knowles. And then my
Okay.
sister, she was darker skinned, but she was lighter than me. She's darker skinned, lighter. And my other friend that I had that was ex friends. These are all ex friends and all that. But 20 some years, and she had Irish in her. And all of them, they were all lighter skinned. And here I am, darker skinned, but I was always secure with myself, and I always was rooting for them, and always wanted them to win. But I look back and I said they were all trying to they never wanted me to win. And I looked and I said, oh my goodness, they were all jealous of me. I didn't see it because I was always secure with myself. I really liked myself.
Yeah.
I didn't love myself, because had I loved myself, they would have never been in my space. But the thing is, me being darker skinned, that I just, you would think that they would be, they would look at me as being a second class citizen. But the thing is, that really is, because when guys, I will be with them and guys will come for me. And now I realize that's why they were trying to help. They were trying to stunt my growth, because they should have been chosen first because of me being darker skinned. Even my egg donor first, like I said, out of 7 guys that proposed to me, she tried to sleep with 2 of them. But they told me about it, not her, of course, but they did. So what was that about? You didn't want any of me, but yet everything in my life you were jealous of. You wanted to be like, she would always say, Nikki, you can do this, and well, you can do that, and you have this, and but I can't, I don't. This is that. I am everything you didn't want, but everything that I am and everything that I look like, you tried to copy it. But I try to give her exactly what it is that I have. But so that it doesn't really matter. because that dark skin doesn't matter. Really, at the end of the day, it doesn't.
It don't. Let me address this. I got a comment. Please don't fall in the trap of light-skinned children feeling guilty. Like, yeah, you know what? I don't. And here's the thing. I don't. Whether you're light-skinned or dark-skinned, black women, it's both beautiful. I never had a thing where I would look at a woman and say, man, how dark or light she is. I seen a black woman, I thought, man, she's beautiful, she's awesome. I never even realized
Beauty is beauty.
I never did. I mean, and my children got different skin tones. They do. It's crazy. If you look at our kids, it's like my oldest like got my wife's genes and my youngest got my genes and our son's in the middle, and it's just, but they're people. Dark or light, it has nothing to do with anything. You're just the beautiful person you are. I've never, when I dated black women, I never thought about, man, is she light or dark skinned? And I never even noticed it till it was pointed out to me, until somebody made fun of me because my wife was dark skinned and saying, well, when you go for the black woman, you go all the way. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, she's pretty dark. Well,
just the shallow people talk like that.
Yeah, that's just what are you talking about? What does that mean? Yep. And my thing is be happy with how you're born. It's I know I look at black women, they're beautiful. I've seen very dark skin, and these women are beautiful. And I've seen men talk bad about them. Like, what are you doing? If you don't want, and I know there's a lot of white men that say, well, if you don't want them, we want them. Because white men, honestly, for the most part, and I could speak pretty confident, speaking on behalf of other white men. Now, I might be wrong on a few, but most of us don't even think about shades of color when we date black women. Those of us that are into black women, we just don't.
Because majority of the white men I see have darker skinned wives. Majority
of them do. When I look into that, a lot of them, they're real dark. And maybe it's like an opposites attract type thing. Or maybe these women, receive them, more than lighter skinned women. Because I've heard in the black community, I don't know if it's right or not, but I've heard that lighter skinned women are more pursued, or I don't know, given more praise, maybe. You could speak more on that than I could. I don't know.
But in the black community, the lighter skinned women usually are pursued more. Now it all depends, because whenever I would be with my lighter skinned friends, now they would get pursued. Don't get me wrong, because they were attractive women. They would get pursued, but I would get majority of the attention. Now I'm darker skinned. I'm closer to your wife's complexion, but I would get pursued more, because here now this is a contorted compliment. A lot of black men will say, whenever I go out, I get pursued a lot. Whenever I leave, but a lot of black men will say, "Oh, you are so pretty to be darker skinned." What kind of, is that a compliment? What is that?
Sounds like it sounds like
a polite insult.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's a soft insult. Hey, you're pretty for being ugly. But that just sounds stupid.
Yeah, and because in the black community, whenever you see a lot of the old school shows or what have you, those classic movies or whatever you see, they will see the darker skinned people will be perceived as these mammies, or these, with the darkest of the big bulge eye. And they will be unattractive. And so now you're seeing more of the darker skinned women. You're seeing the beauty. And so when I was growing up as a little girl, my uncles will always call me Black Beauty. Oh, dark and lovely. And so they made me feel confident. And so growing up, a lot of the guys in school were pursue me, telling me how pretty I was. And so And I always love fashion. I always love fashion. So I will get,
Yeah.
I got best dressed in school and all that. So I always, I always was secure with myself. And so whenever guys were trying to come on to me, that was I didn't think nothing of it. So when I would hear these guys say, "Oh, you're pretty to be dark skinned," I mean, what does that mean? What? Because I heard it growing up. So that was, but my egg donor would try to strip that away. So when you train up a boy in so many ways, but whatever you feed your child, they're going to hear. So had it not been for my uncles, my egg daughter would have won. I promise you, she would have won. So the thing is, when I would hear guys say, "Oh, you're pretty," I'm like, "What does that mean? What kind of mess is that?" So I would say something to them. They'd be like, "Oh." So now that I'm older, men just approach me, but a lot of men would look at me and look off to try to see if it's okay to approach me. So the thing is, huh?
No, you know what? That just sounds stupid, but a lot of these weirdos don't think. Because I had a comment said, ladies, don't listen to them. White men are going for you because white women don't like them. And I'm thinking, okay, you said we're going for black women because white women won't have us. You just downgraded black women, because if we're so horrible and white women won't have us, but black women will take us, you're saying that black women will take the trash because you're saying we're trash, right?
Yeah, that's insulting.
But then you're trying to encourage them to stay away from us. So you just said, okay, white women are better because they don't want them, but you'll take them. But stay away from them. Does that make sense?
That makes no sense. See, again, that's that bullying. That's that bullying. That's that. Okay, and what lingo is that? That's
It's gaslighting.
Gaslighting, yeah.
Yeah, gaslighting. But logically, it makes no sense. You're telling a group of women to stay away because this man is so bad, but you're saying, well, stay away from, and you're so bad. You're putting black women down, and you're thinking you're somehow helping them. Like, well, what? No, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at it logically. Like, what are you saying?
I know. But they're desperate to try to keep black men or black women away from white men. They're just that whatever. They're just grabbing something out of the air. They're desperate. They're just trying to keep that distance there. Whatever. Whatever. They're grasping at straws at this point, and it's like no, it's not going to work. That won't work either. So whatever they can come up with, and so now they're running to getting Tina Knowles. Okay, Tina, you get out. You're Beyonce's mom. But my thing is, just like I said to whoever, somebody was trying. My thing is, once again, Tina, you woman. Almost called her an idiot, but you woman. You just got cheated on by the man.
Yeah.
That you were with for 115 years. And you just said once he left you, how depressed you were. Your daughters had to come stay the nights with you. So that you can be able to get up, basically get out your bed. And he had 2 kids on you. 2! Not 1, 2. Not a half of a child, but 2. Yeah. And this nignog, I got this from Lexus Exodus. When she said nignog, I said, that's it. Yeah, Lexus. She called him nignog. This nignog actually left. He didn't want you. So my thing is, he cheated on you the whole time you guys were together. You said that you didn't have self-esteem or self-worth. She said this. She had no self-esteem or self-worth while she was with him. And you could see it even when they would be on interviews. She would sit there and look just as cheap and so insecure, and she couldn't even complete a sentence because she would be so disconnected. And my thing is this: not only that, but he's not even paying child support for the 2 kids that he had on her. And the thing is, he was taking Beyonce's money, making Beyonce work overtime. Beyonce was losing weight. She was even saying how she would be upset with her daddy for overbooking her, but she would show up anyways because she didn't want to let her fans down and she didn't want her name to look bad. These are Beyonce's words. So he was pimping out y'all daughter. Is that's okay? We're done. We're gonna swipe left on that. So he was pimping out your daughter, pimping your daughter out, taking the money, and he was taking care of his side chicks. Now, at that time, Miss Tina knows. Not the side chicks weren't side chick quiet. You were side chick quiet. Because if no one else knows who's cheating, the wives, they be the first ones who knows. Because the wives know who's cheating first. They know.
Yeah.
So you getting pimped out, Beyonce, first by your daddy. And then your husband pimped you out too. Now we're gonna swipe left on that too. And you side chick quiet, Beyonce, first. And then Beyonce was so stressed out because of what Jay-Z was putting her through, she miscarried a baby. Those were Beyonce's words. Now,
You know, and
I'm
she
sorry,
made
go
an album about that, didn't she? About the curse of the women in her family and
Now that's the generational wealth they living behind. I'm back. I left.
yeah, no.
I'm gonna start a
that.
GoFundMe for Sunkiss. She needs to go to a spa and massages for. She needs to relax.
I do.
Yeah, Sunkiss, we love you. Where's your cash app? Let me send you a few dollars. I love you. You're awesome.
She needs a week spa. A week, 7 days straight. Seven mornings, 7 afternoons, 7 nights.
7 whole days. Because
yes, ma'am.
And Tony Braxton put out a song, the R&B singer. It's just that song, 7 whole days. I'm gonna need 7 whole days because that song was and it was not a word from you. 7 whole nights, and I'm just about through.
I love Tony Braxton. Oh my God,
you know that song, Brent, 7 whole days, not a word from you. 7 whole nights, and I'm just about through. See, that's the anthem of a black woman. 7 whole days because he cheating on you. See,
and then Love Should Have Brought You Home. That's another one.
Yeah, Love Should Have Brought You Home. That album. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
That's the anthem of a black woman being cheated on. See, so Beyonce, while you sitting up being side chick quiet for your husband, losing whole babies and all that, and then you let your mother get out here and put some mess out like that, protecting black men. Okay. So here's the thing. This is what I don't understand. This is what I say. See, this. Now, Tina, you tried it. You put this mess out. Come on, protect black men. Why didn't your husband protect his daughter when she was stressed out, losing whole babies? And the whole Knowles clan, from Tina to Beyonce to Solange. Every last one of them has gone through some problems with their men.
Oh God! Did you see that video where Solange was beating the crap out of Jay-Z? She's about to come out. She's like,
you know what that was about, but you do know what that was about, right?
Yeah, about the cheating and stuff.
Yeah, because he was up in there disrespecting Beyonce at that the event they was at, up in what's his name's woman's face, flirting with a woman. Disrespected Beyonce, and Beyonce had to go and say something to the woman, and said, you know, she was out of pocket, being disrespectful with Jay-Z. And so when they left, what's her name, Solange was mad, and that's when she went crazy and ballistic on Jay-Z or on Jay-Z. Yeah. So see here again, you got a woman protecting another woman because of a niggnol. You see what I'm saying? So, Tina, why didn't you put it out then? Why didn't you do this documentary then, if you were going to ever do one? Okay.
Yeah, why is she protecting Jay-Z when he cheated on her daughter?
Because she's a mammy. She's slinging mammy dust. I'm back.
I just thought about that. I'm thinking, wow.
See, this is what mammies do. This is the black community. This is what they do. The whole whatever happens in our house stays in our house. See, whatever happens in a community stays in a community. You just stick with your black man and don't sell out. See, this is okay. I left again, Corey. I left again. Okay, hold on. See, this is the thing. this is only a snippet of what happens in the Black community. This is only a snippet. And so this is what I'm saying. That's the don't sell out. This is the ride or die chick in the Black community. No matter what they do, you ride or you die. Oh, you're going to ride till you die, because you're going to ride with them, and then you're going to end up dying because they're going to take you somewhere while they're doing a shootout. I'm back. I left. I don't know if you're going to get struck. I hope they don't strike your video. But this is what they do. They want you to ride with them until you die. Ride until you have a stroke or a heart attack from being stressed out. Ride until you have a miscarriage. Ride into a neighborhood while they picking up and dropping off something illegal. Ride into whatever it takes, long as you race loyal. And see, that's what I'm saying. And then her saying, our Black men, no, that's your Black men. Okay? Our Black men are not dangerous.
Oh, Corey,
Check the statistics. And then your son, he's a CEO. He's a businessman. What else is he? What else is he? Because the thing is, not about a good year ago, it was a guy talking about he lost his backpack. Jay-Z, I was like, what's this backpack? Jay-Z, I'm trying to talk in codes. And the guy Jay-Z was on his video. The guy was like, listen, it was a black guy. I don't know what this backpack is. I'm not in this. I don't want to have to do this. Black guy was so scared because they were talking in some type of codes, talking over people's heads. And Jay-Z wouldn't show his face. And then I think Jay-Z showed his face for a few minutes or something. So you're a businessman.
Sunkist, can I interrupt you for a second?
What's that?
J10 has been so sweet. She's been asking this question repeatedly
me
to answer.
Go on. I'm sorry.
And I really need to answer her.
Go right.
Brent, you're approaching 4 hours.
Has it been 4 hours?
Yeah, we are.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're 3 hours and 52 minutes.
I'm enjoying your commentary. You know what? I love having you on my show. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Divested Ninja. The comments are just cracking me up.
Yeah, it's like, man.
Okay, let me answer J10.
Please do. I like it.
Let me be as articulate. I still can't, sweetheart. I still can't divulge everything because there's a lot of stuff I got to keep private because I'm a private person. But when I say I want someone who's strong, I mean I want someone who's strong when I come home, because when I come home, I'm bringing a lot to the door because of what I'm doing outside of the home. I'm a Christian. For whom much is given, much is required. It doesn't stop at the door. Sometimes it walks through with me. And so I need somebody that is designed and capable of dealing with me I'm a charismatic introvert, and I have to have this reboot time when I come through the door, for men that are, Brent, when you've had a really rough day, you need that reboot time,
Oh yeah, I need that
before you re-engage.
I need other things,
but J10, she's been so patient with me. I mean, she keeps asking. I'm not. When I say a strong woman, I don't mean to go to work and to work. I'm going to go work 14 hours a day. She doesn't have to. She can stay home. She can check in on me by just simply looking on the websites to see what I'm doing and where I'm at. Because for the most part, I ignore phone calls. I rarely text. It's a mystery or a miracle to get me to text a whole lot because I got other things to do. But sometimes I'll do it because I do like to socialize. But the more you have to do, the less availability you have to offer. But it just, and when I get married, the woman I marry will understand. Sometimes I like to see myself as an ogre, like that Shrek movie, because I come in layers. There's not just what I share in public is what I share in public. What I share with close friends is still not who I am. It's just what I share with close friends.
Mhm.
A confidant, a real confidant,
Okay.
is the one that I'm. She's just inches away from my head with all the thoughts, everything that I deal with, everything that I'm pursuing, everything that I'm aiming to accomplish later on. That's it comes in layers. It's not just an I'm never going to be an open book to everybody or even close friends. There's things close friends do not need to know.
Yeah.
I protect my peace at all costs because it's my
Mhm.
peace.
Yeah.
I avoid drama.
There you go. That's right.
I'll write people off if they have too much drama.
Mm-hmm.
That is more than I can manage with what I have to do. I can't manage their drama in my life and
Yep.
accomplish what I got to get done. So I
You know.
basically, people might think I'm rude, but I just cut them off politely. I'm not rude
Mm-hmm.
about it, but I'm about my business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
I hear you.
Yep.
Hey.
Peace is not by default. It's
And
peace is
I'm just
mental.
as happy being social as I
Mm-hmm.
am being an introvert,
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
when I'm an introvert and I'm home, when I remarry, I will remarry. I'm not scared to be married. I was married for 27 years. There's no fear here. There's no intimidation. It doesn't exist. I'm beyond that. Being married to a strong woman, I can stand there and watch a woman who's confident and hear her talk. I'm not threatened by that.
Yeah.
If
I'm
anything,
not
being
either.
around a
I'm not.
confident woman's kind of a turn on. It's exciting.
It is. Hey, Believe, good to see you.
I hope that answered your question, J10.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, J10. We love you so much. My show tomorrow, I'm gonna wear my Nashville Predators jersey because I know you're from Tennessee. And I'm gonna do it in your honor. J10's awesome. You gotta love
Well,
her.
she's very
Yeah.
persistent because she's a police officer. She wouldn't just let me go. I felt like I was sitting in the back of the car and I had to answer this woman.
Did, did she tell you to assume the position?
Well, Brett, I got pulled over doing 100 miles an hour in Canada one time,
Oh
and
man.
and it was a lady policeman, and I was aroused and afraid at the same time.
Oh
It
wow.
was a thrill, but it was very nervous. I mean, I'm doing 100 miles an hour, which is 159 kilometers an hour in a foreign country.
Yeah.
I was rolling coal. That diesel was humming. But I mean, it very pretty lady. I'm not a colorist. I don't hate black or white. I'm related to black and white. I'm related to Native American. But
Uh,
beauty is in every shade. I'm not
yeah.
racist against beauty. Period. I am, however, intolerant of ignorance, rudeness. That to me, that comes in every color
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because I've
Yeah.
worked around rudeness in
Garbage
every
flows
color.
in every. Yeah. Garbage flows in every river to every community.
You know it.
So does gold too. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, I'll give up the platform and I'll just sit here and listen.
Oh no, you. Hey, we're having a good time. I'm enjoying this. Yeah,
I
Yeah.
can't
we're
believe
at
you've been
four
on here
hours.
4 hours, Brent.
Yeah, I'm
This
like, hey,
is-
J10 said keep it going.
I, you
Yeah,
know, I
I
have
was like,
answered her call most every time
uh-huh.
for her to come on the show. She owes me. She owes us. We need her on the panel.
yeah, J10, come on up. Tell her to come up.
T. Yeah, J10. Hey T, good to see you.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to talk about the title of the video. I just
Uh-huh.
wanted to I actually experienced something like this today. I'm in a very like country town. I'm a traveling nurse. And I'm in the
Uh-huh.
areas promotingly like predominantly white people.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And I noticed the interactions like with black men, and they protect nothing in this community but protect us from white men. Like that's their only focus is
Mhm.
protecting us from white men. That's the only thing they care about protecting. And um
Is it a protection or Bogart? Which one is
well
it?
well yeah, that, but I'm just saying like they will literally go to the end of life to
Mhm.
protect us from white men. And when I say protect us, I mean stop us from interacting with them in any type of way.
Okay.
And it's like they put in so much effort to say, oh, they don't want you.
Mhm.
They don't think you're attractive. They're, they hate us. They're this, but every day they try to be just like them.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Hmm.
But it's like, but in their most, like they don't try to do the good things that white men do. They try to do all the bad things. And
That,
that's
yeah.
like a small percentage of them. So
Mhm.
whenever they're doing, their behaviors or, oh, well, white men do this too, but it's not as in high percentages. But
Mhm.
anyway, today, like I said, I'm in a predominantly white area, like literally 98% of the population is white. And it's pretty nice area. I like it.
Mhm.
But I was in a Uber and it was a black guy. You know how they catcall us, sun kiss,
Mhm.
and they
Mhm.
and they say degrading things. To me, that's
Mhm.
pretty normal because when you're in the black community, when they catcall you, they say, "Hey, girl with the big booty," or
Oh yeah.
girl, and then if you say no, they'll like threaten you or whatever. So that's what the black man was doing,
Oh,
and
bite
these
your eye.
white
Bite your eye
and the
out. Mhm.
yeah, and so the white guys that were near my Uber, they like quickly was like, don't talk to her like that. Da, 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 da. And it was in that moment today, I was just like, wow, like I literally never had any group of black men stand up for me like that. And then I also never realized there was sexual harassment. I never realized how big of an issue that was until they pointed it out.
Hmm.
And I just that really stuck with me today because I'm 23 and
Mhm.
it took me that long to realize it. Like I saw my mom go through it. I've got things thrown at me and my car windows get hidden out just because I said no to them. And that's their
Oh,
issue. The
yeah.
interracial propaganda is they have a problem with white men and black women is because they can't get the black women they truly want. And that's the
Exactly.
issue.
I,
I'm sorry, go
I
on. I'm
think
sorry.
you're so right.
Oh no,
And
that's the only thing I wanted to say because I promise you, there's just like in every other community, there's the good women, there's the bad women. I just want to put it out there. Like the women that they're complaining about the overweight women who are like, and nothing is wrong with overweight women. But what I'm saying is they're saying all this, but those are the women that they're entertaining. Like it's like if you don't like someone, why are you still messing with them? If you don't like dark skinned women, why are you dating them just to abuse them? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and you know what? You're spot on in so many areas. What you just said. It's the women, and I think I said this yesterday. I don't know if it was yesterday or day before yesterday, Brent, when I was saying that the ones that they're complaining about are the ones that are leaving, not the ones that are repping for them, that are going hard for them, and that are harassing the ones that are leaving. It's the ones that are leaving. The ones that are staying are the mammy that are, fanning the mammy dust. Those
ooh,
aren't the ones that they're complaining about. It's the ones that they can't get. They want the ones that the white men are getting. They want
that
the reputable
oh
ones.
God,
They want the
oh,
very
Yeah,
classy ones.
oh God,
It's the
you hit a point. I need to talk
I'm
about.
telling you, and I'm not saying that
Go ahead.
I'm not saying this is what black women do,
Mhm.
but I'm not saying this at all. I'm not a church person, anything, but I carry myself very well. I'm very polite in a sense.
I can tell.
I don't really like the type of stuff that they do. And
Exactly.
I'm not willing to lower my standards to meet a black man's expectations because if it was up to them, I would be smoking, drinking,
Oh
twerking in the
yeah.
club, all
Oh
that, right?
yeah.
If it was up to them, right?
Right.
But since I'm not like that, I attract a lot of white men, to be
Yeah.
honest. And that's just how it is. And they don't like to see that. Like, I don't have
Yeah.
to worry about lowering my standards with them. I can just be myself. Like, I could go hiking. They won't say stuff like, oh, well, that's what white people do. They go to the woods, or they do, I don't have to worry about
Yeah.
that, because white men enjoy going kayaking and stuff. I like stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting. I'm gonna say this one thing, Brent. And I don't want you to make your point, but you know what? You said that because the thing is, I've never smoked a cigarette a day in my life. I've never done well. I smoked some cigarettes when I was 8, and I thought I was balling. I thought I was doing something. I was 8 years old. I almost left here. I almost died, y'all. I did. I almost died. But the thing is, that's the only first and last time I ever smoked. I've never done drugs. I think I drink maybe twice a year, if that. I listen to jazz. I write poetry. I do all the things that they say only white women do. And it's not true, because we have a social media platform and it's showing that, there are more black women doing these things. But black men have fed other races this and said that we all ghetto. We all only go to the club. We all only, smoke blunts.
Yeah.
And it's not true. There are a lot of hypergamous black women. So the thing
If
is,
you
now that we
notice,
have that platform, because I do the same things that, what you just described. I've never done, I don't listen. It's so when I describe what it is that I do, like one black guy said to me today, he said, you really, because I said I'm boring, and I told him what I do. He said, you really are boring. I said, yeah, I am. I really am boring.
but see, that's
compared
not
to other
boring
black
to
people,
me though.
Huh?
That's not boring to me. It's just boring to them because they want to be entertained with their desires. They're not
Yeah,
realistic.
because they're beasts. Beasts. They
Okay.
they like they want
Wow.
to maul and maul other animals. They're beasts.
Let's not
And so
get
the
Brett
thing is,
flagged.
But
huh?
you do notice.
Yeah, I
But
do.
I
Oh,
also
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
point
I
out.
shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. But
Don't give
but
me
I'm just
flag.
saying,
I
having beasts.
probably will anyway, though.
Oh no, you
Um,
don't
I'm
get
sorry.
flagged after the first hour.
oh, is that right? I
Yeah.
never been
Well, we
flagged
left that 3 hours ago.
out.
Oh, well, let's just have at it. No, I'm just kidding. But when they having a beast-like mentality, it doesn't have to be just for one race of men. But I'm just saying, now that we're talking about you and me and our community, like you said, going to the club, twerking, and doing all that. Every black woman doesn't want that. We have other, tastes in different genres of life, and they just want us to be one way. And when we're not, they say, "Oh, you're acting white," and it's like, so you're okay with being a bottom feeder? Are you? So if you're not a bottom feeder, then you're acting like someone else,
Well,
another
they
race of
want,
people.
Hey,
but
you know
they.
what? I just got a thought, guys. I
Okay.
want to say this. You said that, gosh, you said that the black men want the black women they can't have because they missed out, right? And they're
Right.
angry at white men. You know what? I think there's some truth to that because
It is.
I,
Yeah.
it just hit me in my head, and I'm thinking, gosh, I have such a positive outlook on black women, and I look in my community. I look where I live. I live in a pretty good community. It's
Mhm.
in my state. It's probably the safest place in my state. Um, we're not rich, but we're pretty well off.
Mhm.
But I was thinking, and when you said that the black women, they're missing out on the best black women, and the
Mhm.
black women that I'm around, that I'm friends with,
Mhm.
that I work with, I go to church with, and I'm like, okay, these are upper class, upper income black women, right?
Mhm.
And these women are amazing.
Mhm.
Okay, they're making it happen. They're doing amazing things.
Mhm.
And then I go to church, and they're doing amazing things. And a lot of them are married to white guys or Hispanic or, and it's like,
Really?
wow, what you just said hit home. I'm just like,
Mhm.
and the experience I had with black women was amazing. Maybe it's because, and people say, well, other women are great too, but maybe I'm seeing the best of the best.
Mhm.
And that just kind of hit me.
Can I
Uh,
ask you something?
yeah, go ahead.
Because this would be really important. So, and
Yeah.
I think you're the only person that can actually answer this honestly and truly
Mhm,
because you are a white man.
mhm.
So when you see most white women date out your community,
Yes.
what behaviors and what type of like social conditionings do they have when they date black men? Because what I've noticed
Ah,
in Virginia, because I'm in Virginia,
yes.
um, I noticed a lot of them try to exhibit these ghetto behaviors that they think that black women have. Like they will wear these braids that barely hang on to their hair,
Duh.
these eyelashes that
No,
look ridiculous. I don't
I know
even
what
wear
you're saying.
those long eyelashes. It just looks a
Mhm,
mess. It looks a mess. But they do these things because that's what they think that
mhm,
that's what
mhm,
black men want. And I noticed that. And they also are just ratchet. And these are white
mhm,
women talking about.
Yeah. No,
mhm.
I've seen that. I think
I
this is my
never see them with the
opinion.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I this is my opinion, and like I said, it's an opinion. I could be wrong,
You're
but
not
I
going.
I think what's happening is there's white women that have desire for black men. They find them appealing. They want to be with them. And that's fine. But I think what's happening is they feel they got to appropriate that type of uh, culture or act a certain way. And
Yeah,
I
that
feel
derelict mindset. That derelict
Do your
mindset
yeah,
in
wife
order to.
do your
Mhm.
wife act like that?
huh?
Does your wife act like that? The behaviors that they exhibit when they deal with black men?
Does my wife act like that?
Yeah.
No, my wife just is who she is.
That just
Mhm.
proves my point.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
Just
no,
that.
but
That's it.
no, but
Mhm.
I think what's going on is I think they're trying to appropriate. And white guys do that too. They try to act, try to appropriate black, so-called stereotypical black culture. Um, but I I think this is true, and I've been told it's true that black men embrace that. These white women trying to be black or fit into that cultural theme.
Hmm.
Where on the opposite, black women don't want white men to act like that. They want white men to be just themselves. In
Right.
fact, when you try to act so-called black, okay, they actually it's a turnoff to them, and they don't like it. And I've heard so many black women tell me they don't like that. They
Mhm.
just want the guy to be him. They know he's
Mhm.
white, just be white, and if we have a connection, it's going to work. You don't have
Yeah.
to, but sometimes people, and you see it in society, you see it in politicians where they'll come out and try to act like a certain group they're talking to. And,
Mhm.
Joe
and that,
Biden.
yeah, Joe Biden. But that's the biggest turnoff. And actually, it's disrespectful. It's condescending. You
Yeah.
come
Cause
to them
yeah,
like you're
yeah.
yourself. You
They
know,
want you to be authentic. Be you. Don't. I don't like
yeah,
for a
be
white
who
guy to
you
act
are.
like he's black male identified. If you do that, then I'm clearly I look. If I wanted a black man, I would have
Yeah,
just
you don't
stayed
want a
in my
white
time.
guy that's trying to
But
be black.
can I
Yeah.
play
Go
devil's
ahead.
advocate a little bit though?
Sure.
Because this is how I see it. When we look at how men and women go about approaching each other, it's
Mhm.
usually
Uh-huh.
men who go after the women. So the reason why I think white men do that, because not a lot of them do that, but it's because
Yeah.
they are 9 times out of 10 going to approach you. Now, when a black man approaches a white woman, she doesn't have to exhibit those behaviors. They don't start doing that until they're dating the black man. Like 9 times out of 10, when they meet them, they don't have braids in their head. They're not baby mothers. They're not any of that. They turn into that once they start dealing with black men. White men, on the other hand, they're just trying to find, from how I see it. Now, some of them may do this, but from how I
Yeah.
see it, they're just trying to find a easier way to approach you to make you more comfortable. So they'll know, like, hey, I'm mirroring you. Like, I know your culture, but it's like it looks bad because they're white. And that's just how I see it, period, because they are the people that are approaching.
Yeah, and that's interesting because it could be that, the stereotypes that white men get is we're fetishizers, we're racist, we're monsters, right? Basically. So maybe if they maybe I don't know if they're thinking this, but maybe some of them might think if what they come out is, you know, being somewhat of a black culture, you might feel more comfortable with them, maybe. Um, but actually, that don't work. That don't work. From what I've heard, and black women want the men to just be themselves, but maybe that's why they do that. Maybe they feel that you might feel more comfortable with them.
Well, my thought is when it comes again, black men. Well, okay, let's start with the better half. White men and black women. We last longer in relationships because again, we just say let's drop it on the table because we're the strongest of the two and we're more authentic. This is what I'm looking for. And this is it, and this is what we're gonna operate with. Because a black woman, when we're done and we say, look, I done been through this in my community. I'm not looking for that. And if you're gonna bring this, then I'm gonna go to the next one. And with the white man, a white man is like, look, I listen. I probably have a lot to lose, and I don't care at this point. This is what I'm looking for. So on both sides, both parties have a lot to lose, and it's like I don't care. I want you, and the other one said I want you. You want me? Yeah. And do you want me? Yeah. Let's do it. And
Yeah, you're right.
so what? And so, with that being said, both parties have already aired everything out and just said we want each other, and we're gonna hold each other's hands.
Brent, we have a Robert McGee saying that. What did he say that?
Okay, let me get.
Mostly
I wanna
them
do a
interracial
shout out to
relationships
Lisa.
are really about sex.
Huh?
Lisa.
Robert McGee, right below the super chat.
Say what
he
now?
He's saying mostly them interracial relationships are about sex.
When it comes to who?
Yeah. Well, he can.
If
About
that's a
white
black
men, black women.
That's just so
No,
stupid.
it's the other way around. It's the black men with the white women. That's why it doesn't last. And then with the
Yeah.
whole BBC thing, that's a myth and that's laughable. Okay.
Yeah, he's out. Hey, let me give a shout out real quick, Lisa. Thank you for the $10 super chat. She says thank you for the platform, love the diversity of black women that come on the panel. I do too. You black women on the panel, you're beautiful. They bring to the light things that sweep under the rug for too long. Yes, ladies, you bring a light, and you bring so much beauty and joy to this channel and just to society itself. Ladies, you're beautiful. Black women, I mean, you're the best of the best. And, you know, and that's the truth. And I just wanted to tell you that.
Thanks so much.
But yeah, but thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. God bless you, Lisa. You're awesome.
That was sweet. But no,
yeah.
but with this whole the sex thing, see, that's that gaslight trying to throw some shade in there. The thing is, they're in the chat because again, the truth usually hurt. But with that whole BBC thing, tell Rob to swipe left and go get in the corner and suck his thumb and rock himself to sleep.
Son, kids,
Anyway,
most of the men who make those comments, don't even know how to pleasure a woman.
But that's the thing. That's why he's here. Tell Bobby. We know he don't have a woman at this time of the night. That's why he's in the chat. So,
that's right.
So, that's why he's in the chat. He's an incel. That's why he's in the chat. He's an incel.
Most of those guys know how to pleasure themselves when they're with a woman, but they do not know how to pleasure her.
Right?
I had to say it. I mean, that's insulting to go like that.
You know,
so take
here's
that
the
route.
thing. Let's call a thing a thing. It's the truth. So tell Bobby. Hey, Bobby, tell your mama you in pain. Hey, Bobby, let me say, who hurt you, Bobby? Who hurt you? Yeah. Go tell your mama you in pain. Get your thumb ready and get in the bed with your mama and rock yourself. She'll rock you to sleep. Because that's what black women do. You see, that's what black women do. See, she nurtures your narcissism. We're not going to do it over here. You get your feelings hurt. That's why I left. Go to bed. Because we know you don't have nobody in the bed with you. No one. Absolutely no one.
100% savage.
So as I was saying, with the black man and the white woman, see, they usually change for the black man, even if she doesn't start off being that way. She'll change because he has made her feel less than, as if she's less than. So whatever it takes to morph herself into someone else so that she can try to keep his attention, which that would never happen, because he will gaslight her. He will put her down and make her feel as if she needs to do something differently in order to keep his attention. So if she has to get her hair braided, get the baby hairs and get the pink and the long fingernails, and if she has to get the what do you call she has to look like an Ewok, just to do whatever it takes. Get the long lashes, the ones that it look like she has spiders on her eyelid.
Lord
Whatever
have mercy.
it takes. She got to morph her to Kim Kardashian, although Kim can't even have kids anymore. None of them can't because they got all those toxins in their bodies. Walking around looking like an idiot.
I got to ask this question. My phone's blowing up here.
Okay.
This is coming from a woman. My question is, do any women feel they have less or loss of attractiveness potential because they're over 40 or 40 and over? That's her question.
Is that the question? Oh, I'm looking my bestest, as they say.
Your best.
My best.
I so much want to address this, but go ahead, guys. I want to hit this one.
Now, I didn't ask this question. I'm just repeating it.
No, I'm
they
still
want
pulling
us to
18-year-olds.
answer?
Literally, 18-year-olds are still in my DMs right now. Seriously. And when I'm at the stores, they say, "Can I help you with your bag, sir?" I said, "No, I'm okay. I like to."
Yeah,
you
see,
got
that
a
is all
boyfriend?
about sex. When you're 18,
And I'm like,
it's
"No,
just
baby."
crazy.
Yeah, no, no, baby. I can't. I'm still pulling 18-year-olds, so I'm looking my bestest. But I don't want none of them. No,
Hey,
but
let me address this. You know what? Sunkiss, what you're saying is so true because black women, I don't know, you guys age so awesome.
We do, don't we?
I've
Yes,
seen
ma'am.
like 60-year-old black women that look so fine, like and they say they're 60. Like, what the heck? No, you're not. You're lying. And just look. I mean, I don't know what it is. You guys age gracefully. You do. And that's a big thing. Look at Angela Bassett. Isn't she 70? She's still beautiful.
And even Cicely Tyson, she was in her 90s. And she was when she was at the war, she was wearing her heels, her kitten heels. And I said, "She's 92? What?"
Yeah.
I could not believe it. I said, even when another black woman can't believe one black woman can't believe another black woman's age, you look young. And I was I was taken aback.
That's amazing.
And I couldn't believe it. I kept saying, no, she's not in her. Yeah.
She is, though. It's funny because I mean, I look at, and it's not just these celebrities. I look at work and some of these women are up in age, but they look beautiful. I'm like, you're that old? Like, what?
When I last saw my cousin, seriously, she's 53 or 54. My mouth flew open. I could not believe. I said no, and because she's real prissy, and we call her lady because she's so prissy, and I could not believe. I said, "You're kidding me." I mean, her skin. I couldn't believe it, and even the other ladies that's in my they don't. None of them look their age. Seriously, in their mid 70s, and they still look like they could pull, early 50s easy.
Yeah.
See, easy. But yeah,
right.
It's true. And when I could not believe that she was that her age. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's something in the skin that
Well, it's the
makes
melanin.
you look
It's
younger.
the melanin in the skin tone in
The
our
melanin.
skin. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. I believe that because there's so many black women that look younger than what they are, and of
Mm-hmm.
course, some of them are real healthy and stuff, and that helps. But
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a natural thing,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I think it's awesome. It's beautiful. It's a blessing you guys have. But yeah, you're so right. I mean, I've seen women that like are in their 50s and 60s, and I'm like, there's no way you're lying,
Mm-hmm.
but it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, uh, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, because I've seen a lot of black women. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not in your 60s. No, you're lying. No, you're just trying to impress me. You're lying.
yeah.
And they have churches have to show me their driver's license. And when they show me their driver's license, that's when I'll believe them. Seriously.
Okay,
Oh, my.
here's a comment. All races of women are beautiful. Yes, I agree with that. All races of women are beautiful, but I'm
But
just
that's
saying,
not the topic. That's
black
not the topic.
women have, yeah, but black women have and I mean, they
You
just
know
got
what,
that
Brent?
same beauty. They
Brent,
look beautiful.
I wouldn't even answer that because that's not the topic. And here's the thing: when other
No,
races of women are being, when other non-black women are being talked about how beautiful they are, no one gets in the chat saying, "Yeah, but black women or all races of women." No one speaks up on that. So the thing is, I wouldn't even entertain that because we all know that, but I wouldn't
you're
entertain
right.
it.
But you know what? When the media and all these goofballs are out there saying how black women in their weaves and acting crazy,
And yeah,
nobody
no
says,
one speaks
"Oh,
up.
no, that's
No one
all
speaks up.
women." No, no, don't attack black women. That's all women.
Right.
But when it comes to beauty and praise, guess what? Oh, that's all women.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I'm just, you know what?
Who,
All women
who
are
is that?
beautiful. Well,
Is,
let me say that. But black
is
women,
that is that Bob the Butthead again? Is that Bob the Butthead?
oh no.
Bobby.
Um,
I'm just saying all women are beautiful. I'm not going to say, but black women, you got a unique beauty, and you guys do. And I mean, you age well. I mean, we can say that we all do, but no, it's not true. Black women, you age well, and it's probably the melanin. It's probably this. I don't know if the skin's more preserved as you get older, or you just don't look as old as you are. I don't know what it is, but the truth is you guys age well. And
mm-hmm.
I know when I get older, I'm not going to age well, and so be
Brett,
it.
should I
That
make all the Karens mad and say that black women are the most desired because they have the best figure, best shape? I could pull a Cohen Nanick real easy here. The hair is amazing. The eyes are beautiful. The lips. Don't get
yeah,
me started. Okay,
let's do
I'm
this. You
51,
know
but
what? Let's have a
I am
show where
still
we
all
just bring.
male.
Hey, let's have a show where we just bring a bunch of guys on. Let's just praise black women.
We would
We
get
can
flagged
go for
so quick.
hours. You know what? Black women, you're the most beautiful. You're the most loving. You're the best. Black women, nobody can stand up to you. Black women, it. You know what? I'm speaking the truth. I was trying to be funny, but it's true. Um, and
I got
people
a
could
question.
hate me for it. Yes, go ahead.
So, what do you think it will take for, because anytime another group of men, even black men, to be honest, if they say anything good about black women, it will be considered pandering or, oh, they're just
Yeah.
doing it for money, views, whatever. But what do you think it will take for that to stop, like for that to end? Do you think it will take non-black men to do that? Or do you think it just will never be a situation where people will just accept that black women are desired? Because I don't know exactly what it is. Like, I don't know why we have a bad rep, because in reality, we get approached by non-black men like all the time. I know
You
for
do.
a fact.
Yeah. Well,
People are going to treat you. People are going to
that's a
treat
good point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's a good point. People have told me that I pander, but I mean, you could call it that if you want, but I'm just saying my feelings and how I feel. Um, Black women, I've always been in love with black women most of my life. I mean, from 5 to where I got married. I'm just speaking how I feel. Um, some people say that's pandering. Okay, what am I getting out of it? I might make some ladies feel good, and that makes me feel good. And there's enough attacks on black women where these idiots don't see the truth. But I think I'm just showing my love. I don't think it's pandering at all. I tell my wife I love her all the time. I tell her how beautiful and awesome she is. Is that pandering?
Oh
Well,
no, I don't think you're
no,
pandering. I'm just asking.
I just think we need to tell the truth. Just tell how you feel.
Just yeah.
There's a lot of white guys that love black women, but they would never come on YouTube like I am and say it. They would never
Yeah,
challenge
so why
what a black man says about black women because they
Mhm.
don't want to be perceived as racist. I don't care. You can perceive me if you like. I'm just telling my truth. And growing up, I've always competed for black women because that's what I want. That's that's who I love. That's the treasure in my life. That's who I wanted for my wife. So, now that I'm older, I'm married, so I'm not competing, but there's men like me that are, but they might not come out and say it. I wish more white men would tell what they really think because I know what they think. They talk to me all the time. Hey, how do I approach a black woman? There's this black woman, and she's beautiful, and I don't know what to say. What would you do? How did you talk to your wife? I just said I talked to my wife.
Tell them
And
they'll
if
have
you,
me at hello. They would have at hello.
yeah,
Just say
and you
hi.
know what? If you see me in action talking to my wife, you'd be like, oh no, I don't want to do that. But you know what? My wife clinged to it because she could see me shaking. She could see me, in my eyes. I wanted to be with her. I love her. And she's seen that. And sometimes, a lot of times, and women have told me this. They said if the guy, it's not what the words they say, but if they come and they're a little nervous or things, they said they enjoy that more because it's real, because they know that they have attraction to them. They know that they're interested, that they have some love for them.
It's genuine.
Because if I come out there as like this guy with the right words and just suave with everything I say, confident, some women would think they might not embrace that as much as if I came and I'm fighting it all the way, but because they can see women understand if you're nervous and kind of shaky, they know you feel something for them,
But
don't
we
they?
think it's cute. We really think that is super
Yeah, they
cute.
yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And that a lot of times that brings you more success than having all the right words and just being cool, calm, and collective. It really
And
does.
and when they come too cocky or too sure of himself, like he's beating his chest or something, we're like, that it's a turn off. If
Yeah.
he's too cocky and too confident, it's like really, pipe
Yeah,
down
so
to him.
if a man is very comfortable approaching you, I definitely feel like it's a red flag because it's
He's had too
like
much practice.
he
Hmm.
didn't have to build any type of courage to walk up to you. He
Hmm.
probably think you're easy. Number two, he probably is used to just approaching women to the point where he just got so comfortable that it's
Hmm.
Yeah.
nothing. So
Brett,
yeah.
Brett,
Yeah.
can you read out loud creating 1999?
Uh,
Post it up on the screen, please.
Creating 1999. Okay, let me look
Yes,
for it.
sir. Please post that on
Okay.
the screen. That
I'll work
is
with congrats. They'll pay. They give hot meals and steal your soul.
Cougars.
Oh, Cougars. Sorry, I'm
sorry.
Cougars. Pay.
I
They
don't
give
Not sorry, not sorry. That one
steal
tickled
your
my
soul.
funny bone.
Where it said what now? I'm on my phone. It said what now?
It says cougars don't pay. They give hot meals and steal your soul.
No, we don't. Cougars are not supposed to pay, baby. Cougars
First
not
of
supposed to
all,
pay. Cougars have standards. That means you cut that word in half. You cut it in half. STAND. That means it stands still. We have standards, and a stand don't move. We drop our stands and we stand there. So we take our stand. That means we don't bring nothing to the table, boo. We are the stand. You bring your stuff to the table. You pay us. Now swipe left. Now go ahead. You were saying what, Brent?
I don't know.
oh, he
Okay.
was talking about white men approaching black women and how they be like, "Hey, this is black girl." I like, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like most black women have unconscious biases against themselves
Uh-huh.
that they like, because a lot of white men think it's them, but you have to think about it. When we're dating black men, I don't date, but I'm just saying the typical black woman has to literally question everything about herself when she's dealing with black men. So when a white
Yeah.
man is approaching her, she's like, "Oh, is my hair too nappy? Is my hair too straight?" Literally, you cannot take it personal. It's just something that is internally going on with black women, because when you're dating a black man, you literally have to be like that. You're literally always walking on eggshells because you
Because
never
Wow.
that
you
goes back to what I said earlier. That's why the white woman that gets with the black man, she goes from being basic and just being herself to she morphs into looking like a clown. She
yeah,
morphs
like
into the long leg because he takes with her security and he makes her insecure. So she feels that her being just a basic white woman is not enough. She thinks she's enough because she thinks that her lighter skin and straight hair, flowing hair is enough. But then he
I've
makes her
seen
think that she flips it around. He does that. So we go to a white man thinking, okay, I'm not enough because the black man told me that my kinky hair, my darker skin, and my butt and hips and whatever is not enough.
yeah.
What you just said is perfect. Right?
Oh
What
my
you
God.
just said is enough said. Enough said right
But
there.
you know
Bam.
what?
You said the right thing.
Oh my God.
I've seen more white women turn into black women. And when I say black women, I
Yeah,
mean like the stereo.
And now who's the common denominator? Who's the common denominator? The dust. The dust. The bag of dust. I'm back. Take the wheel. PTSD just took over. Take the wheel.
You know what's funny is we got a couple white women that are dating black guys at work, and they're wearing cornrows, and oh man, yeah,
It just looks a
it
mess.
just looks silly. I don't know.
Well,
They
you
do.
know,
They do.
I grew up in an
Look at
era.
what's her name?
I grew up in an era when if a woman leaves the house, how long did she spend in the mirror before she left the home? She's confident in what she looks like. Why be so critical of her confidence in herself?
When you have to erase all of you to look like someone different, you're supposed to makeup is to enhance what you already have. It is not to erase. And I don't know why so many of these young girls don't get it. Why they don't get it is because you got these knickknacks that's making them think that. Like I said, we don't wear wigs and weaves because we don't have hair. It is just for fun or to protect whatever styles we have so that when we go back, we can just, show our original styles or whatever the case is. It is not to erase what we were born with.
Okay,
So,
well, from a white guy's perspective, I find confidence to be the sexiest thing walking out the door to greet me.
oh, well, Corey,
Confidence
what's
is
your name is? Corey, what's your name is?
what's that?
What your name is? Because you would love me. Confidence. Confidence is what I think. No, I'm acting silly. Go on. You were saying.
Well, I'm just saying, a woman will spend on average of at least an hour, maybe not in the mirror, but wandering around the house. It takes at least an hour for a woman to get ready at a minimum.
Exactly.
I was in a relationship for 30 years, over 30 years. It takes at least an hour. And if anybody says no, I'm going to call them a liar, because I watched my mom do it. I watched my ex-wife do it. I watched my daughter do it. And I figure a woman's a woman. So, and from what I understand, a black woman's hair is even more difficult. So, what, 3 hours before she leaves the home? Why be so critical of all of her effort just to meet you for the evening?
Mm-hmm.
That escapes me,
JT,
especially
you
when a
hear that,
lot of
right?
guys just take a bath and don't even put on deodorant. And it's like, really?
Well, black men don't. They don't even do that much. I'm
Mm.
I'm
bad.
not even gonna lie, you make a very good point, but
Mhm.
when I used to date black men, I stopped dating black men at what, 19? I'm 23 now, so I was pretty much done. But it literally, even as a teenager, it literally took me 3 hours,
Mhm.
sometimes even 4, to even feel like I was, close to being good enough. But now it takes me 15 to 30 minutes to get out and do whatever I want, and I still look I look good. I have, minimum makeup on, but I don't feel the need to do all this extra stuff because I feel great in my skin now
Mhm.
because I'm not dealing with them. And that's just the honest truth. Like, I feel great being a black woman. I don't feel like I'm in this cage of, someone's telling me, "Oh, your skin looks a little bit dark today." Like, I've had men tell me that. Like, "Oh,
Mhm.
you don't look as light as I saw you last time." And it's freeing when you can just wake up and
Mhm.
just be yourself.
Mhm. It is. I've only worn makeup one time since COVID broke out.
Bring it.
Once. And since now that and I've never been a type to wear makeup all the time. But I've worn makeup once since COVID broke out. But the thing is, I'm totally comfortable. Like you said, I'm totally comfortable in my skin. I don't feel like a woman should, and then not knocking anyone that wears their makeup every day, because the way these girls slay their makeup, I'm like, oh my goodness, she's beautiful. But the
Yeah,
thing
I'm a
is,
makeup person.
yeah, and I think it's beautiful. But to feel that you have to wear to feel pretty, then that
Hmm.
means it's the making up that you need to do on the inside. And a lot of times, black men would make a woman feel that she needs to do something differently on the inside, and he will attack that so that he can feel
You
like a
know
man.
what? No, I think you're right. Oh my God. You guys are
That's
hitting stuff home
that's
that I'm
that's
seeing in real life. I'm like, wait a minute,
it's
that's
true.
true.
It's
You
that's
know,
him
because
standing on top
I,
of that
I,
woman, standing on top of
I've
being
seen
a
black
bully.
men go in on black women, how they look, their hair, the
Yeah,
weave, all this craziness.
it's
And,
true.
and I look at it, I'm like, well, okay. But
They, they break
I
a woman's
find,
spirit. They will break her, because anytime before a man can beat on a woman body on the inside, on the outside, he has to beat her up on the inside. He'll woo her, and he will love bomb her.
okay.
Then he'll break her down.
That tells me, you know what? Open up your options, lady. While he's beating you up, I'll love you up. You know what? Let Captain Swirls. I don't
Come on,
know.
you've got to get a shirt. You've got to get a T-shirt standing there, Captain Squirrel.
Captain
You've got to get a
Swirl,
T-shirt.
yeah. You know what? And Captain Swirls bringing the snowball effect. You know, as it gets bigger, you're going to hit an avalanche. It's coming.
That is so. I love it. I love that.
Yeah.
But it's
You know
true.
what?
They
I
were.
thought about that. That would be a good saying. I always thought a good saying, a T-shirt would be beautiful if it said, I'm not into selling T-shirts, but if I was, it would be a T-shirt that says "Invest in the Black Woman," and it would have a beautiful black woman, and the black woman could choose what type of guy: a white guy, Asian guy, Hispanic guy, Middle Eastern
Mhm.
guy, like in a
Mhm.
cartoon type thing. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Mhm. Yeah, that would be cool. And it is
Yeah,
true.
that would.
That's
But,
they they
but
do. They will
that's
attack your inside. And once they
yeah.
do that, that's their way of standing on top of you, as like he's standing on top of Mount Everest, so that he can feel big and feel tall, like a man, like he feel like a real man then. You know, they will do that. And any race of women that are with them will feel like, just like Kim Kardashian. They feel they have to go and get all this surgery just so they can please a black man. So
And,
that
here,
mm-hmm,
and I got an issue with that. Here's the thing with that.
mm-hmm,
I think that's so wrong. You know, you look at some celebrities getting butt jobs, boob jobs.
Yeah.
Why can't you just be beautiful? Look
Thank
at
you.
Whitney Houston. She didn't
Yeah.
get a boob job or a butt job that woman was just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
know
she
who the perfect example is Little Kim.
Oh my word. Oh, she looks amazing. And
yeah,
she was so pretty.
she she was, and she just went too deep in that
Yeah.
plastic
Yeah,
surgery.
because he was
Do you know why? Do you guys know why? Did you ever hear her in her interview say why she did that?
No,
She said
no.
because her boyfriend kept cheating on her with European women. So she felt she
Oh
need to go
God.
and make herself look like one so that he can
yeah.
love her. And I said, babe, oh baby, bring it in. Let me hug you. Bring it in. Just let me
Yeah,
hug you.
she needs
And
a
I
big
thought, see, but it wasn't you, it was him. It was his character, his morals, it was everything
yeah.
about him. But instead of the black community telling her to open up your options, it's not you, it's him. He needs to be fixed, and you can't do it. You need to fix you and work on yourself, and you need to open up your options. And it may be that you need to date out.
You know
Instead
what?
of them, they're telling her to be loyal and go to jail and not rat on a black man. You ride or die chick, and she was a ride or die chick. Went to jail, came back,
Yeah.
kept continue to be with these no good black men, and start fixing on her body. So she thought, and look, now they're laughing at her. These same
You know
men.
what? And here's the thing: these women need to open up their options because a lot of guys find beauty.
Mhm.
Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, right?
Thank you, thank you.
And here's the thing: you know, a woman I found that was beautiful,
Mm.
and a lot of people might say no, or she's okay. It is Anita Baker. Back
Oh,
in the
that's my
time,
girl.
I love her music, but
I do
what
too.
I liked was her image because
Yeah.
it wasn't flashy. It wasn't,
Mm-mm.
she didn't have a big butt or big boob. You know, she was just her.
She was
And,
her.
and she was just her beautiful self. And what you see when I see her image, you know what I think of? Is I
Mm.
think of a black woman that's got a big heart, a woman
Mhm.
that's like probably in church, but married, loves her husband, just
Mhm.
family orientated,
Mhm.
just being
Mhm.
herself. I mean, I don't know. I just found her to be very beautiful. And people
Yeah.
would say, well, she's just average. But to me, no, she's not. She's beautiful.
Mm-mm.
Um, just the image she carried because she was being herself.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're just being you, it's a beautiful thing.
Mhm.
But anyway, that's
But
just my thought.
it's true. No, but that's everything you said was true. But the thing is, she took her stand. She stuck with her standards, and she stood
Yeah.
there, and she did not budge. She stuck with her standards, and to this day, she is still invited back because
Mm,
she's iconic.
yeah.
People are still to this day, whenever there's something that is big and something is huge, she still gets her accolades. They're
Yeah.
still inviting her back so that she can get one award after another after another. To this day, they still appreciate her. They're not inviting her back because of her big butt or her big
No,
boobs or
that's right.
anything. They are inviting her back because she stayed true to who she was. She stayed true to her craft. They're inviting her back because they value the fact that she remained a lady, a classy lady, and she stood still and she didn't
That's
budge.
right. And
Do
and you know what? You know
um
what, guys out there watching? Couldn't you fall in love with an Anita Baker? I mean, looking at that image, I just like, oh my God.
Yes.
You just hug her and say, you know what? I love you. You're awesome.
Hmm. Yes.
You're not thinking about, man, she's got a nice butt, or you're not thinking that crazy. You just like,
Mm-mm.
you just feel what's in her soul, the
Yeah.
spiritual part about it. But
Um.
um do y'all remember the singer Shakira?
Yes.
yes, yeah,
Okay, so I don't know if you all know, but a long time ago, Jay-Z was actually trying to get with her.
I'm not
oh,
shocked. I didn't know that, but I'm not
But
shocked.
but this is
he was
important though.
probably,
This is important. She rejected him. She told him, "I do not like black men." She sticks with her race. So, long story short, remember when Shakira and Beyonce came out with that song, that Hips Don't Lie song?
Beautiful Liar.
Yeah, but Beautiful Liar. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Go
But
ahead. Mhm.
she came out with that because Jay-Z was just so obsessed with Shakira to the point where he's like, that's the most beautifulest woman I ever seen. Like, he literally said that in front of her. And it was just embarrassing because Beyonce felt some type of way because she, at the time, she used to wear black tracks with a little bit of blonde at the bottom, but she was never fully blonde. But ever since then, she always kept her skin bleached and her hair blonde, just like Shakira's, and long for a very long time.
I remember she went through that. Yeah, is that what that was about?
Yes, but look, she still wears her hair like that to this day. But also, I want to point out the fact that he's always had a preference for women of no color.
Yeah.
It's just Beyonce got her hands around that man so tight. Even when he cheated on her with Becky with the good hair on her Lemonade album,
Yeah.
she even though she quote unquote said she was going to leave him and threaten him and gave him ultimatums, she knew she was going to stay. And that's the thing. He would have been left her for a woman of no color if she wasn't like trying to keep him more than he was trying to keep her. You know what I mean? And she
Mhm.
literally did everything in her power to be the woman in the image that he wanted, with the blonde hair. She's literally almost killed herself with diets, going on
Yeah.
with
Which,
all these.
yeah.
Yeah, like she's got skinny, like super
She was
skinny to,
too skinny. Yeah.
yeah, like she's always been fluctuating her weight to fit his preference. Like, it's just, she's been struggling to keep that man. Let me just say that. And he still cheated on her.
He still see. That's what they do. They would do whatever they would play mind games.
And she's
They
a billionaire.
and
Imagine
she. I
being
mean,
a
she's
billionaire.
Beyonce. And what is she doing now? Sharing her platform with him because nobody's checking for Jay-Z. But when they do the on the Run tour, who does she do? She drag his big lip. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say big lips. I'm sorry. That's well. They talk about our features.
No.
They talk about our features. She dragged his big little lips with her, right?
Oof.
No one wants to see Jay-Z. They go on their on the Run tour to see Beyonce. But what does she do? She dragged her baby daddy with her just so he could feel special. No one wants to see you, Jay-Z. No, we don't want you. But just to make him feel special. But if it were when it was the other way around, did you see Beyonce on his tours with him? No, because he didn't want her there because he was too busy doing threesomes. I'm sorry, but that is true. Because that's
I don't think
that's
you're
out there
sorry.
in the news.
Careful. We
I'm sorry.
don't know.
Okay, let me retract. But those were her words. Their words. But see, Tina, you're not telling that. See, you're not putting that in the documentaries, are you?
Hey,
You're not spilling that tea.
I got some interracial thoughts, interracial relationships, and tell me what you ladies think. Because I was thinking about this while you're talking. Okay, with Whitney Houston, she married Bobby Brown, right?
Too bad.
What if her and Kevin Costner had something going and they got together?
She'd be still living.
You think so?
Yeah, I do too. She'd be still alive.
I think so too. Okay, let's talk about Barack Obama, right? Our first black president, our biracial president.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you look at, he was raised by his mom's side of the family in Kansas, in pretty much a white neighborhood, right? White community. And if you look at his some of the stuff I see in documentaries, I see him with white women, like going to dances and stuff. And I think he pretty much dated white women. And that's probably what he had to choose from. But he married Michelle, right? And became president.
That's because she was his boss.
Huh?
She was what?
She was his boss. She was his boss.
Yeah. But anyway, a lot of people say that if he had a white wife, that he wouldn't become president. That he had to have a black wife.
I believe that.
To give the, show black love, the black family. And I thought about that. I'm saying, I think that's true. But I think if it was a white guy with a black wife, I think it would be more powerful than, the typical white man, white woman couple. What do you guys think?
I believe everything that you just said. I believe that. I believe
Because I think people would embrace that. Okay, he's a white guy. He's not racist. He's got a black wife. That's pretty cool. Because I know a lot of white people think that's pretty neat. And when we look at images of black women and white men, we have a more positive image. I'm going to say it. It's true.
it is true.
It looks like they're more happy. It looks like they're more in love. And I think people would embrace. I know white people would embrace it more with a white man and black woman than black man and white woman. We all know that, right? But and there's more black women than black men, so he would probably get elected. That would probably be a positive. Will we ever see that dynamic? We could. Very possible. But that's just my thought.
I'm sure Michelle doesn't see him as a black man. So that's the big thing there.
Yeah, I'm not going in on their relationship. I'm sure they got a pretty good one because they've been married for years.
I don't know about a good one. I mean, I'm sure they have their struggle because I don't know if you guys remember this when they may have a decent one, but do you remember when I remember Wendy Williams showed this on her this clip on her show when it was I don't know if she was I can't remember what race she was. She was non-black, and she was up dancing around or what have you. And Obama, he got he was dancing with the lady on the way to his table with Michelle and whoever was at the table, and he just dancing with the lady, and he just laughed, and all of a sudden he went to sit down, and he was scooting his chair up, was smiling, saying something to Michelle. Michelle was looking straight ahead. Her and her friend. Did you guys ever see that?
I think so. Is that with the German chancellor, that lady? Because he was like flirting with her, and Michelle was looking like she wanted to choke slam him.
But it was 2 times that they showed a clip.
I caught that, but maybe it's just photo optics. Maybe.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Get this too. You remember George W. Bush and they're good friends with the Obamas. Totally opposite political, right? But you ever see they had pictures of George Bush and Michelle like snuggling up? I mean, embracing each other, hugging each other. He's like giving her candy, and I mean they're just embracing like a husband and what? I mean I don't know. It's weird.
That's too close for comfort. It
is. If a man's hugging my wife like that, I'm going to choke the crap out of him.
I know
it's not going to be a good thing. But I don't know. It was like they were sitting together. The Bushes, you had Obama on this side, and you had Laura Bush, and you had George and Michelle just snuggling up together. I know they're good friends. I get it, but
yeah, I don't care about that. I'm sorry.
I don't know. You don't just. I got. I say I love black women, and I got a lot of black women that are friends, but I don't hug them. I don't snuggle up with them.
Yeah, it's about boundaries. Yeah,
but it just seemed weird to me. We lost. Yeah. But I was just. Have you seen those photos? They say they're real close, good friends, but have you seen those? I gotta put those out there.
No, that's sick. I'm sorry, that's just sick. But nowadays, I mean, you know what? You'll be surprised at what goes on behind closed doors. But those,
yeah,
you'll be surprised. I'm sorry. It's not that. I mean, I'm all about having close friends, but that's just way too close. We can be friends, but that don't mean we have to be Siamese twins. I mean, you just sit over there, I'm gonna sit over here. You can toss me some candy. Once I come to the door, maybe you can give me a hug or whatever, and that's it. Go get your wife.
Hug like a friend, hey, good to see you, and go about your business. but
Yeah.
snuggling up, like, hey,
No,
I,
that's
I don't know. I don't know if you've seen those pictures, but I was like, I told my wife that. I says, that don't look right. That just don't. And she told me the same thing. She says, yeah, I don't, because if another man's hugging my wife like that, he's going to be choked out.
yeah,
I'm not going to accept that.
yeah. That's
Point
gonna be
blank.
a problem. That'll be a problem.
Hey, T dropped off the line. I don't know if she's going to bed or if she got somehow knocked off. Hey, Corey, I know you've been going on and off. Is it
Yeah,
just
it just keeps dropping me off and bringing me back.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but T dropped off. I don't know if she
Well, we got a
did
big
it or
storm.
dropped her off. I put the link back up. Oh, Corey's gone now. Hey, Sunkissed, it's just me and you.
Oh, really?
We lost everybody. Maybe StreamYard is getting mad.
I know. Corey just said that they have a big storm coming up or something.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. I just went through it again.
I don't know. You said it was a big storm coming through?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he said her connection is bad. Okay. All right. Well, sorry you got kicked off. I'm sorry. It just
we have a big storm coming up through California, and usually when that warm air hits the cold air coming out of the north, it really causes a lot of static right here because I'm not too far from the California border on the West Coast.
Oh, okay.
And because I'm right on Interstate 5, so there's a lot of reaction here.
You know what? I love California. Gosh, but it's so freaking expensive.
It is.
I would love to be out there, but gosh, man, oh man, I'm wearing my Anaheim Ducks jersey and I got family out there and I go visit, but I'm like, God, how do you guys pay for this stuff?
I thought it was funny. I ran it because we have a lot of Californians because California is so expensive that they're moving north. Well, they're moving everywhere, Texas and all over the place.
God, yeah.
Well, we had a little bit of mix of weather. It was kind of partially raining and a little bit of snow in it, but that's typical for where we live. Yeah. And they were cringing and I could tell they were out of staters. And I'm just standing there and it's like, this is typical, normal, welcome to Oregon.
You know what? I could probably have fun in Oregon. I don't know. I could have fun in Seattle. I love Seattle. You know what? I know it's kind of off there, but me and my wife love it out there. I don't know. When we visit, oh no, I don't want to live there though. But I love going. Well, I love going to LA. We go out there all the time. Like I said, we visit family, but I can't live there. It's too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in New Mexico where we're dirt poor. I'm living like a king. If I go out to California, I'd be barely scraping by. Just saying.
My sperm donor, he lives out there. I mean, his place. When I saw his place, he's a beautiful place. I'm like, I can imagine, huh?
In California?
Yeah, and I couldn't imagine the way that I'm like. He lives well, but I mean, that's he was in a military, so
Oh, okay.
But I he lives well, but I couldn't imagine if he didn't have those benefits and all that. I couldn't imagine him. He could not. There's no way he would be able to afford to live there. There's no way.
Yeah, it's crazy expensive. I'm looking. You know what? I'm looking at North Carolina, and I'm looking at Charlotte. I really like it out there. And
you want to live in Charlotte?
Well, I'm from the desert Southwest. I grew up in New Mexico, Arizona, but my brother lives in Atlanta, so we go visit a lot. He used to live in Charlotte. And, oh my God, me and my wife love it out there. I don't.
Okay.
It just we had a good time. Maybe it's just, but I'm trying. I'm thinking about. I'm on retiring about 10 years, me and my wife, and we're thinking about being close to my brother because he lost his leg in an accident, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
doing well. But I just always wanted to be close to my brother, and my wife's my wife my okay, I'm getting tongue twisted. My brother and his wife are
Mhm.
close to me and my wife, so are close. Our wives are close to each other. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm getting
Hmm.
delusional. No, but
Brett,
you know
Cece
what?
said that it's almost sunrise on the East Coast.
It is. It's 107 here in Mountain Time. You know,
12:07 here.
yeah. Somebody said they like Colorado. I love Colorado.
Yeah.
Um, my son and youngest daughter were born in Colorado. We were stationed.
Katia Byram, I don't live in California.
with,
I live
no.
about I live about 100 miles north of California in
Oh,
Oregon.
okay. Yeah, but Colorado, I love that. Me and my oldest daughter are Cowboy fans, and my youngest daughter and my son are Bronco fans. So we fight a lot during football season, but it's all good. And we fight during hockey season too with the Stars and the Avalanche. But anyway,
Hmm.
that's our family feud right there with sports. But
I wouldn't mind living in Colorado. That would be a nice place to live.
Colorado's nice. It's beautiful. Do you like skiing? Have you ever been skiing?
No, but I really want to go. I have wanted to
Oh,
go for
skiing is
ever.
awesome. I go ski. Well, in New Mexico, we have ski resorts, but
Mhm.
Colorado has so much better ones.
Yeah.
Um, I love skiing, and you know, it- I just Colorado's just awesome. I love it. I mean, it's a beautiful place. Yeah, you have to deal with the snow. It does get cold, but I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, it's a dry climate, so.
I'm originally from Michigan, so I could take it.
Oh yeah, if you're from Michigan,
Yeah.
Colorado ain't nothing.
Yeah,
You'd
I
be
could
like,
take
"Yeah,
it.
what is this?"
Mhm.
You'd be like, "Okay."
Yeah.
People will throw on jackets when it's 30, and you'd be like, "Oh, I'm in a short sleeve shirt." Yeah.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time between Alaska and Oregon.
Oh, okay. You know what? Hey, Corey, I've been talking to my wife. It'd probably be in a couple of years, but we're going to take a trip. I want to go to Alaska and I want to visit Canada.
Hmm.
I got a lot of friends from Canada, but I've never been to Canada.
Oh,
Brett, take the inside passage. Take a small, like a some type of a boat, ship or something, and travel the inside passage from Seattle or Bellingham, and travel
Okay.
up the coastline. Just type in the inside passage to Alaska. It's the most
Okay.
beautiful little trip you can take, and you don't have to drive.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you've never seen majestic beauty until the
Mhm.
fog comes out across the water in amongst all the islands. The orca are coming up. There's brown bear, black bear, there's moose. There's just
Mhm.
the wildlife is just, and the scenery. You've never seen green, lush, and
Oh,
wildlife like that.
really? Oh, sounds so good.
Yeah, I would love to do
That's my
that.
backyard.
Oh my.
I would love to go hunting out there, but I'm afraid I get around the grizzly bear that's hunting me instead of the other way around.
Uh,
Or-
I have lots of family up there that are Native American, mixed Native American. It's
oh yeah.
very very secure.
Oh okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go visit though. I want to go up to. I want to go to Alaska. I want to visit Canada. Um, I just haven't been there. I just the closest I got was Seattle, I guess, to Canada. That's not Canada though.
No, not Canada.
Yeah, brown Kodiak bear are huge. Yeah,
The Kodiak are the big ones.
I haven't seen them in real life, but I've seen pictures and Man, those things.
Do
I
you
don't
guys
want one of those coming after me.
you remember the Geo Metro, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, just imagine that size on 4 legs with claws 6 inches long.
Oh man.
That's
Wow.
Kodiak.
Yeah, and they're aggressive too, aren't they? They'll hunt, actually hunt man.
Well, if
You
it
know,
moves, it's food.
I've been hunting and I've seen like black bear, brown bear, where I live, and they're skittish. They don't want to mess with. They'll run from you. But I hear those grizzlies they'll tear you up.
Well, inland is a grizzly, coastal is a brown bear.
Uh,
And
okay.
the inland is a grizzly like around 600 pounds because of the limited food. The coastal brown bear is 1,500 pounds,
Wow.
God.
which is basically a tank wearing fur.
Yeah, I don't want no part of that.
Yeah, I think our
The,
parents.
most people don't understand the most dangerous thing up there is a pack of wolves because that's a modern day velociraptor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they go in circles around you like a meat grinder.
Mm-hmm.
They will
And
kill anything.
yeah, they'll nip at you till
They have the
they take.
strongest bite of all the canines. It's
Oh,
over
do they?
4,000 psi.
Wow.
It breaks bones.
Oh
Wow.
God.
It snaps them like twigs.
That reminds me of that movie. You remember that movie, The Gray, where they get in that plane wreck and those wolves are coming after them,
It's the most lethal animal up there.
and that guy fights him at the end. He's going for I guess, the alpha male,
Yeah.
and these people are dying left and right, and he like collects their wallets, and they all have a story. That's a very good movie. That I think it's The Gray. If you guys check it out, I mean it's an emotional movie because these wolves they're fighting these wolves and they're taking them out. But I heard wolves can be vicious like that when they get in packs and stuff.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're out in in the Alaska wilderness.
Well, a pack of wolves came out and attacked a elementary school teacher, and they didn't eat her. They just seen her. She was jogging up in Fairbanks, and because you're running, they get kill crazy and they want to kill it, but they're not interested in eating people for the most part. But they believe me, you're alive when you're. Yeah, I won't go into detail,
Oh,
but
okay.
they just killed her for the pleasure.
Oh
They-
my God, they're vicious.
And sweetheart, you have no idea. People see these pictures of wolves and they think, oh, how sweet. Yeah,
Mhm.
on camera
Yeah,
only.
they're not so sweet when you're out in the wilderness alone with them.
They will kill a coastal brown bear that weighs 1,500 pounds. They will kill anything on legs. If you're walking and breathing, they can kill you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, there's nothing more terrifying than a pack of wolves. Nothing.
Yeah.
And they will circle you, and they're strategic as to how they line up around you.
Oh yeah.
Well, they don't just come up behind you and stand still. They run by you and bite. They cut tendons, they break bones as they run by. And then the next one comes by and cuts. Just imagine, they cut your ankle, they cut your knee as you fall to the ground. Then they cut your hip, they cut your arms. They rip you apart a piece at a time.
Oh, kind of like black men. I see.
I don't know about that. But I'm just talking about nature
No,
is savage. Most people don't understand.
Yeah, that's how they are. Yeah, that is. They know how to move. Yeah.
And they get kill crazy.
Get kill crazy.
They get killed. Well, Brent, you've been in the service in the front line. Men get kill crazy.
They do, yeah.
Yeah,
They
black.
do.
Now here's the thing. They will. And so they're conscious as to where they're going to nip you, where they're going to bite you on your body. They're conscious as to where to go.
Well, yes, because it's a system.
Oh yeah,
And,
they're black men.
and,
They're
it,
full black
and
men.
if
Yeah.
they don't adhere to that system, that alpha will kill them.
They are black men. Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
No, seriously, that is the pathology of a black man. I kid you not, that is
Well, it's just pure savage.
black men. Uh-huh.
Um, Sunkissed, I got to tell you, any male is capable of savagery. The ones
Yeah.
that choose not to be savage by choice is the difference between a human being and an animal. That's why I believe if a man acts like an animal, he should be treated like one.
There you have it. You just wrapped it up. That's exactly what I was been trying to say all along.
I
Tina
may not
knows.
be politically correct, but I don't care to be
Right.
politically correct. I'm too old to care. You know,
There you
that's
go.
the nice thing about when guys get older, they they just don't care anymore. I mean, somebody threatens you with life in prison. How long is that? You're already older. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It loses
And
its
it's the truth.
sting.
Yeah, there you go. But you know what? It's just mankind, and it just being perfectly honest, mankind has a beast-like mentality if they're not careful. It could be, I mean, because they have women prisons just like they have men prisons. Mankind can have
Sure.
beast-like mentalities. However, to match the topic of this show,
Hmm.
and the reason why we as black women are like, clawing for these shows is because of what we have been going through in our community. So with that being said, black men, hashtag black men.
Sunkissed,
Thank
have you ever watched The Passion of the Christ?
No, I've never watched that. No.
When they were flogging Jesus with the cat o' nine tails,
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
that movie, Mel Gibson depicted Kill Crazy with the two soldiers that were flogging him.
Mm.
And you can probably bring up just that scene,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll give you some idea that this is not a black male issue. This is a
Mm-hmm.
testosterone driven kill crazy issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It comes in all cultures.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Mm-hmm.
global thing, and it's been
And it is.
around. It's been around since the dawn of time.
Yep. And I totally agree. I totally agree. And that is the reason why um I don't understand why black men has to make this the issue that they make it. Because at the end of the day, whenever we see a black man with a white woman, white men don't have a problem with it, and black women don't have a problem. We
We
just go on and
we
just say,
do.
take them. We're fine.
We
Go
do.
on. You
And,
guys don't have a problem with it. You guys are like, that's fine. We no one cares. They make it an issue. So therefore, we have to make shows like this because they
yeah,
make it an issue.
and you know what?
Mm,
And Sunkissed, I'll tell you, us as white men, we don't care. We don't even think about it. Even
exactly.
even white men that only want to be with white women don't care.
No, they
Right.
don't.
I don't even think a lot of racist white men care. It's like, oh my
Exactly.
God, there are so many white women out there. There are the biggest group in America, serious. And these dudes that come out and say, well, you go to black women because white women don't want you. That's a bunch of crap. I could be the ugliest, most hideous dude to walk the earth. I can almost be like the hunchback. I will. There's a white woman for me if that's what I want. So
Right.
your argument
Right.
is stupid.
That,
It
and
don't
that's
make sense.
and the
Well,
only
Grant,
time black women talk about the white woman issues because when a white woman is trying to be cutthroat because
Yeah.
we're with the black man, or cutthroat because we're decent looking black women, and they give us a hard time for us getting a job or getting some type of a benefit or a perk, that's when we get upset. Other than
well,
that, we don't care.
Sunkiss,
We want you to be with them. We don't
Sun,
care.
Sunkiss,
Uh-huh.
the treatment that you get from some black men, I will not say all because I've met some good quality black men. I've worked with them.
And we know that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, us white men,
Hmm.
we get that treatment sometimes from our own mothers because we want a black woman.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It comes from other white women that are strangers because that shame, they always want, narcissists always want to shame you.
Yeah.
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 That is not beholding to any skin tone or
And you
any
know what? And
or
I
any
agree.
culture.
That's why we call them the black mammies. Those are in our culture we call them mammies. The white woman that you just described, that in our culture we call them mammies. That's why I call them mammy dust, or we call them
in the white culture, what we call a man that acts like that
Mm-hmm.
has that protection, he has never become a man because he cannot cut his apron strings from his mother's control.
That's why we call them dusty derelicts, or just dusties, or
there's white versions of that too.
Yeah,
big time.
And so and that's like we have been saying, we need to clean out our own backyards before we point our fingers at the white community. Clean out our community first, because black men is always saying racist, or you got the mammies that's always saying, oh, it's because the white man, or because stop using that as that color card. We're tired of hearing that. Always want to blame everybody else and deflect and try to blame and allow them to be victims and all that, and they're not victims. They're losers. That's what they are. Okay, they're not. Stop letting them blame it. They're narcissists. They're
narcissists.
Yes, that's what they are. And so, being that we're making them take on their own blames and making them stand up, or putting the mirrors on them, and we're just, we're out. You and your sorry sons, you mammies and your sorry sons, y'all live with each other. And what we tell the mammies, what you're doing is it's called emotional incest. That's what that's called. Emotional incest.
Yeah.
And they don't like it. And so what they're doing, because these mammies have been, coddling them and taking all kind of mess off of their husbands and boyfriends and all that, they want to continue to perpetuate it and pass it down. And we're no longer doing it. So they're giving us a hard time because we refuse to take it. And so that is the reason why I had to cut my relatives off, because my mammy of a egg donor is angry at me because I want to drop my standards. So that makes her look like the weakling that she is, because I won't allow her to pass that on to me. Now, my sister, is allowing it, but I won't allow it. So that means if I don't change and drop and become a bottom feeder, then that would make them feel weak, and that will cause them to feel guilty and shame, and that will make them feel as if they have to change. So being that my stand is going to stand right here, and my table is going to be of good quality. So that would make that mirror not only turn on the sorry males in my family, especially in the closer knit, that would make them have to look at themselves too as supposed to be women. And so my sister has been in a relationship with her so-called fiance for going on 12 or 13 years. But yet he pulled 20 years in prison. He jumped from job to job, but yet he won't marry you. And like I just said the other day, if you can play wife, you can be wife. You do know that, right? You do. That's the way I raised you. I set that example for you. Your egg donor didn't set it, but you don't have a choice but to say, I know better because you watch me. So what is your excuse? You don't have one. So she turned him against me. Oh, but he already know. If he could run up on me, he already know I'm a kick off my heels and pull off my earrings. And when a black woman pull off her earrings, you do know some furniture gonna move around.
You just better just say, you know what? I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Okay. I've never experienced that. To me, if a black woman takes her earrings off, it's
the black community will tell you that when a black woman takes off her earrings, when she takes off her earrings.
I know what you're talking about, sun-kissed. Yeah.
You do know what that means, Brent. Yeah, Brent.
Yes,
No, Brent will tell you.
Oh my God.
When we take off our earrings,
you better
some furniture finna move around. So it's finna be rearranged. You don't want it. You don't want it. And so he tried me. Because he's from Brooklyn, New York, so he think and he tried, and let me tell you, he only tried me once, and he'll never do it again. And we're gonna leave it at that. I can't say what happened because trust me.
Yeah, let's leave it alone.
It'll be a strike. It'll be a strike on this video, on this YouTube video. So anyway, when my brother tried to choke me at the hospital, I snatched him to the floor. I'm gonna leave it at that. And he was a drug kingpin. And my brother had never cursed in front of me. He had never smoked in front of me. He always respected me. But my egg donor being upset because I wouldn't be a slave to her anymore. And so that's when I had walked away. She had seen me. She was upset because to this day, she want to move back with because I told her when she walked away trying to control me, I locked the doors, and all that from stuff that I bought her, all those things, Neiman Marcus, Bloomingdale's, and Italian leather furniture, bought her a house. She thought she was gonna come back to it because she thought she was gonna continue to control me. No, goodbye. She didn't see me in 3 years, and all her things.
Sun kiss.
I gave it to Goodwill.
Sun kiss. Can I give you a normal response when a black
Sure.
woman takes her earrings off?
What's that?
Okay, from a man's perspective,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean a non-chaotic man.
Just run.
When a black woman takes her earrings off, it's time to kiss her neck.
Oh, that part.
Not to fight her.
But see, you're a real man. You're a real man. They're derelicts, like I said. Those are degenerates, incels. Those are, like I said to Brent the other day. Certain things are not to be understood when it comes to them. If we understand what their pathology, then something is wrong with us. So here's the thing. That day that my brother he choked because he was upset and hurt because I wouldn't acknowledge him, because he's so used to being handled, everything. I never even got a new bike the whole time. I've never gotten a new bike. He always got 2 or 3 bikes a year in the summer because he would tear them up one, give one away, and all that, and she would replace it. All I wanted was a pink bike. I have never had a pink bike a day in my life. But he always got new bikes, new mopeds, new whatever, and he tear them up and she replaced it. That was her, it was a golden child. I was the one that was working and supply. He never worked until he got into his 30s. He never followed never worked. And I have 3 brothers. The other 2 got their driver's license in their 20s.
Lord,
Didn't even know how to pump gas. Didn't even know. Just my sister and I had to do it. This is what they do to these boys. This is what they do. And I'm dead serious.
They're not raising men. They're raising issues and problems and troubles.
And then he had 3 kids by 3 different women, sold drugs, and he was the best. She would look at him and just smile. All her sons, they were the best things that ever happened. And this is what they do. And the girls have to get jobs and bank checkings accounts. And we were, assistant managers in our teams. And, this is what we had to do everything. We were pumping gas and raising their kids. I had to raise their kids and his grandkids and, take care of her. Yeah, I raised my siblings. And this is it.
Sun kiss, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you have any good interactions with men? I mean, have you ever had good interactions with men?
From a distance.
Ooh, that was a deep sigh.
From a distance, because I've always been afraid. Now, with black men, no. I honestly no.
I said any man.
Non-black men, yes, I have. Uh-huh.
Okay, well, just any man. Any man ever make you feel safe?
Yes. But I wouldn't commit to any, because I wanted to go through therapy and make sure that I could give to him what I knew he can give to me. Honestly. And I'm still in therapy.
It's a good thing to be whole before you get in a relationship.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be fair. I did not want to be triggered, because with my sister, she can't allow a guy to walk up behind her and hug her from the back because of what was done to her when she was younger. What happened to her. She can't, because she won't go to therapy. And I have begged her to go to therapy. But
that is that's one of the sweetest things a man gets to enjoy, is to walk up behind his woman and love on her. To cover her, to protect her.
Yeah.
If you can't bring yourself to the point to where you can trust a man to approach you and wrap his arms around you, and when you've taken your earrings off and kiss you on the neck and treat you like a woman, I mean, you're missing out the way life was supposed to be, and it should be way sweeter than what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And the thing is, I want to be totally embraced. I want for my man to totally embrace me. I need that. I don't just want it, I need it. Because I've always been the caregiver throughout my life from the age of 3 or 4. And when I walked away at the age of 46, my therapist said, you can't, she wouldn't even allow me to get a kitten. I wanted a kitten. And she said, no, you need 5 years without taking care of anyone.
Wow.
Oh, hey, guys, I
Mhm.
think T's been sitting on here for a while and have T.
5.5
back.
hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you
Sophia,
shatter your record?
on too. Welcome everybody. We got 5 on the panel.
Sophia.
T, welcome back. Sorry you
This
dropped
is
off.
fun. Who do we have? I don't have my, let me see. I got to put my glasses. I have on my cute glasses. I have to put on the ones that I can see. Hold on one second. Who do we have
I'm
here?
about to get off
I don't
real
have
quick.
Oh, okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Hey. Oh, hold on. Let me let T go real quick. She's been waiting a while.
Okay.
Go
Oh
ahead,
no,
T.
you can go, Sophia.
No. Hi. Don't.
Okay.
Hi. Oh, wait, I have a delay. Oh, boy.
No. Hi, Sophia.
I think you're good. Hey, Sophia.
I think I have a delay. Oh, no.
No, I hear you fine. I think you're okay.
There's a delay.
Oh.
Okay.
No, there is a delay. You guys think there's not one, but there is one.
I'm
Oh.
sure there is. There probably is, but
Sophia, it's only 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
fun.
we'll work through
It's
it.
not
It's okay.
a second.
We're patient.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Let's do this.
Okay, wait, I
Yeah.
need to figure something out. Hold on.
Okay. right.
I think I need to press something. I don't know.
Okay,
We
well, I'll
figured.
just say my point while she
Go, go,
gets
go.
that done. But I just think that something drastic will have to happen in order for people to see who Black men are. And if this war in Ukraine actually affects us, it will definitely show us that these men literally does nothing for society. I mean, I have seen the interviews over there where the Black men are saying they're not fighting for what? They're trying to jump on planes and all types of stuff before women and children. They have already shown that they do nothing. And I'm just ready for them to do that over here because I'm sick of them blaming slavery. I'm sick of them blaming white supremacy. I'm just sick of it. And something needs to happen to show us right now that they are weak. And that's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, see, I'm so
Because
sorry.
we
I'm not
need we
laughing at
need
you. I'm not
we
laughing at
need
you. It's your delivery. You're funny. But go on. I'm listening.
but we need new history because they keep going back to Martin Luther King. He was weak. They keep going back to Malcolm X. He was weak. We need proof now. That's what I'm waiting for.
You know
Okay.
what though?
Girl, I've been stopped waiting for them to be strong. It's over. It's a wrap. Throw it
Yeah,
away.
but
It's
but
okay.
but listen,
We've moved
but
on.
but this is what I'm saying because Brent was saying earlier, whenever we say something and try to hold them accountable, they're either racist and we're either hurt Black women. First of all, I don't have not one child, never been in an abusive relationship with a Black man, never even had a horrible experience with a Black man in a romantic relationship. However, I still have really, really hard opinions against them because I've seen it and they have tried me. And I just know my worth. And that's the difference. I don't need to have a bad experience with these nasty men and little boys for me to say, you know what, that's not for me. Not every person has to go through that.
Right.
And
I
that's the
get what you're
issue.
saying.
They want to blame our hurt, but I wasn't I wasn't necessarily hurt. Don't try to gaslight this. Don't try to say, oh, that white man is racist. This is why I want something to happen now because we need the proof. and our words aren't enough, you know.
Mhm.
It's like
What do we need proof for? I'm sorry, what
we
exactly?
need proof to show that they mean nothing in society, and that they're not putting in, because whatever we say, they're going to just say, oh well, the white man's racist, that's why he's saying it. Oh well, she's just a black woman who's hurt, or oh, she's just ugly, nobody wants her, or she's just a baby mama. They come up
We
with so
don't need
many.
proof though. Everyone knows, sweetheart. They do know. Everyone knows. They may be backed into a corner or maybe making a conscious decision not to go back and forth with these males, but they know the world knows that they are the lowest on the
Well,
totem
let me
pole
put
of
it this way.
males. They're
Let me
aware.
put it this way.
Mhm.
They don't know. They're so delusional and narcissistic that it will literally take them to be in a destructive situation for them to see it themselves. And if
No,
T,
they
they
don't,
do know. Why do you think they're
T,
so
a
violent towards
narcissist
us?
never looks at themselves.
and
They're
that's
not.
my whole point. And
They
that's
But
have
my
no
that's what
whole
the
self.
point.
deflection is about. When
Oh
they
yeah,
know,
yeah.
narcissists are self-loathing, which means they know
They're aware of it.
that they're
Hmm.
they're not going to do anything to
Hmm.
better themselves in the
But they're
situation, but
aware of it.
they're self-loathing and they're aware of
Yeah.
their
Okay, let me
position.
put it this way.
Hmm.
You know how a narcissist runs out of supply, right? And they start to feel that itch, and they're like, you know what? I need something to distract me. You know, I need some prey.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
they don't want to get to that point where they're thirsty. What I'm saying is we have to get them to the point where they was at the beginning of slavery, because they sold us. They keep saying white men did this. They didn't do
Hmm.
nothing. You sold us out.
Yep.
You're a sellout.
It took the
You've
white
always
man to
done that.
stop it. The white man stopped slavery, not black men.
That's
And
But
the
fact.
my
first person
whole
that
thing,
had slaves was the black man. The black man had a slave.
and
Hmm.
that's
Well,
my whole point. It's like
I
we have to get them to the point where they're literally thirsty and they're looking for their last prey, and they can't go to a white woman, they can't go to a black woman, they can't blame no white supremacy. We literally have to get them in that corner where they literally have no more excuses, is what I'm saying, because
Did,
that's what it's going to take.
well, T,
I
did you
And
don't
I
see
ain't
the
I
other
don't
waiting.
I
day?
don't think that's I don't think that well, I left group think and group action a long time ago, and that's when my piece came. But I understand the sentiment of what you're saying,
Hmm.
and I agree with the result that you would like to get. But the whole trying to putting it on yourself or black women or any group of people um as a responsibility or a goal, I believe that's a fruitless effort. I
Oh no,
believe that
that's
it
not.
can
I'm
happen.
not
I believe,
saying us.
wait a minute. I believe it can happen, but not in any with any group effort. By what we're doing here, a woman like you and a woman like me, we don't even look at black males in that manner. And birds of a feather flock together, right? So I don't know about you, but my friends don't date black men. Like we don't go to lounges or bars or whatever, wherever they are, unless it's family, that's there. Because I didn't cut my family off because I happen to have been lucky enough to not have the lowest of the low when it comes to black males, but I still keep both eyes on all of them, because I know the nature of what I'm dealing with. And that's my point. When these men have a particular nature. I was listening to what you were saying, Corey, about the testosterone factor, and that is true. But I stated in the comment section that it's beyond testosterone with this particular demographic of males we're
Hmm.
dealing with. They are
They're demonic.
hyper violent, and it's just towards women. That's a really weird and different type of animal you're dealing with. And it's because the women are the breadwinners. The
Hmm.
women are we're, if you want to believe um um evolutionary biology, we're the oldest people on the planet, and we were matriarchal first. So they hate that they've just always been weaker and beneath us. And it's always been like that. It's always going to be like that. So they behave different than any other men. They've never conquered any men, any group of men on the planet. The only group who they have conquered is the Black woman. That's who they've successfully conquered. And trying to change their reputation, I kind of like feel like that's a fruit that would be wasted energy, because you can change the reputation, but they're still going to be who they are. They're not going to stop being who they are. The only thing we can do is exactly what we're doing. Well, we can do more, but I feel like the most beneficial and productive thing we could do is exactly what we're doing. Moving on. It's called starving the beast. That's it. You starve them out. I don't give them much energy, not even on a level of disdain or hatred. I don't deal with them. I don't feel like ill, when I walk past them or anything like that. I may walk across the street if it's more than one of them, but I'm just saying, I don't, I mean, I don't think that trying to change the narrative around them is worth our energy, only because they're still going to be who they are.
Are you referring to what I said?
Yeah, about doing something
Because
to
that's not what I said. I never said for us to do something. I said it's going to take for us to be in a situation such as the Ukraine situation. Nobody is doing anything over there in Ukraine. That's a situation with the environment and everything. That's something out of our power. But what it's showing is their weakness, is what I'm saying. So something like that needs to happen over here. I'm not saying that we should make efforts to expose them. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying we will
I'm
have
sorry, I
to.
misunderstood them. Sorry.
No, I would never say anything like that because I'm not wasting my time.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
there's one thing about what is
Oh, excuse me.
continually
Sorry.
being repeated. Um, the black men are very well. I can't say just black men because I've heard white men do this repeatedly.
But we're
If
not
you
talking about you all.
if you have a
They're
negative
talking about you.
And
Don't
let
you don't have
Corey
to put
well,
speak. Let
disclaimers
Corey
in,
speak.
Corey.
if you have a negative
Yeah,
outlook, if you have a negative outlook on your
disclaimer.
life
Let it
and you
rip.
speak it, if you have a negative outlook and you speak it, and then so the Bible says, so a man thinks, so is he. And if you say it too long, you're going to believe it 100%. And someone, it'll kill your hope. And any male that is of fighting age, and what is it, between 18 and 35, any male in that age range that has zero hope, that's the most dangerous man on the planet.
Mm.
I
Because
mean, so
if you can't,
what's go ahead.
well, the negativity that is constantly said repeatedly over and over and over. I mean, imagine these young boys growing up hearing the older men, and older to a kid is 20, and it
Okay,
doesn't
but if
stop.
you were inside the Black community though, Corey, you'd hear how they actually don't get much negativity at all. They are praised, they are lauded,
Well, they're
they
spoiled.
are spoken of as kings, even when they
If
don't
you
have a
spoil a
job.
person, you ruin them.
No, they're
Yeah,
Hey,
They're
coddled.
ruined. They are ruined.
hey, let me ask you, ladies,
let
this.
me tell
Is
you.
this what?
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Is this what this? Okay. I've heard the black male worshiping culture. Is that what this is? I
It's a
don't know.
fact.
Yes. Yes.
I
They
just
worship them. And let me tell
that
you
from
something.
other platforms.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I'm not
I
saying that's
had
what
I
it is, but
I'm sorry. I stated when I first came up here that I didn't come from a family where the men were the worst of the worst. I've heard some horrible stories, and just living in certain neighborhoods, when I was really, really young, I've experienced bad things, but I happen to be lucky enough to have some men that were stronger than the savages in the neighborhood. They were bigger savages than the little savages. Sometimes you just, you just gotta have somebody on your team. It is what it is. But the reason why they are the type of men, I'm speaking on the men in my family, they're the type of men who would intervene if, they see a woman being beaten, or which you rarely even see that today, or, they would never even think about being taken care of by a woman. These are basic things. I'm not putting them on any type of pedestal, but the reason why, even in the culture, in the Black culture, where it's normal for women to take care of men and for men to stand to the side when women are being abused, even in the thick of that culture, the only reason that the men in my family were able to not fall into that is because they had strong hands of discipline, and they weren't given anything. They had to just deal with not having, and that's rare in the Black culture. That they buy them these children $500 sneakers when you're backed up on your rent. It's ridiculous. Like I I've never seen any of the males in my family receive handouts on my mother's side. My actual father, that's a different story, but that's is always something, right? And it's weird because my father is actually biracial. My father is Irish and Caribbean, right? And my mother is Caribbean and African American. So
she's Black.
yeah, but both of their I like to put people in monoliths like that because we know the cultures are different. And I've seen it inside of my own family where they have the infighting because, you know, some of them are from the islands and some of them are from here. But in any event, my father being the one that is biracial and happened to have more, happened to be the loser. He wound up being the one that was the loser. So and he's the one who encouraged me and put in my mind until I had to break that tie, that white men are the devil. And the reason why, because I asked him, because I see men on my mother's side of the family doing what they were supposed to do and being protective. And we lived in a horrible neighborhood, and I knew that I was safe in those streets because of my uncles on my mother's side. So I would ask my father, why aren't you doing this? Or why aren't you doing that? Or why can't you just get us a house? We need to leave, this neighborhood. I would ask him. I'm a kid. I'm thinking this is what men do, right? You're my father. And I guess he didn't have any answers. And
Hey guys,
he would direct it to white men. It's the white man keeps us from doing this and doing that. And
hey guys,
that was his answer.
hey
What is
guys.
it, Brent?
I'm sorry. I'm falling asleep on this live stream. I mean, I'm enjoying it, and
You
it's
work
beautiful.
today, Brent.
Yeah, and you ladies are awesome, and I love you, and I could do this all night till the next morning till.
That's not
But
true. You're getting older.
I just started. I actually, fellas, I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I worked today. I took my son to the airport, and I'm just out of it, guys.
It's
But
nap time.
yeah, it's time to go to bed. But I enjoy you ladies. You ladies made this show awesome. And
thank you. This is
Kiss,
a good.
gosh, I love having you on. Come on more.
I can't believe I came up here tonight. This is this is my first time ever literally coming on a panel on YouTube ever. Seriously.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It was good to have you. I
Yeah.
enjoyed let me take off my avatar because I was falling asleep. But yeah, I enjoy you ladies. I had a good time, but I'm trying to fall asleep. It's like
Yeah.
almost
The next time next week, let's touch on this subject here about the the war in what's
on
the
the
Ukraine?
Ukraine.
You know, Ukraine, because I
Oh,
want to touch on this. I don't condone any type of war, any type of violence or anything, but I just want to talk about the narcissism when it comes to that, and to touch on what T was saying again. Certain people, it just has to be gray rock. But I want to touch on what T mentioned, because I'm glad you mentioned that, T. What you meant, what you said, because that's what the narcissism. That's where that narcissism comes in at. Because before this war broke out over there, they were over there. The black men were over there benefiting from their money, from their all of their whatever they were sharing with them and their kids and their wives and all that. It was never a problem. Never a problem. But now, and you didn't hear that they were racist. And I'm sure there was some racism over there, but you didn't hear them. You didn't hear them say anything. But now that they have to earn that money through war, now all of a sudden they're racist. They're racist. No, they're not, because they're letting your wives and your kids bleed. They're just saying you stay over here and you earn that money that you spent and that you were whatever you were benefiting from prior to this. You didn't say anything yesterday or last week, 2 weeks, 2 months ago, 2 years ago about this racism. Now all of a sudden, see, that's race. That's narcissism. See, now you want to see. That's what I'm saying. Whenever you go to say now you have to do something to earn this, all of a sudden they want to do this campaign of, you know, what they call that, a smear campaign.
The
And see,
sun
that's
kiss.
what I can't stand. But we'll
Can
talk
we?
about this another time. But you go ahead and
Yeah. Could we let Brent sleep?
yeah, go get you some sleep, Brent, and we'll talk about this next week. Okay, that's what I
yeah,
want to talk about.
we will. I'll be coming on. I'm not going nowhere. Sorry,
Okay,
guys. I started. I'm so
Nancy is
tired,
going to be so through. Oh my goodness.
okay,
but I'm
see,
enjoying this so much. If I
yeah,
wasn't tired, we would go into the morning with this.
okay,
We already are.
Yeah, we
yeah,
are already. But
Even I am. It's 1
I have
a.m.
my avatar on and I started snoring. I don't know if you guys heard me,
yeah.
Yeah,
but
it's
But
time to
we'll
go
You
talk
were a
about
sleep.
little.
this next week.
I thought it was you though, Corey. I was like, oh no, Corey fell asleep.
no, that
Me?
was me.
No, I didn't go to sleep.
I blamed it on
That
you,
was me.
Corey.
I
I
don't
got up
care.
super
You can
early
blame me
because I
for
had to
anything.
take
I'm all right.
I got up
Okay,
super early because I had to take my son to the airport, and
okay.
it's been touch and go all day, and I didn't expect this to go 6 hours. Gosh,
This was
but
awesome.
it was awesome. You know
This is a
what, ladies?
marathon.
Hey, this show was
We
awesome.
appreciate
I
you. Thank you.
thank you, and I'm going on tomorrow night. I'm going to do my prayer meeting in the midday, but tomorrow night I'm going to have a panel, and we're going to talk about the barriers of interracial relationships, how we can break those barriers, and you know, how we can come together and just kick aside those stereotypes and all that other craziness, and just have relationships as people, like as we should, instead
Yeah,
of living in this propaganda and stereotypes. You know what?
yes,
And here's the thing, ladies: if you have a man that you find attractive and you're in love with, and he provides for you, go for it,
yeah.
regardless of who he is, or what he looks like. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if you're happy with him, hey, it's your choice. It really
Exactly.
is. And here's the
Brent,
thing:
the panel is great and the chat was on fire.
it was. This was a beautiful night, and I enjoyed it. And gosh, it. And you ladies, I mean, you made the day. And Corey, my brother, you're always there. I love you. And you know
Love you
what?
too, buddy.
This was a good show, guys. And you know, and tomorrow night, come on and we'll have a good show. And if you want to come in on my prayer meeting, if you're a Christian, a man or woman of faith, come in and and even if you're not, you're welcome to. And that's just my way of honoring God within my channel. We don't get as many views, and not a lot of people watch, but it's really uplifting, and it's a beautiful thing. We come together, but I love you guys, and this show was beautiful, ladies. You were awesome,
Thank you.
and
It was fun, yeah.
and I want to say to Indiana Mom, I love you. I didn't mean to cut you down, but we're kind of getting off topic. But ladies, I enjoy you. I love you guys, and you guys are awesome.
We
And
love
and
you
the
too, Janet. We really do.
and the men out there, I love you guys too. You know, you're my brothers, and I look at this as like a family, and I appreciate you guys. And we'll do this again tomorrow night, and we'll have a good time. Um, you know, and we'll do this every weekend, like I said, and it's going to be awesome. And I'm sorry, Starfalls, I'm just so out of it.
No,
Brett,
you need some
we're
sleep. You've been working and all that. You need sleep. Yeah.
we're
Yeah,
we're gonna do a 6-hour show every weekend.
no, I don't know about that. But here's the thing.
Oh
My
my
job,
goodness.
here's the thing. Okay, YouTube is my passion. I love it. I want to do it forever. I could, if that was my only job, I'd be in seventh heaven. Okay. Now, last year I made $400 on YouTube, which is nice. But my day job, I made $96,000. So I got to do my day job.
There you go.
But I
It's
would
a
rather
smart
do
choice.
this if money wasn't an issue, right? So, but this is my passion. I have to work to pay the bills. But and sometimes I do it late at night. Sometimes I go, you know, crazy hours, and I apologize for that. But I love having you guys on, and like I said, this is what I love to do. Work is what I have to do. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
And you guys are my family. I love spending time with you guys. And this show was awesome tonight, and that's why it lasted so long because it was so beautiful. And you know, I'm gonna have a panel tomorrow night, and it's full. I told some people I can't bring them on because we're over 10, but I
Oh, wow,
will.
it's over 10 people you got
Yeah,
planned?
yes. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the people on, and I told a couple people if you know if someone don't show up, I'll send you the link. But here's the thing, everybody, I'll leave it open so you know people that couldn't come on in the beginning can towards the end. Um, I'm going to have to really police it because I don't want one person still in the show. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't need one person to go for 45 minutes and everybody else gets 5 minutes and some people don't get on. So I'm going to have to regulate it. I mean, you know, with just a few people, we can work it, but I'm going to have to regulate it because people get so passionate in what they want to say. And I want to hear everybody, but I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to set the timer, and I'm going to just have to cut people off. Not that I want to, but there might be so many I might have to do that. So, but it's going to be fun.
So, is it like a theme or?
Well, we're going to talk about interracial relationships, how to break the barriers, and I think it's an important topic. You know, because we're told how a certain group is, the stereotypes. We're told, you know, how certain people are, right? But we don't know. We just believe what we're told. So it creates barriers, right? Black women say that white men, they've been told white men don't want them. That's a total lie. And us as white men believe that black women don't want nothing to do with us.
That's a lie.
Yeah, so
I've just been told that they're gonna kill me. That's what.
Good Lord.
That's what to me too.
I've never thought that they didn't want me because they've always, you know, tried, and I was really brainwashed into believing if you get into one argument after you're in a relationship, they're going to kill you. And when I was younger, the Lifetime channel was very.
Wow.
It's so funny, right?
No, that's what they
But
have.
I used to think that. Remember the Lifetime channel? It was the Lifetime channel first came out, And
Mhm.
movie after movie after movie. It was
Yeah.
really bad publicity for you white men.
Good
Seriously.
Lord.
Yeah, it
News
was.
was
They
showing
made us look like
white
monsters.
men killing and beating.
If
They
that was,
were
if there
only
was
doing
any
this to
truth
white
in that, we would have
women.
been killing our own kind too.
No, they
Yeah,
were
yeah, but
only doing it to white women in that Corey, in that on
Yeah.
that channel. So
So
yeah,
what the black men used to tell us is, you see, if they do that to their own, you know they're gonna be worse.
Yes, but the TV is make believe.
I know, but I was really young.
but you know
Yeah.
what? That's what we every black woman has been fed that. We really truly think I mean if we have had to recondition our thinking because we have been forced, like we've been fed that and force fed that. White men are going to kill you. When they don't
yes.
want you
Like
anymore,
legit,
they're gonna
we
get
thought that they were
insurance
going
on
to kill
you.
us.
Yeah, get insurance
Legit.
on you and kill you so they can get the insurance money and live off of it. I
And
kid you
I've
Humbly.
not.
never heard the insurance thing, but I've heard that they would just be rageful and just do it out of hatred. And let me tell you how strong the brainwashing is. It's so strong that my father is half white, and I still believed it.
So just
Wow.
imagine.
What?
Mhm.
Yes,
And here,
Sophia,
is that
Sophia,
strong.
just to correct this, when a white man loves a woman, regardless of color, he comes through the door with 3 dozen roses in his hand,
just you know
and
what,
he
That-
Michael
and he
Bolton.
and he
That's
wants to
good
take your
to know.
earrings off so he can kiss your neck, not fight you.
You know what? You
Right.
know Michael
We
Bolton.
know now, but look how
You
old I
Wow.
am. I'm already,
Yeah,
and that's me
stop
on the
it.
right. I'm already
I have
47. And it
my
took me
wife's
until I
going to
was
keep her
40.
earrings off and I'm be kissing her neck and okay,
Exactly.
you're getting my
You were
mind
going
going
to
somewhere
say,
else.
Corey, when she was talking about the earrings, I said, he's getting ready to say something totally different. Because
Okay.
I've dated white men before. I just haven't had a serious relationship. And
I'm
yeah, I
sorry.
know now that that was ridiculous for me to believe that. But when you're told it, or we're not told it specifically until we actually start dating, but you hear it said to the older women in your family, and then they start saying it to you specifically when they see you're
Hmm.
starting to date. It's
All I can say
programmed.
is, ladies, do your homework before you date a white man, because
Drink coffee.
if you take your earrings off around a white man, he's thinking you want to be intimate, not fight.
Trust me, when I
Oh,
take my earrings off,
I
Hey,
knew you
I'm
were
not
going to
gonna
say that.
fight. If I fight
hey,
anything, it's gonna be fight. Well, I can't say that, but
First of all,
yeah, it won't. Yeah,
First of all, I will tell a person in a minute, listen, I'm too pretty to be fighting. So if I'm taking off anything, it's not to fight.
you better know it.
Amen to
yeah,
that.
there
Preach
you go.
Okay.
it.
I
But
just told
I'm a love,
y'all I grew up
I'm a
around
lover.
men who would
I'm
lay
a lover,
somebody
not a
down
fighter.
for me
I'm a lover, not a
on the
fighter.
ground.
Well, I
Yeah.
can tell you what, from a man's perspective, whether you take your earrings off to fight or the other, either way, you're going to be tired.
But,
Oh,
but
oh,
here's the thing. Okay,
You
let me ask you
really
this.
now,
Hey,
know,
Brent.
the earring thing.
Hey,
I mean,
I'm just running off
seriously.
of what Sunkiss said earlier.
but hey,
You
Brent,
know,
have
when
you
a
ever
man
seen?
would come in the room and take off your earrings and ask me how my day is, and I'm like just like, oh baby, I'm just like,
like it's on. So wait, so good. Like these are good pointers. Now we know how to give subtle hints. Like, okay,
yeah, you know what? That
take a
hey,
little
hey,
something off.
ladies,
Start with the earrings.
if you're with your, with your husband and stuff, and you take off your earrings, and he just kind of approaches you and just a
Mhm.
little bit more loving, you know what's going on. You know the
Yeah.
deal. Yeah.
Listen,
'Cause
when
I just
whoever
started
I take
thinking
my
about the
earrings off
earrings
with,
coming off, and yeah.
yeah, whoever I take my earrings off with, he's gonna be my husband. And trust me, when I take off my earring, he
There you
already
go.
know the scope. He know the scope, okay? And it won't be
Yeah.
the fight. If we're gonna be fighting anything, it's gonna be them cheeks, okay? Now we're gonna leave it at that. But let me say
Ah,
this. Let me say this. Now, Brent, have you ever seen the movie called Something New with Sanaa Lathan and
oh,
Simon Baker?
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
I
I
did.
own that one.
I did a video on that.
Did you really?
Oh, that's one of my favorite movies. Oh my God, that's like
I
a
I
have
own
that
it.
movie. I have that. I watched that movie so much that I was just like, I knew every word they were gonna say. Okay. So my thing is, that is when I knew. I mean, I knew that I was, and so many of the ones, the old friends that I told you I don't have anything to do with anymore. They will always say, "You're gonna marry a white man." I said, "No, I'm not." They said, "You're gonna marry a white man." For years, they would say, "You're gonna marry a white man, white man, white man, white man." And I said, "I know what I want." They said, "White man, white man," and now I'm gonna marry a white man.
Yeah. You, you, you know what's funny
Huh?
is, is when I was like 12, my father said, "Yeah, you're going to marry a black woman." And I'm like,
Really?
"Yes." You know what's crazy is my mom and dad knew I was going to marry a black woman before I even really thought about dating. Did you know that? And
Wow.
maybe it was my infatuation with black women when it came to Donna Summer, Thelma from Good Times,
Yeah.
Mm.
uh,
Preach it,
Foxy
Brett.
Brown. You
Preach it.
remember? Uh, no, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Um, I really was thought black women were everything. Even when I was little, I was like, oh, they were just amazing. And I told my dad one time, I said, you know what? What if I had a girlfriend like Donna Summer? And he told me, he says, well, she's black, beautiful, and famous, and you're just an average little boy from New Mexico
Oh,
where
Oh,
people don't even know where it's at. And and I was like, that's how my dad was. He was just blunt and
he's
but he
very
said,
much a
you know what, son?
realistic.
He said, you know
Yeah.
what? But you'll find a good wife.
He's a
It'll
dream
work out.
killer.
I was like,
you're
man,
right.
you're
That was
That was a
crush,
dream
my
killer.
crush. Huh? No,
He's a dream killer.
he was.
Yeah.
Oh, but,
Didn't
but
work
you know
though, did
what?
it?
No, it's a
Right.
good thing because you know what? It kept me grounded. It kept me looking within myself what I really,
Oh, good Lord.
who I really am. You know,
Single
it's
Vortex, I have never watched nor read 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh
uh,
Lord. OMG.
okay.
This is
I
why I call you Brat.
I've never seen it either, but I know what it's about. But
Oh my goodness. But this goes to show, I think how people's family really know them, because coming up, I had the pro-black thing shoved down my throat
Mm-hmm.
around the time
Hmm.
I got into my teens. And I'm telling you, it was specifically because that's the time we start dating. Because when I was younger, I grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood after my mother, because my parents didn't marry, but my mother got married when I was like in maybe like the first grade, kindergarten. And that's when we moved in a better neighborhood. And it was a white
Mhm.
neighborhood predominantly. So um when I was around little kids my age, they were just children. We didn't even think about, and she married a black man, a fully black man. And he was horrible, but race wasn't part of any of the conversations or arguments. And then when they divorced and we moved back with my grandmother in Brooklyn, that was just shoved down the throat. But um I just dated black boys just because I thought that was what I was supposed to do. In the back of my mind and in my heart, I was like, I'm going to get in trouble. People are going to be mad at me, particularly my family, if I date, the white guy who sits next to me and plays the saxophone in the band, or, the white guy who's on the football team. These were boys who were trying to talk to me. And I was just like, yeah, I can't do it. It was a guilt in the back of my mind and in my heart, and it was a fear. I just felt like I was going to get in trouble, so I didn't do it. But fast forward to now, I'm already 47 years old. I stopped dealing with black males after a 12-year relationship that it could have led to marriage if I wanted to, but I knew better. Like something it kept me from taking that next step. And when I left, that relationship, I said, that's it. I'm just never dealing with another black male again. And so when I went on my first date with a white guy, and my relatives, those who knew, were like, oh, we knew that was coming. We knew it, but they never said anything to me all of those years. They was, oh yeah, we knew that was coming. And I was like, wait, what? Are you guys like mad at me? Or they're like, oh, and I said, I'll be there. This whole time, you mean to tell me I could have been done this and without, getting backlash? But your family knows you. That's my only
They
reason for
do.
saying that.
They
They
But
do.
do.
and they do. They know you better in those areas than you do.
Yeah.
And it's like I was like, oh no, it's gonna be. They were like, no, no. And I was super young. They were like, no, no, no. I was like, I know, thinking
Hey,
I'm gonna be with somebody black, but all along, no.
Uh-oh.
yeah,
Brett.
you know what, Sunkissed? You know what's
Mm,
funny? My
mm.
mom told me this, and there's a perception that when I married my wife, that my mom would be flipping out like an angry Karen, but she's not like that. But you know what my mother told me? She says, I was talking to her, and we're sitting around, my mom, my dad, uh, and my mom and dad were divorced when I was 3 because they were teenagers. My dad was 19 and my mom was 17. My dad married my mom because of me, but the marriage didn't work. But they're still friends, and when we have gatherings, they're both there. We're sitting
Oh,
around talking, my mom and dad, right? And my mother-in-law, and we're talking about, you know, the women I was interested in, and they knew I was going to marry a black woman. Both my mom and dad told me. They said, "Son, we already knew." And my mom said something funny. She said, "You remember that movie, Who's Coming to Dinner?" Is an old movie. And I said, "Yeah." She says, "Well, if you would have showed up with a white woman, we would have flipped out. We wouldn't know what to do. We would have thought something was wrong because it was out of the ordinary." It was just funny because, well,
That is so funny. I love it. This
it
is a
is.
bad example. I'm sorry. Go on. You said what now?
No, it was just like the opposite of what you would think. They said if a white
yeah.
woman came in, we would have panicked because that's not you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Mhm.
Exactly. That that's what they were saying. They were like, if you and even up until I last saw them, they were like, we really see you're going to be with a white man. He's going to be non-black. And I was
Yeah.
like, guys have been saying that for years. And finally, I was like, yeah, I mean, I believe that. But it's so funny because even in that movie, Something New, I think it's so funny how even Thelma on Good Times,
Oh
she had to do all the cleaning and cooking and being responsible, and JJ just walking around paint and saying dynamite. But he was able to date all these
yeah.
women, you know.
You know
And then
what?
Good job. He has chicken delivery.
You know
yeah,
what? I never
what's that?
watched
Dynamite.
it. JJ was funny, but I never watched it for him.
Nope.
I'm
Just
sure
saying.
you didn't.
We
Yeah.
all watched it for Thelma, even the girls, because
Uh-huh.
she was like a pretty girl to look up to, you
Yeah.
Yes.
know.
Yes. Because I think we did. We all admire. I wanted to be her so bad when I was a little girl. And then not then with the Something New, her what's his name? Faison. It don't matter him. But anyways, he had a bunch of babies in real life. He had a bunch of babies by white women that he didn't take care of, then pay child support. So and that movie depicted him very well. He was the young brother that just slept around with a bunch of women. That was accepted by and of course his parents were of the aristocrats. And so now Lathan, she was looking for a good black man, couldn't find one. She was what was she? I think was she an attorney or something like that? I can't remember it because it's been a minute since I watched the movie. No,
I don't
she
know.
worked.
She was very successful. Maybe
Yeah,
a attorney or something.
Yeah,
Maybe a big
that-
corporation or
yes,
something.
she was an attorney because she ended up she was an attorney. But at any rate, she ended up dating Simon Baker, and but she had to keep it a secret.
Yeah.
You see how that worked, but the son that was no good dating all the women, that was acceptable. Except that's how it is in the black community. He could be a
Oh
no
my
good
God.
son.
That
Huh?
you know what? Gosh, you're hitting things on the head. Just thinking about it, yeah, they did accept him, and he was with these Beckies that were just.
No good bums.
Well, no, they weren't
Really calling
Beckies.
them
He was a
Beckies.
yeah, he was a no good bum, just like JJ, a no good bum. They could date all around, they could be accepted. But so you see how Thelma had to continue to stay race loyal,
Yeah.
but she had to stay race loyal. It didn't matter who JJ was with. He could be accepted. He could be whoever he wanted to be. Just like Sanaa Lathan. Long as she stayed race loyal, that's fine. Her brother, he could be a no good bum. That's perfectly fine. But the minute she decided to upgrade and be with someone that really truly loved her, regardless of what the race was, you see how she had to hide it.
Yeah.
She had to hide it. She
Sun
was
kissed.
never.
They call that social programming.
See, and I said, are you? This is what, and you know what? It was a group of us that watched that movie. We were sobbing, and I think we all were sobbing because we saw ourselves.
Oh man.
We saw ourselves in her. We were all just snotting because it was like, oh my goodness. And she was in so much pain. And did you see like the young black girl that came into the bathroom when Sanaa Lathan was in there crying? And that girl came in and she was able to relate to Sanaa Lathan within those minutes of just passing through, washing her hands. And do you know, I have been able to relate to so many women and just at Walmart in passing, I have swapped numbers with young black girls. Saying when I was telling somebody, when I tell black women, oh, you're so pretty. And they said, well, and I said, you don't believe it, do you? No, I said, why don't you believe it? Well, my mom. That's the first thing they say.
That's
My
crazy.
mom. Before my God. I'm saying this before my God. Well, my mom. And one girl just started wiping tears. I said, it's okay, sweetheart. I gave her my phone number. Beautiful black girl. Because her mother. Now, she said, well, my brothers don't have that problem, but my mom. I thought she was in high school. She was 25 years old. I thought she was in high school. Beautiful. And her hair. But because of her mother. And I said, see, this is what goes on in the black community. And Sanaa Lathan in that movie, when she went on that first coffee date with Simon Baker, she walked by. What's up, my brother? Hey, my brother. Hey, see, she had to get permission in passing just to be able to go and sit and have coffee with this guy.
That was awkward.
You see, this is what we have to get permission. But now there was the other way around. A black man with a white woman, you think he's gonna get permission? If anything, he's gonna rub it in her face. Just like that white girl with the black guy at the store. She felt comfortable enough to meet me in the aisle. And I said, oh, this is you gonna keep excuse me, can you go get me a basket? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hey,
Let me answer J10. 1 second, J10. It's me on the I'm on the right in the pink shirt. That's my sister on the left. She would kill me if she knew I had her picture up in the avatar, but I just had to grab something from my laptop.
Oh,
But yeah, that's my sister on the left.
We won't tell her, Sophia.
Oh my God. Yeah, I would get in trouble, and that's me in the pink shirt, the pink lace shirt.
Secret. It's our secret.
Answering J10's question.
Yeah, it's a real big secret. It's just international.
Oh my God. I have to take it down as soon as we leave here. She's going to be like, you
she's pretty. It doesn't matter. She's pretty, so she'll be happy to know that it was here.
She works for the government. She works for the federal government, so she's like, she doesn't want her pictures up or whatever.
Brent, Sandy's going to change your password. You won't be able to get back on.
Let me say something real quick. Hey guys, Sandy's not going to get mad. She understands. Actually, Sandy's in Kansas City. I'm home alone, so she's not waiting for me to come to bed because we're in different states right now.
Well, she knows where you're at. I'll tell you that.
Oh, she's so pretty. And you know what? I love her skin. Her skin is like flawless.
Oh,
Sandy's skin is flawless.
Yeah, she.
Yes.
You. If you ever got to know Sandy, you would fall in love with her because she's got such a good heart. She's awesome.
Different ones have said that. I've so many different ones. Different people have said that in the chat. Have said that she has the best personality.
She does. I mean, she's. Um, but her personality's great. But if you really got to know her, you just would fall in love with her. I mean,
Mhm.
she's just. I don't. She's just so sweet and awesome, and she just. And I'm not just saying that because that's my wife.
No, I
Um,
believe you. I
she
believe
just
you.
really got a good personality, and people love her.
You can tell
Even
that
my
though when she
grandmothers that
speaks.
weren't happy that I was with a black woman ended up falling in love with her just because of how she is.
Hmm.
Um, you know, she's just gifted that way.
Um,
She's got it that way. What can I say? I mean,
but you know what I want to say to you, white men. We value what
To you, white
going
man.
back to that movie on something new. We value you all because you all were saying it doesn't matter about your hair and your skin and all that. When Simon Baker told her, told Sanaa Lathan, I want to see you naked. I want to see all of you.
Oh,
And she got offended. Going back to what someone
yeah,
said earlier, um, when he said, I want to see all of you. Oh, I think it was T when she was saying, I can't, she said something that was really cryptic. And when she was saying when she was went to date white men and she was wondering if she was enough because of what black men had said to her. And I said, yeah, because that's why white women morph into something else. They look totally different when they get with black men. They feel like they have to be more ethnic. And she went with Simon Bacon. She got offended on that movie. She was like, she didn't want to take out her weave or whatever because she was feeling insecure. He said, no, he had to reassure her. It's not that. I just want to see all of you. I want to see you naked. I want to see without the weave. I want to see you. But
yeah,
she felt insecure because of what black men had programmed into her. The
yeah,
average black woman feels that way, like T was saying earlier. And I said, yes, that's what black men do. They beat you up on the inside, break you down, because that's what
I'm glad we
narcissists do.
came back to this topic because what you said about white women, the way they respond to black
Yeah,
men, and it's the
yeah,
same with mixed or light-skinned women, which lets
mhm,
you know the common denominator is the black male.
exactly.
He
Yeah,
does not the black male on a collective, on a majority level, because you know
not all, of course, but yeah,
we know how that works with the
yeah,
not all, but on
hmm
a collective level, they do it to everyone. And it's the reason why I didn't marry the one who I was with. This man was a multimillionaire,
hmm
real estate, successful real
hmm
estate investor. And the guy who I dated before him was a plastic surgeon here in
hmm
Manhattan. And was partners and had their own practice. But
hmm
you would think that that's, oh, you snagged a good one, and
hmm
they didn't beat me or anything like that, because I mean I wouldn't tolerate that, and I would get my goon
you
uncles on
no, you
them
would take your
anyway.
earring, you take your
But
earrings off. I got it.
I wouldn't. I would pick up the phone and I would call my goon uncles, and
be
that would be
careful,
that.
someone might
And
take
they
your neck when you do that.
well, I would. But so it wasn't that, but there's like a term that I eventually learned. It's this negging thing, and it's even those who have these high earning careers and educated, and
They're the
it's
worst.
just it doesn't matter. They have to break you down. And
Yep,
here's the
yep,
secret:
yep.
the prettier or the higher in their mind that they value you, like in their mind, if they value you, right? Like when they
hmm
say you're pretty for a dark skinned girl. So the pretty dark skinned girls get treated worse
hmm
than
hmm
the so-called less attractive dark skinned girls when they get you, when they
Oh yeah.
actually are able to snag you. And it's the same with the light skin, the mixed, and the white. And
hmm
I feel like I feel, and black women don't beat me up over this, but I feel so bad for white women and non-black women when they get with these men, because put them in our family. We know
Hey,
how they are, and they don't get it. They don't. They have feel like they have any idea what they're in for. The reason why I lasted so long in that relationship is because I was always on sergeant at arms. Like you
Yeah.
you can make them do what you want, but I don't need to be on aggressive mode all the time. That is exhausting.
Yeah.
I like the only reason it lasted is because he had properties out of state, and I used to get a break for like a month at a time.
Mhm.
Like this, they're exhausting. The only way the relationship
Yeah.
will last is if you're keeping your foot in their ass.
And
Excuse my
that's the
language.
thing.
Mm.
I don't have time to be always on, because see that again, that when you are constantly stressed out and on guard, that tears down your inside too. You may not see it. You may think you're okay, but you're not okay. Again, I don't have time to police somebody's grown son. See, I
No.
don't have kids for a reason. And if I can't take care of me the way that I need to, you're not going to be in my life. Again, peace is not by default. It has to be nurtured. First, it has
Yeah.
to be there. It has to be there. Then it needs to be nurtured. This is what, listen, I don't have time.
Listen,
I don't have time for grown beta dust. Okay?
right.
I don't have time for it.
Like
Hey,
I didn't even have to work, but I used to I wound up getting a job in a spa, being a receptionist in a luxury spa. And this is a place where there were mostly women that worked, but there were white men that worked in management there too. But I specifically got a job just so I could be around other males that I didn't have to keep my foot on their neck, and I could just be a girl. Black
what
men do
Mm.
not want you to be resting in your femininity. No,
they
you
don't.
have
They
to be
That's
fighting with
that's why I said
them
they're wolves. They're
or
wolves.
fighting for them.
They're packs of wolves. They are strategic in the way that they attack. And here's the thing.
And they like
I
you
have
to
never,
fight them. Oh, it's
I have
weird.
never, ever, ever settled. And this is why I haven't settled, because I have always been that type of kid, all the way up. And because different ones always say, Nikki, you have an old soul. Your mind does not line up with your chronological age. It just, because my thing has always been this: when I see everybody jumping off the cliff or running into a brick wall and dying, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go this way. Y'all good? Okay, thank you for doing it, because I know not to go that route. I'm gonna go this route because they all dead. So I'm gonna go this route. Because my thing is this: once I see that you coming with some game, and I'm not on game. I don't feel like playing. See, I don't play. I'm not. I'm on my grown woman. I was on my grown woman in junior high school, whatever. Because see, I had to be an old kid because I had to take care of a bunch of losers. Okay, I don't have time for it. So when I
Well,
got
I
to a
never
certain
take care of
age,
anyone, thank God. I'm the
I
baby.
was I was on this. It's sad to say that I could never be a kid. So
Oh
I was
man.
when I hit a certain age, I was just, and I didn't even deal with a bunch of chicks in high school. I was always I had a small pack when I was running in high school, and they already knew. Don't bring that mess to Nick. She ain't no Nikki, and she don't invite. She ain't gonna come. No, she don't bring her. Nikki, she ain't gonna show up. So my thing is this: at my big
Right
age,
on, Mr. Ray.
on
yeah,
my,
this would be
my
a
big
good
age,
cookout, ladies. Come on
huh?
over. I want to cook some brisket, ribs, steak, whatever you want. Let's have this cookout.
There you go.
Now everybody has to fly out.
Yeah, we would have
Right.
it. Oh my goodness, the cook.
Oh my
Oh, I
God.
love that.
Listen, guys, what state should
This
I
was,
move to? I need to
hey,
leave New York. I need to leave commie New York.
hey,
I don't
ladies,
know where to go.
what Michael Ray said, this would be an awesome cookout. We wouldn't even go to sleep. We'd be just cooking food,
I would not go to
talking
sleep. You
all
all would
night.
have to beat me. You all would have to you all would have to make me keep my earrings on and knock me out. And that's how I would go to sleep. That's the only way I fall asleep. Just knock me out.
Well, just don't
that's
take off
that's
your earrings because.
You might send the
son
wrong
son
message.
kid.
You
Son
might-
Hey,
kid,
guys.
that's not true.
I wanted to share something with you guys, and
Yeah.
when it comes to black women, my mother-in-law said something that was interesting.
Mm.
And this goes to prove that black women have always been desired, and white men have always been attracted to black women. They always have. Um, my mother-in-law said she made this statement to me. She said, and she's 87, okay? She grew up with segregation and all that craziness, right?
Mm-hmm.
She told me, she says, I've always felt sorry for white women. And I'm like, what? Why do you feel sorry for them? I'm thinking that's privileged women and all this stuff. She says, growing up, I always felt sorry for them. And what she was saying is that a lot of these white men were married to white women, but had black women as mistresses, and they would actually spend more time with the mistresses and spend more money with their mistresses than their own wives.
Wow.
And she said she felt compassion and sorrow for these women because their husbands were doing that. Yeah. And she said back in the day, there's nothing they could do about it. They just had to live with it. But and back then, you weren't supposed to marry outside your race and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. So I guess the way to get around it is have secret relationships. But she just made that statement, and it just blew my mind because we don't picture this, but this is actually what's taken place in history. And if you fell in love with somebody, you might be married but having an affair with someone else that you actually love, and your wife you don't, because that's not where your heart is. That's right. Just society and the legality of it.
So the white wives are kind of like a prop. It's kind of like a prop that, to play it off. It's like a stage prop. I have to do this.
Like, okay, society says I need to be with a white woman, so I am. That's my wife. But my desire, my heart, my love is with this woman that I can't have legally. So that's a mistress. We got to do it on the side.
Because George Washington, he was in love with his slave servant.
That too. And you know what?
They interviewed his great grandchildren, something like that. I just saw some of them maybe like 5 years ago. I saw a documentary. Yeah.
Well, George Washington didn't have no kids, right? With his wife, Martha. But there's rumors that he had fathered children with his slaves, right?
Yeah.
And there was a woman that came forward like in the 80s or 90s and said, yeah, I'm a descendant of George Washington, a black lady. And you look at her and I'm like, man, she does kind of look like George from the pictures. But I don't know whatever came of it. But there's rumors of that. And that happened back then. The plantation owners, they had so much power that, they had their wives, and the slaves they would, have children with and did what they want. And their wives knew they were doing it. They couldn't say nothing. They did what they wanted to. If you study the history, it's crazy. It's brutal. But that's the way society was. The man had total control. The woman couldn't say nothing.
Yeah.
But that's why we had, as black women, because the white men were so in love with our hair. So we had to start, black women had to start covering their hair up because the white women were jealous and intimidated by our hair being shown. So we had to cover our hair. And that's why black women cover our hair down to this day.
Really? I didn't know that.
Sunkiss. There's a lot more to love about a black woman than just her hair.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Well, but that goes to show that how white men are really in love with our hair, and black men try to make us think that it's the opposite.
No, it's not the opposite.
And so, really, it's that goes back to that's something new when he said, "I want to see all of you," and so. Yeah. And so that goes to show that, it was one white lady, I was at a doctor's office and she was on she was on the phone talking to her boyfriend, and she was sitting outside. So I was sitting outside catching some sun, and so she said, and I looked at her, I said, hello. She said, hi. She couldn't, she was on the phone, and she was talking, and she just kept looking at me. And first thing I thought was, she's gonna come down. I said, I'm sure she's talking to her. And I said, she's talking to a black guy. And she said, oh, I'm talking to my boyfriend. I said, okay. I said, yeah, she's talking to a nigga. But I said something else in my head. So she came down. She said, I want to introduce you to him. And I said, here we go. So I said, hi, how are you? He said, hey, good. How are you? He laying up. And so she's like, yeah. And so she, she had I think she had 3 teeth at the top and maybe a half at the bottom, So she was like, yeah. And she was so proud of him. And so then she was talking really loud. And she turned the phone to me so she could introduce me to him. So he looked and he said, hey, how you doing? I said, you couldn't even almost have me. This is what I was thinking. Even on my worst day and on your best day, you couldn't even almost have me. This is what I'm looking at him. And I looked at her, I said, I'm doing great. I said, and you? He said, I'm all right. I said, good. I said, so is this your daughter? And I started talking to her daughter. And she said, yeah. And so she kept talking real loud, just so swinging her hair. Yeah, because my hair was super, super long. I love sleeping in your t-shirts. My hair was much longer than this. I cut it. And I'm thinking, girl, girl, get your hair, you and your hair, and y'all can scoot down there, back where you came from. So it's little jabs like that. And I'm thinking to myself, and I went back to that documentary about the hair, and I'm thinking, if you don't do some research and find out why we cover our hair up, it's because your Tom, Brad, and Chad, they craved our hair.
Yes,
and
we
I'm
do.
looking at her,
You know what?
baby girl, they craved our hair. That's why we had to cover it up, and that's why we do it.
You know what? Sunkiss, to hit on that point, with black women, when I started dating, what really caught my eye, now that you think about, is their hair.
Yeah.
I remember the girls back when I was elementary school or even middle school, and I'm talking back in the 70s, is these black girls would have braided hair. They would have beads in their hair. I fell in love with that. I thought that was so neat. There was a little girl. This was back in, I was in middle school. She would have her hair braided and she'd have beads in her hair. And I was just infatuated. I was like, how do you do that? Oh, well, when they braid my hair, they put it in. And she says, you know what?
Thank you. You're so kind. Thank you. I'm sorry. She was complimenting my hair. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Go on. Isn't that funny? This girl's complimenting my hair. But go on. You said what now?
Yeah, we were talking about hair. But I was infatuated with that. And I asked her, how did you get the beads in? How she was just saying, well, when they braid her hair, they put beads in. And she says, you know what? Friday, I'm going to put blue beads. And her family must have had money, because every hairstyle she said she was going to get, she got. And she'd have like different color beads. And back in the 70s, that was like a thing.
Yeah.
But
most black women back then were really talented with doing hair. So her mom could have been doing her hair, or her auntie.
Yeah, her mom might have. Yeah.
My mother was a master at braiding.
Brett, do you remember when they braided Bo Derek's hair for that movie too?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked good. But
it looked nice. People dragged her, but it looked nice.
I think so too. I remember that. She did look nice. She did.
So, oh God, I like Bo Derek. People love.
You know what? There's some. I'm gonna be out. There's some white women that look good with braided hair, but not like black women. Black women no.
I actually have some of Bo Derek's pictures in my phone that I was gonna put on my Instagram page. I think she did look pretty. She was iconic,
She did.
I mean,
what I'm saying is,
I keep it real. But go on, Brent.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, black women. Nobody looks better than them. But I was attracted to that. Speaking about hair, and because it caught my eye, it was different, but it looked beautiful. It did, and I still like it. My wife put beads in her hair before, and I thought that was neat. black women's hair is beautiful. I love black women's hair. I don't know what the big thing is. When they braid their hair, when they I love black women back in the 70s when they had the big afros. I know when my wife, I help her take her braids out, and her hair grows so good. It's like, the last time I did it, her hair was like so long. I was like, man, and I was like, you know, putting my hands through her hair, and I was like playing it, and she's like, okay, enjoy
I love
yourself.
doing that.
But I was like, this is neat. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Brent,
Is that wrong with
Brent,
me?
you're
Sorry.
you're gonna love my book.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
What
I'm gonna
is
read it
it
tomorrow.
about, Corey? You didn't tell us. What is it
What is
about?
your book about?
Can we get a
No, I'm not going
no?
to. Brent,
Oh my
this is Brent's
god.
show. Brent can read it, and then he can talk about it if he wants.
Yeah, I haven't read it
Oh
yet, ladies.
god.
I'm
This
sure
No
is
I'll
Brent.
like
spoilers?
This is Brent's show.
No spoilers? Okay.
but black women's hair is beautiful. I don't know what the big thing is. If and
I
when
think
my
everybody
wife,
likes our hair except black men. I'm
No.
gonna be honest because I get compliments from
yeah,
white women, Indian women, white
Oh, dear.
men, Hispanic men. I like it's the only people who don't like black women's hair, and it's a particular grade of hair that black men don't like, but they they're the only ones. Like I've literally gotten compliment. I like to wear my hair straight because I'm at an age where I already take long to get out the door. And so to leave it curly and frizzy, although I love the way it looks, I don't love how long it takes to do it every single day.
yeah,
So therefore, I press it out. And like the way I look with my hair straight too, I don't have a problem with wearing my hair in different styles. But I notice the way white men in particular react to me when my hair is in its natural state. And I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. I
yeah.
can't wear
Sophia,
it like this
Sophia,
all the
let me,
time.
Sophia, I personally have never dated a black woman, but
Uh-huh.
ever since I decided, because I'm a very, what do you call it, deliberate person.
Yes.
Nothing happens in my life by accident.
Hmm.
I give everything thought. I've sat and watched, I don't know how many YouTube videos about a white husband or a boyfriend washing his black wife or girlfriend's hair.
Oh yeah.
And I can tell you,
Wow.
I'm looking forward to it because I've never
Aw.
experienced it. I've never experienced it. And the funniest thing that I ever watched was this poor guy. He kept putting shampoo in her hair, and he goes, "Where's it going?" And I started laughing. And he said it like 3 times. He goes, "I keep putting it in there." He goes, "I can't see it. It just keeps disappearing. It just keeps going." And I was laughing so hard. It was funny. It's on
Listen,
YouTube,
you know
but it
what? When you
just
do
kept
it, Corey,
absorbing
put
the
the
shampoo.
if you've seen the videos, I'm sure you know that you need to put the whole day to the side, right? That's hair day. That's not
That's
hair
hair day.
hour.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Yes,
hair
that's
day.
Yeah,
the day. You're
it's
going
an
to be
all day
spending
affair.
that
It's
day
a
together.
all day hair day. Yep.
And that's why
Yes.
we do whatever it takes to wear protective hairstyles or to cover our hair with certain times or certain days or with certain things because our hair it takes a lot to care for our hair. And
It
people
Hmm.
does.
think that, oh, it's a all week affair sometimes. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days, 4 days,
It's
to do one
easier
style.
when you press it out though. When I like now
Yeah.
it's so much easier for me now that I keep it pressed. But yeah, I I like in the summertime to let it be wild, let it go, but
Yeah.
And then
it's a job.
yeah, and I would go get my hair when I would go get my hair braided, some years ago. I would have to take 2 days off of work, literally 2 days, because I had so much my hair, natural hair. I had so much of it, and it came to my like mid. It came past my shoulder, and my hair is so thick, so it would come like maybe like 3 inches past my shoulders, and this is after I cut it. And when I used to go to the salon, I would be under the hair dryer literally for 7 hours. So I would have to go super early, and she would have to like
Oh
cut.
no.
I would be the only one in her chair for the whole day. And
Brett,
that's what with something what they would do. They would call a wrap, like wrapping your hair back in the like in 95, 96,
Yeah.
97, we were getting our hair wrapped. So
The
I would
wet
be the
wrap.
only one in her chair. So it would take she would be like, I don't even book anybody when I do your hair. It took that long. So it takes it's a long people that's what when black guys say that. And so when they say black guys say to us, you need to wear your natural hair. So now that we're wearing our natural hair, if we wear our natural hair, you talk to a lot of women that wear their natural hair all the time. They'll say, black guys don't even look at us. White guys do. So that again, that's gaslight. That's that's messing with the ones that cares. That's messing with their head. You telling black girls wear your natural hair, but you won't even approach them. But when they wear their hair straight, or when they want to put a wig or a weave in that's straight, then you wanna approach them.
Yeah.
I thought you telling them not to wear extensions and all that. But when they do, those are the Instagram models that you want to approach. But you just told them to be natural and not to wear all the
Yeah.
makeup and not to wear all the. See, you see what I'm saying? It's just the whole. And then when you get with the white girls, you say, oh, they look better than white girls, and the exoticals look better than you are. But then you tell them to go get the fake butts and you pay for it, the fake hips and all that. Yeah, she looking good. Look how but she built like us. We were born with this. But you
But
tell
that's
them
why
to go
you
look like
render
us.
them
That's right.
irrelevant.
So I
And
can't.
Render them
you know what?
irrelevant.
Let him have that. You know what?
Right.
Find you a white guy, come to the suburbs. It's all good.
There you go.
There you go.
That's where I'm going.
I might be your next door neighbor, and you gonna see me, and I'm gonna be putting
Hey.
my earrings on. How about that?
It's a deal. Come on. We got some we're in a new neighborhood. There's some houses up for sale. So
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's the gaslighting for me. They're not, like I say, it's just
Well,
narcissistic
for me,
behavior.
they annoy me because they don't stop approaching me. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm disgusted. I'm in New York City,
Mm-hmm.
and I live in one of the boroughs that's more suburban-ish,
Mm-hmm.
but and it's not predominantly black over here, but
Mm-hmm.
they're here. And when I go um into the city, which I don't anymore because the crime is ridiculous in the city due to all the politics, but it's crazy. You can't even walk in. It's you can't win from losing.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard some women say rejection is protection, and I agree with that. My issue is that I'm not afraid of them
Mm-hmm.
because I grew up around such protective males that were more beast like than the beasts that were in, the neighborhood. So I don't have a built-in fear of them. So that's a problem because these men are really dangerous and they don't take rejection well. So you have to use discernment. So I just need to not be around them because since I don't pay them any attention, they could just walk up on me and, hey, shorty, hey, light skin, hey, red bone, hey, big booty, hey, this and
See, that's
I'm going
that's so
to
offensive.
cuss you clean out
That is
without
so
thinking
offensive.
about it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put myself in that situation. So I just don't go near them. But it would be way better if I was off their radar. So being off their
Mm-hmm.
radar is a wonderful thing because they're not on my radar, but clearly I'm on theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And it poses a problem because it could be dangerous because my knee-jerk reaction is automatic rejection. It's like you're not even in the running, dude. Like, no, like what,
Mm-hmm.
get away from me. So
Mm-hmm.
it gets tricky. Either way, it's this, you can't win from losing. Well, you
And
can win from losing if they're not approaching you. That's a good thing.
I
Just
can't
thank your
stand
lucky
the
stars.
Sophia, don't you when they do the oh they be like, oh, what's up, when they be like, most of them they be like, that's all you? Have they ever asked you that? That's all you?
They-
Talking
yeah,
about your
they've
body
asked
part.
me if they've asked me in the summertime, are those your breasts, but use the other word. Um
Uh-huh.
What?
Like standing, yes, standing.
Your
Like if
body
you
part.
have on like a regular tank top, they'll literally come up to you and say, "Are those your tees?" And tatas, but they're not saying
Yeah,
tatas.
yeah.
And
Or your
What
say
in
it
behind.
the
in your face.
literal
Yeah,
hell?
Yes.
yeah.
And they say it laughing, and it's in a taunting manner because
Mhm.
it's
Okay.
meant to provoke you. It's they like to provoke you.
They're
That's what they do.
disgusting.
Because
But
when you
they're saying that.
react, hmm?
Huh?
No, they're saying that. But what about the white guy that's fetishizing the black woman because he says she's beautiful?
Right. Exactly. See
Yeah,
that
They're,
part
they're
right
the
there.
biggest.
like,
They're the biggest fetishizers of black women. They
I
sexualized
believe
our
that.
bodies as
But
soon as
see,
we develop,
but
Yeah,
and
because
the
of
older
white,
men do it.
because Brent is saying that we are beautiful. We're the most chosen. We did. He's elevating us in a respectful way. He's fetishized. I can't take the wheel. I can't. You,
I've never
I
been.
no,
I
The
and,
only
and
men
here's the
who
thing: I'm not fetishizing black women. I'm just saying they're beautiful. They got good
right,
quality. They're
right.
they're awesome women. That's all I ever say. But
Thank you.
Exactly. Acknowledging
people
beauty is
will
not
accuse
fetishizing.
me. They will accuse me of fetishizing. No, fetishization is having like a sexual desire for
Thank
like a
you.
body part, some kind of sexual gratification, and looking at a woman as an object. When I say
which
black
is
women
what
are
black males
beautiful,
do to us.
yeah, no, but when I say they're beautiful and they got a big heart and they're loving and they're passionate and I just love that about them, that's not a fetishization.
But you
That
talk about our
Absolutely
that's
inside,
not.
our
admiring.
inner part. You talk about our inner parts. And then
Yeah,
you may say, I love their hair and I love the way they carry themselves, their dress. You don't you start from the inside and then you may touch on our outside, our outer beauty. You don't just start
Let me
groping us
say this,
on.
Brent.
You
yeah.
know,
Here's the thing.
Mm.
Here's the thing. I mean, truth be told, we're human. Yeah, I have desires for women.
of
I'm
course,
just wired that way. When when me and my wife get intimate, yes, I have certain desires. Yes,
as you should.
and it's
You're supposed to.
natural. But it's with my wife, and it's between me, my wife, and God. It's within marriage. But
Right. They wouldn't
it's
know nothing about that because they don't marry. I'm back. Take the wheel. Go on.
well, yeah. So you would have no.
They do try to marry, and they're gold diggers or they're hypergamous. They try to marry. I've had more than one marriage proposal. Please, they marry for their benefit, not for the benefit of a family or for the benefit of the woman, but they marry. Listen. You know what's quiet as it's kept? A lot of black women could be married, particularly the educated ones, those who make good money, but they're smart enough to know that they may be destroying their finances if they marry the man who they're with. They're not smart enough or strong enough to say, let me not be with the type of man who I'm afraid is going to destroy my finances in the first place. My thing would be just not to be with them at all. But
Yeah.
I know women who are like, we're gonna just live together because and these are relatives, we're gonna just live together because, oh, I'm not going to be responsible for his child support payments, or I'm not going to be
But
putting
why
his name on my house.
I can't.
uh
No.
yeah.
You first of all, you ain't. Okay, listen. No ring, no wound. It don't
Yeah,
necessarily mean
that's
having
you
a
and
child.
I, but I'm
You
saying
ain't
that.
getting. You ain't. You ain't not nothing. You ain't getting Nathan. Not nothing. Nathan. Nathan.
I,
Because my
I
thing
was
is,
just addressing
you
the
ain't.
the low
You
marriage rate. I was just Sunkiss. I was just addressing the low marriage
no.
rate
No. I get what
because
you're saying.
they talk about how
I
black
can
women,
stand that.
one's
I can.
marrying them, and that's
Yep.
just, it's not the full story, is what I was trying to say.
I get no, I get
Um,
what you. I'm totally on your side. I get what you're saying. I'm just it's PTSD. I get what you're saying. I do. I'm
okay.
just sick of them. I'm sick. Here's the thing.
Right.
We always somewhere down the line, black women, if we want to be with them, we always got to lose somewhere. Somewhere we got to say, well, I'll do this to be with them, but I won't do that. Somewhere okay. If I want to be with him, I ain't gonna marry him because, like you just said, I ain't gonna marry him because I don't want to pay for his child support. But I'll be with him.
Mhm.
I'm not
It's
really.
always something.
We got to lose somewhere just to be with him.
Hey,
But
Don't let him up. Don't let him up. I see what you're looking at. Don't let him up. Don't do it. Don't. I'm not
what
trying to
is
tell
that
you
a
what to
guy?
do. But
huh?
listen,
Is that a guy?
yes, it is. Looking for
You know
One
trouble.
what?
community? Okay.
One
We don't need
community,
no
huh?
beta dust. No beta dust
That
Okay. I'm
is
not.
over here.
Hey,
a
let me make this clear. Eh, And I'm going to be honest. Listen, if you're a black man and you want to come on my channel, I'm not letting you on. That's not because I have a problem with you. That's because in the past I've been blindsided and it's been a bad experience. Okay. Now, if you want to come on to my channel, you can do it during my prayer meeting when I talk about God, when I talk about Jesus. You could come on as my brother in Christ. Yes, you
Oh, he ain't
can.
coming. He ain't
It's
coming.
not it's not to debate you. It's to talk about God.
He need to be over in the other channels with the black men that put black women down instead of over here trying to change somebody that want to have some
Yeah.
standards. They
So
always come over here to try to deflect.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm not
I
into a
don't know you, sir,
narcissist trying to tell me how to think.
but come join
thank
me
you,
on my
Curry.
prayer meeting. And that's not a open debate thing. That's to talk about God, and that's to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Okay.
And
Amen.
Thank you,
if he
sir.
over here to try to say all black men are we know it's not every black man on the face of the earth that's not bad. That's the problem. That then if he's not, then you need to go over there and talk to the ones that are the ones that we're describing. Don't come over here that you try to change nobody over here. We don't want to hear all black men and stuff. That's the problem. Because the ones
Okay.
that are wrong, you don't go over there and try to talk to them. See, they always want to come over here to try to fight a woman. See, again, we don't need no beta dust over here. See,
Okay.
You
it's
know what I
always
wanted
easy to
to
try to
say?
step on a weak, the ones that they perceive as being weak. Go fight a man. See, they ain't
We
gonna do
we
that.
we got it,
Okay.
Sunkiss.
Hey.
Sunkiss, we got it.
Before
Hey.
I
Okay,
forget,
I'm sorry.
Brent.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Before
sorry.
I forget, Brent.
Hey.
Remember when you were
Hey,
talking
let me
about
let
you
me
were
say something
defending?
real quick.
Okay, Brent, I'm sorry.
Okay. You guys warned me. Well, even if he came on and it was stupid, I would delete. But oh yeah, I'm a black man.
Your fight is
Not
with
mad
men.
at any views watching the
Why do you
content.
want Why do you want to fight with men? Men, I've done nothing to you, sir. You're a stranger. You
Oh,
got no fight with
why?
me.
Why would he be wanting to fight anyway? See, he wants to fight.
He's
I don't.
argumentative, combative, and he's a provoker.
Okay,
Mhm.
you're a fight with men. Why do you want to fight me?
Delete
That's what
him.
they.
Let's
That's what
not
they
even
do.
question him.
Delete this
Yeah, let's not.
child.
Yeah, you
That's
don't
a man
engage with
baby. That's a
narcissists,
man
right?
baby. I ain't in
You
no
know
mood to
what?
put up with
And
childish
here's the
crap.
thing. Why is there insecurity? So what? We love black women. I mean,
First of
really,
all,
guys? And
this
here's the thing. I know channels where black men have white women on there that are their wives or girlfriends. I don't go in on them. I give the man respect as a man. That's your woman, that's your wife. Hey, God bless you. Why would I go in? What is this?
that guy right there, he needs to cut the apron strings, get his balls out of his mama's purse, and act like a man.
Let
Oh,
the men speak.
Don't
hey,
don't let don't get me
Corey,
don't get
get him,
me
hey,
Corey.
started. I've
hey
been around
guys.
blue collar all
Hey,
my life. I can rip men 3 ways from Sunday.
hey, guys,
Corey, will you
we
answer
get
a
into that.
question? And you probably
Hey,
won't. You probably won't. But would you answer, please? What
What's
is
this?
your sign
My
if you
what?
know what it is? Your
My
hey,
sun
what?
sign.
hey,
Would
My
guys.
you?
sun sign?
Yes.
Sweetheart, I don't acknowledge
I
myself
know
as
you
a
don't
sun
know what it
sign.
is.
I'm a child of God, a follower of Jesus. That other stuff don't interest me.
Yeah, me too, brother.
Yes, but
Hey,
I was born in the month of
I have an idea of
I
maybe
was
like the
born in
month you
late
were born in.
I was born in late July.
Okay, that makes sense.
hey,
That has nothing to do with the way I think. My
Hey
experience in
guys,
life
Well,
has trained
yes,
me
I
to think a
understand.
hey
certain way.
guys, let me address this thing. I've had it highlighted for so long. I know we got
Michael Ray.
other things.
Michael Ray, how did you know that? Look at this guy. He
Okay,
just
That's
back
called
to
me
this.
true.
out.
I want
That's
to address
true.
this. Hey, I
I
want to
think
address this
He's not
because
wrong. I got to tell you, he's not wrong.
I've
Rich people
experienced
did it
this.
too.
This is so funny. Back in the 70s, white women, white men were getting
Permanence.
permanents so they could have afros. Yes, they were. Here's the thing. Afros were in style in the 70s, right? Black men, black women had them, and some of them were really long, right? Um, and white people, that was like a style. So white people were getting perms so they can have the curly hair and have like the afro look, right? And I always thought it was stupid, right? Because it's not your natural hair. My uncle and my cousin got perms. Me and my dad, we saw them, we were rolling laughing forever. It looked so stupid and ridiculous. Oh my God. It was like, that's not your natural hair, right? It was just so funny.
I saw it in the movies. I
You
don't think
talk
I've
like
seen it.
what's his name? Dynamite. What's his name? What's that guy's? Oh, where they had the perm on? Something Dynamite. That's one of my favorite movies. It's a goofy movie, but I love it. Um,
Dynamite?
with the dynam. What was his name? What was the name of that movie? Napoleon Dynamite.
No, seriously.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a funny movie. You know
That
what?
perm was epic. That perm was killing it.
It was funny.
I
And,
love it.
I couldn't
and,
get through it. It was painful to
and you
watch.
know what was funny? What made me laugh?
I got a limit to stupid. It makes me drool. It just,
Hey, you remember his
You lose
brother?
brain cells, right? When you watch
You
oh man.
that movie is hilarious.
I
And
think
when
it's
his
super funny.
brother, remember his
Uh-huh.
brother got that
With
mail
the
order
Daisy,
bride, that black
yeah, the
woman?
Daisy black girl. Yeah.
Yeah, he was wearing like a do
Gold chain.
rag, and I was like, oh my
I
God.
cried blood. I laughed so hard. Oh,
I was rolling laugh. Me and my wife watched that, and my wife's
Sorry.
like, "This movie's stupid," but
it
I
is so stupid.
you know
I
what?
like the dry
It's
humor.
kind of
That's what
funny.
I love dry humor.
But the funny thing is me and my wife will watch it and enjoy it. It was just like
Yeah.
it was
Oh, Lord.
hilarious.
Sometimes stupid stuff is fun to watch. Like, what's
It
that?
is.
Hangover, the movie Hangover. I thought
Oh
that was
yeah, that
so
was.
fun.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes the
yeah.
stupid things are so funny, and it was just yeah.
Yeah, it was so I love and that and Dumb and Dumber. Those are the only two stupid movies that I love.
Oh no,
That's
I
it. I
couldn't do
Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber. That was too much. Ooh, you
Dumb and
yeah,
Yeah.
Dumber
very
was
good.
funny.
those
Yeah.
Dumb
two
and Dumber
movies
was funny.
yeah. Cause I don't really like stupid dumb comedy. I love not like Kings of Queens. I love and what's his name? Seinfeld. Like I
Yeah.
said, I love unexpected dry
Right.
humor. If somebody say something I'm not expecting, I'll hit the floor laughing. you know.
The King of Queens sitcom, I watch the reruns to that every night before I go to bed. The King of Queens.
Yeah, I have it
Oh
on
my
YouTube.
God.
Yeah.
The fat white
Um,
guy. I love that
oh
sitcom.
yeah. Oh my goodness, yes. But
Yeah.
yeah, Napoleon Dynamite, that perm, I'm
Yeah.
like, I can't. I cannot.
You know what's funny is I remember growing up with kids that had the perm, white kids, and I look back and I'm like, really?
Yeah, and it was a lot of people that
There
had
was a lot.
that
Yeah.
perm was like huge. Yeah.
See, my
Yeah.
father and his sisters, and they're biracial, they used to wash their hair. They told me, of course, I don't remember. This is in the 70s. I was born in the 70s, but I don't remember it. But they used to wash their hair with Tide shampoo, the powdered Tide shampoo,
Yeah.
because they were
Oh, good.
trying to find something that dried their hair out enough to make it kinky so that it could stay up in an afro, because their afros would hang low and they wanted it to
Oh.
grow outward like fully Black people's hair. Like, since they were mixed, their afro kind of hung, and they wanted it to grow up and out. And so that's what
a
they
good hack.
did. They would
That's a
dry
good
their
hack.
hair out on purpose and give themselves ridiculous split ends just to try to get an afro.
I would have never thought, but that's a good hack. I would have never thought to do that.
I
That's
mean, the
pretty
pictures are
cool.
cute. The pictures are really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
That's
afros were a thing.
cute.
Everyone
Yeah.
liked them.
Like right now, like the big curly perm like look is in, and the afros are in right now, but the kinky look is in right now. Right now
The
the
be
kinkier the
yourself
better.
look is in right now. That's
Huh?
what's in. The be yourself look is in right
Well,
now.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel like
that's
I feel like we're having a wave of that. Thank God,
yeah.
of all people just being themselves. Some people try to force themselves onto others, but we
Yeah.
are experiencing a time period, at least I think, where it's being highly encouraged for people to be themselves and to be allowed to look like themselves. If you
Right.
want to change it, that's on you, but at least it's a time period where the real you is being encouraged to come out.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like in embracing ourselves. Yeah, you're right. Corey, are you there,
Man, we
Corey?
done talked everybody to
Yes,
sleep. It's time
ma'am.
to go.
I'm trying to control my texting because there's a certain individual that's at work and she's tenacious. She's from our show, by the way. She's from our show.
Is she on the show right now in the chat?
She's definitely listening in. She's a sweetheart, but I call her Brat.
Oh, okay. I know
Okay.
the Brat.
Everybody knows who Brat is.
I don't want to bother you. Go on.
Well, you asked me a question. What was it?
No. I was just going to say thank you. You said when you said earlier, and I was going ballistic. The PTSD had kicked in, and you said,
Did you take off your earrings?
I had to put them back in. You said when you said,
Don't tempt me. I'm a single guy.
Oh, remember, Sunkist, it means something different to him than it means to you.
You're right. You're okay. You're so right. I didn't think about that, Sophia. You're right. When I said you said Kiss, you said we're gonna handle this. I was like, okay, you better handle this. Okay. I said
that was a moment. That was
well, see,
that was
Sun Kiss.
That was really masculine, huh?
Sun Kiss. Okay,
yeah.
I'm a white guy. You take your earrings off, my eyes are gonna look crazy, but it's an entirely different
Okay, we're back to the earrings off.
Well, I'm gonna redirect her energy to make her think about something else, and it's pretty easy.
And he redirected my energy. Yes, he did.
But see, so some white guys are hungry.
Okay.
Not all white men are bashful or timid or shy.
No,
I can see that. I can see that.
Some of us actually go for what we want.
I know that's right. But you know what?
Listen, most do actually. Many may not go for what they want when it comes to Black women due to the specific dynamics around it. But I know we can just tell from the landscape of just looking at, the hierarchy of men out here in the world. Yes, white men absolutely go for what they want and are generally successful at it.
Well, I'm
particularly
not
here in
married
America.
and I'm single
When
and
they
I'm
go
not
for it.
dating anybody, but I love to flirt.
Yeah.
You know what? I have to
The game for me is everything.
I concur. But earlier you said Kiss. You said we're gonna take care of it. I was like, okay, you better handle this. See, Black women, we just pop off because we're so used to handling everything, But when you said we can handle this, I was like, oh, we've been protected. Let me get back on my femininity. I was like, I like that. Just be I listen,
Yeah.
Grant. Remember that Tony Braxton when she said just be a man about it? You know that
Yeah.
song, just be a man. Just be a man about it. That's what we
Well, he
want.
wasn't man enough for me.
See that
Sun
part.
kiss,
That's a
sun
black
kiss,
man.
sun
Huh?
kiss. I think this new line of questioning or commenting that I'm doing, you're actually
Mhm.
breaking into song.
What are you talking about? Say it again.
I said you started singing for the first time tonight when I started flirting
Yeah,
with
but
you.
Oh,
it's
see,
Tony
you really did
Braxton.
bring out a different energy in her. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, I pay attention to everything.
you know what,
Mm.
Corey?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we all like the gentleman said in the chat that we may have to all fly out. No. What did the lady say, Sophia? The girl said we gonna have to get
Fly,
flued
fly,
out.
fly. We have to get flued.
We're gonna have to get flued out to this.
OMG, you listening to the Miami girls. I see you, sis. I see.
No. Remember that girl? I was talking about what
This,
everybody be saying when the woman said, what is her name?
that's the song those little girl rappers, well, they're little girls to me, but the young girl rappers in their
Oh,
20s from Miami, they say
Uh-uh.
they're getting flued out. This, the
No,
little
that's
hood language.
just
sun,
that's just a common thing that
sun
everybody
kissed,
is saying now. I
sun.
don't know about the Miami girls. I don't know about them.
Oh, I lost Corey.
He
Come
come
back.
back. He gonna
I
come
lost,
back.
No, you said little Miami girl. No, everybody's saying it ever since that woman try to
That's
try
where
to
they
talk.
get it from, though. That's where they
Oh
get it from.
no, you remember the black girl that try to pretend like she was R. Kelly's sister and she was being interviewed and she said we get flued out. We got flued out. That's what that comes from. And everybody was just it went viral. And so ever since she said that, everybody been saying flued out.
Oh,
Sun
money.
kissed, sun
you
kissed.
know what?
I gotta tell
Uh-huh.
you, sun kissed.
What's that?
The right man will make you break into song.
Okay.
Mhm.
Look,
You, you,
Uh-huh.
you know what?
I
Speaking
I
of
need
the
some,
R. Kelly thing,
huh?
no, the R. Kelly thing, I still can't delete his stuff off my deal.
Uh,
I, I, I,
Really?
I tried. I was just like, oh my God. What, because back in the day, I was like, his music was good, but when I found out what he was doing to these young girls, I was like, we got to delete this. And still, I've deleted his stuff, and it
Mhm.
still pops up for some reason.
Because they were fighting and saying that they were trying to a lot of them their people were really fighting for him for his music to stay on. They're fighting for if he were to get out, he'll be worth $2 billion if he were to get out because it was a black man representing him, actually fighting for all of his royalties and everything to be sitting and waiting for him. Anyone that stole for him and all that, it will be
Well, he
waiting for him
wasn't
if he were
paying
to ever
child
get out.
support before he went in, so he's
Huh?
definitely gonna have to pay back child support.
Hmm. But that
Gosh,
he'll be worth $1 billion if he were to ever get out. 2 billion, $2
Yeah.
billion.
that
That's
that
a
guy
lot.
is
I don't know if it's that much. That's a lot.
Huh?
the dumbest idiot I've ever seen.
preach it,
As much
Brent.
fame as he had, the women that he could have been with,
Because he
beautiful
doesn't want
women.
women, he wants children.
Yeah,
It's not about
Ooh,
stupidity, it is
nasty.
about
no, you're right.
disgustingness.
That is
He
nasty.
wanted children.
Yeah,
This man dated Halle Berry, okay? He doesn't want
Mm.
women, he wants children.
he dated
There,
Halle Berry.
Yes,
Really?
he did. In the beginning of his career, they were an item. I remember them going to an award ceremony together and everying. This he had no
Okay,
shortage of
I just
beautiful
lost my
women.
respect
He,
for Halle Berry. I used to like her. I'm just
oh,
saying.
sweat.
you know what? She
Well,
hasn't had.
I'm sure she didn't know. Listen, she had sense enough to leave him, you know.
No, I get it. No, I don't have nothing
But she,
This
against
is
but
before his
she
wife
does have
that
low
he
self
dated her.
esteem. Her
I.
self esteem is so low. Well, I
Thanks
don't
Oh,
know
to
about now,
Wesley
but she
Snipes
did have low
beating
self.
her until she was deaf in one ear.
who did?
Huh?
Yeah. Wesley Snipes beat that woman until she was deaf in her ear. And
Really?
because of the programming of the Black community, because she's biracial and she
Yeah.
was mostly in a lot of Black films. So you have to
Yeah.
pander and cater to the Black community um, when it comes to Black males if you want to be successful in the Black entertainment industry. So she kept her mouth shut. But the problem was that she started dating another gentleman. What is his name? Christopher Williams. After that, and she was already deaf in one ear behind getting beat while she was in a relationship with Wesley Snipes. And it wound up being inadvertently blamed on Christopher
Yeah.
Williams that he
Mhm.
did it, and he
No
wasn't the
way.
one who did it.
No,
And
he
he
told
lived
her.
with that. It literally ended his singing career because Christopher Williams was a really popular up and coming R&B star. He's from New York. I'm from New York. I remember these days when everyone was coming up. Because I acted and was in the industry for a short
Oh
period
my
of
God.
time.
Oh,
And I
nice.
remember all of these things happening, and Christopher Williams' career got ended because she didn't say he did it, but she wouldn't confirm that he didn't do it. And at that
Brent,
time, Wesley
did you
Snipes was
read
a
what
huge
Michael Ray said?
star.
What's that?
Did you read what Michael Ray put into the chat?
Oh, R.
Yes, he
Kelly.
did. He did. He did do that.
He,
He did do that.
he
Yep.
from those
I
girls.
read it. I'm reading it.
What did he say? I'm on my phone, so I don't see it. Okay, hold on.
It
Let me see.
I
It's
highlighted
on
it.
the screen.
Okay, hold on. Let me look.
yeah.
R. Kelly peeped
Oh
on
yeah,
those girls.
and they also had to. It was some fecal matter involved too. Mhm.
Ugh.
Oh God!
His
They-
kids
You
are
know what?
filthy,
I
disgusting,
watched
and
the documentary, and
Huh?
I watched the documentary, and they were saying that he was with Aaliyah when she was a young
Yeah,
yes,
teenage
he was.
girl.
He
Actually,
married her
having
when she was
kids for her.
15 illegally, and he was 26.
but that's only because he had to because someone barged into the room by mistake and saw them in the in the throes of
Yeah,
something. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he didn't have to because he snuck and did it illegally. So clearly, he wanted to, you know.
snuck and
But
did
the
what illegally? What do you mean?
snuck and married her illegally. They forged the documentation in order to get the license. She wasn't
Mhm.
even 16. In some states, you can get married at 16. She wasn't even 16. She was 15. They
Right.
that was an illegal
Oh yeah,
marriage.
yeah.
So
The
it wasn't
manager
forced.
admitted
It
to it.
was illegal.
Yeah, the manager admitted to it. He admitted to it. The
Hmm.
manager that took them to get it married. First, they went somewhere else, and they wouldn't do it because they didn't believe him. And then he took them somewhere else, and yeah, and he only married her out of fear because somebody, one of the
Because a
was it
wife
a
can't
dancer?
testify.
One of the dancers, someone that worked.
Oh, a wife can't testify.
Because a wife
Okay.
can't testify against her husband.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah.
So what about his songs? Are they going to be taking off or what?
No, you can still pull him now
Yeah,
Those
because
men
he's a
are a
black man.
protected
like
class. I have
they
He's a
copy,
black man. You know they
mm,
were marching for him. They were marching for him at the courthouse, trying and having
oh
people
gosh.
interviewing people.
Hey,
Huh?
let me tell you how
somebody's
sad it
saying
is.
that. Hey, somebody's
Yeah, he
saying,
got with her when she was 14. Yes, that
oh
person is
my
correct.
God,
He got with her.
seriously?
He started grooming her when she was 14, and they
Okay.
did the
So
illegal
what is
marriage
this?
at
Like
15. Yeah.
ISIS and Taliban and Al
Yes.
Qaeda? I
But
mean,
listen, Corey,
seriously?
this is something that happened. This is something that is so normalized in the Black community. Any one of the ladies in the chat who grew up in urban neighborhoods where you walk to school and the men are standing on the corners in front of the liquor stores, they can
Mm-hmm.
tell you that as soon as you hit like fifth and sixth grade, you're not
Yeah.
even budding yet,
It's
but
putrid and nauseating.
they're trying to talk to you
Yes.
standing in front of those
Yes.
guys standing in front of the liquor store or wherever, because they're always standing in front of something.
Yeah.
um
Oh
they're
my
they're trying
God.
to talk to you. I used to run.
Yeah. I
um
remember. I doing.
I used to run up certain blocks to just get past them so that they wouldn't talk to me. And mind you, I had men in my family who would stand up to me, but they're not even afraid of that. Like, you have to inflict violence on them. They're not afraid. It is, I know we don't want to use that word, but it is something in them. It's like a beast like nature. It's like
No.
consequences
Yeah.
don't deter them. So add that lack of a feeling of deterrent to the fact that the women are covering and condoning it. Because let's not get it twisted. The person who bailed R. Kelly out after the video came out in the press, the charges were pressed, was a Black woman. And she was a fan. She wasn't a relative.
Oh
She
gosh,
was a fan, a Black female fan, bailed
That's
R. Kelly out with
disgusting.
her own money. So
Demented.
these are the dynamics of the community, and this is why we are done.
So he should change his song from Happy People to Happy Underage People.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, step, side to side.
But
I'm
you know what they
50
said to
and
her?
you're 14
You know what they said to these Black girls, all these Black girls. If you go look at these comments, they said these girls were just being fast. They knew better. They just trying to get some They just want to be they just want to try to take his bag, take his money, and be and get some what do they call that? They just want to get some notoriety. They're trying to get something in order to take his money, and they were just being fast, and they knew better, and so what, because they were underage. They knew what they were doing. They were just being fast. This is what they're saying. And different ones were saying, but when what's his name, the guy, and they said you guys want to put him down, but what about what's the guy the white guy that went to prison for what is his name,
The Hollywood guy.
Yeah, that was over the movie that worked for Oprah worked for.
I know who you're talking about. Weinstein.
They said, what about Weinstein? He ain't no better.
He was held accountable. He was held accountable.
But they were saying he was held accountable, and these women were grown, and yet they got millions from this guy. Oh yeah, but so what? They were still saying, they said, but these girls were kids. He knew better. R. Kelly was a grown man. So what? They knew better too. Their parents should have knew where they were at. They went all around, but they still said R. Kelly is not guilty. I said,
Yeah.
I can't.
Hey, let me address this super chat. AE, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, speak to any group of Black millennial women. 3 out of 10 have a story regarding Robert Kelly. Black Vietnamese protecting Kelly's for over 25 years. You know what?
It's over 30, actually. Over 30.
Over 30. But here's the thing. You know, R. Kelly was honored, I think, from the NAACP, wasn't he? For his music, for his positivity. Because I know the song Happy People, you know, it had an image of Black people dancing together happy, and it looked beautiful. It looked nice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think he was honored even with this stuff going on. Because I remember back in the early 90s, they had that tape with him and that underage girl, but they couldn't prove it was him, I guess the quality or whatever. So the case was dropped. Okay.
Yeah.
But all these young girls that came forward said he was doing these things, and well, he's in prison now, but 25 years. And here's the thing. R. Kelly was talented as a singer. I mean, I remember listening to I loved his songs, but he's garbage. I mean, seriously, as a man, any man that would touch a little girl is garbage.
If you can touch a baby, you've got mental issues.
Yeah.
Spiritual issues, man. That's demonic.
But the people always think they want to just turn their nose up to the Bible and say, oh, it's brainwashed. No, it's nothing wrong with the author of the Bible. There's nothing wrong with the Bible. It's the people that claim to be following it, the false prophets. It's the ones that are pretending to have a godly devotion, but proven false to its powers. People are looking at looking at imperfect man, rather than looking at 1 Peter 2:21 when Jesus says, "Follow his footsteps closely, not imperfect man." And see, that's what people are angry about. It's the hypocrites that they're looking at and trying to
Yeah.
follow. And so that's why you have so many people. Right now, if R. Kelly were to get out right now and he came with his billions, he can go into a church and still be honored to this day.
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
That's disgusting.
disgusting,
here's
but it's
another
true.
thing,
It's
guys.
true.
Here's another thing. AAE, thank you for the $2. But you know, she makes an interesting point here. Age ain't nothing but a number. Remember that song?
Yeah, those were
Black,
hidden. Yeah,
and then it said black women we know. Okay, so is that her and R. Kelly?
yeah,
You
throwing
know,
down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
R. Kelly produced that album for
yeah.
Aaliyah. That whole album he produced. She was his protege for that album.
And you,
wow.
Sophia, you remember that song? Seems like you're ready. Remember that song?
Oh yes.
He was putting out little it was like little hidden messages in his songs. You think about it.
It
When he
sounds
said
so
"Seems like you're ready,"
disgusting
and
now.
remember he put out that song. He put out that long that album when he was in the closet, and he would drop one song after another I forget what they call it. Um, it was like a sequence of songs
I
in the
remember that.
closet. Now, then they found out he wasn't only sleeping with little girls, he was sleeping with little boys too. And then come to find out he was sleeping,
Really?
he was
Oh
yeah,
no, I didn't know
one of
Didn't
his
that.
know that.
one of his lovers was a guy, and I forget they called him Scoop. No, he had some little ghetto nickname. Yeah, he
I
was sleeping
believe
with
it.
men too.
I
Yeah.
believe it.
This is what gets me. How is it even physically possible for a grown man? I mean, he must be hung like a chimpanzee.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
mean, he's
Ugh.
got, good God.
And
Mm-hmm.
listen, like I said, I was in the industry for a short while. I heard exactly what you said, that he
I'm
is hung
sorry,
like
that came
a
out.
chimpanzee,
No,
and
I
that
Ugh.
he has hygiene issues.
oh
Yeah,
my goodness. I heard
Oh,
that's the
Yeah,
word in the
gross.
industry.
and here's the thing: regardless if he's hung or whatever, a grown man with a little girl, isn't that going
Mhm.
to be?
No,
I
he's
don't know.
not
It just
hung.
don't
That's the
seem.
point. He has a little one.
It would
Well, maybe
have to be.
cool, but even if he's got a little one, that just
And he's
I don't
dirty.
know. A man and a little
And he's
Physically,
dirty.
girl.
mentally, spiritually. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
It was
physically, and everyone know he has a smell. He smells like they say he has like a urine smell to him.
Oh,
He doesn't
oh, God.
wash. He goes into the studio. He tries to come off
Mm.
as this eclectic musician that just goes in the studio for days. I know musicians in the industry who take a shower in the studio. Like they have showers in there. Like don't tell me, oh, I was in the studio all week. Okay, take a shower in there then.
Eclectic or defective?
Yeah, exactly. But that was what he was trying to portray himself as, but he's clearly a defected male creature,
Hmm.
trying to portray himself as an actual man, which he is not.
But they also
Men
said that
don't sleep with babies.
he had
Exactly.
a bed in the middle of the studio, and he would have them go to they say he would meet girls at the McDonald's, and then he would have someone go out and meet these girls. Now it's somebody that will go and collect these girls, and my egg donor used to babysit her son, and I know who this person is, and actually I will help my egg donor with watching her son because my nephew and his mom live with her, and she was one of his well, I won't say the title either because if I said this, you guys I know you would know who it is, Sophia. So I won't say it. But at any rate, when she first started working for him, she would, have to fly out quite a bit before she moved. And I won't say the state because I know, I have to be careful about what I say. But
Yeah.
her son, they said her son, she handed her son over to him. And the son that they're talking about, I find it hard to believe that there is this particular son, but I know the other son, I wouldn't be shocked if it was the other son that they're talking about. And why I say that is because the other son was always trying to force himself on my nephew. So
Ew.
that's
Oh
why I
my
believe,
God.
and it could be both, or it could be the one son if there that this other big YouTube content creator is saying it is. It could be very well, but I really believe it's the other son, and maybe they're getting the sons, you know, mixed up. I really believe it is, but I'm not gonna say anything because I don't have a dog in that fight, and I really could care less because I'm disgusted with the
Right.
mother as much as I am, with R. Kelly. But the thing is, she was collecting these girls for him, and I said, and I'm sure she was collecting the boys too. No one's gonna
I'm
tell me that, and I
beginning to
wouldn't be surprised
believe.
if it was the son that I'm talking about.
You know what's
Yeah.
think is, as much as we know how bad molestation and rape is inside of the Black community,
Mm-hmm.
um, those that are reported and those that never reported, as
Mm-hmm.
bad as we know as it is with the little girls, I'm beginning to believe it's equally as bad with them preying on the boys
Oh my
too,
goodness, yes.
because
Look, yeah.
the homosexual rate of Black males, according to the CDC, they're
Mm,
the fastest growing rate of
Yeah.
the fastest growing demographic of homosexuals, and they have reckless sex habits, meaning they hate condoms, which is why they have the highest STD and
yes,
HIV rates. And that
yes,
type of reckless behavior generally usually comes from abuse,
exactly.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, how little girls become promiscuous sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That is leading me to believe
Hey,
that's been going on. Ugh.
hey, ladies, let me interject on that. And
Okay.
here's the thing: when a man is violated from another man,
Uh-huh.
I mean, if he's a boy or a man, he will not, many cases, will not come forward because it's
Yep.
so degrading,
Yep.
it's humiliating,
Yep.
and you're just so ashamed. More so that, and I believe more so than a woman that's taken advantage of.
Yep.
It's
I
a
believe
man
that.
on a man or boy. You it just, how can you bring it out to the open, which they should, because that it, I think, God, when a man goes through that from another man forcing themselves on a man, that's not something you want to talk about. That's not something you want to get therapy for. That's something you want to go away, or you want to totally destroy that person that did that to you.
Yeah, I think that's justifiable murder right there.
Yeah,
Right.
it straight up is. If I was ever violated like that, you best believe that person will not walk the earth
Somebody's
ever.
gonna die. Somebody's gonna die.
In fact, I'm not going to admit it to nobody.
No.
As much therapy and stuff I would need to go through, somebody's going to see their maker, and yeah.
Mm.
Therapy is going to be one shovel at a time digging the hole.
No, but seriously,
Oh my goodness. And I understand. Yeah. I can't even
and
I
I
can't
think
say I
a lot of
disagree. Yeah.
times men and boys can't just tell what happened because it is so degrading, ladies. And I know when women are violated from men, it's the most degrading process ever. But a man on a man, it's the most evil, disgusting, horrible thing. And I've never dealt with that, but
Imagine
Just
what the
even the thought
women
of it,
feel like.
right?
I've seen documentaries with men that have went through that, and they say they will not tell nobody because it's so humiliating. It's the worst experience ever in their life. And
I still
men,
think all rapists should be killed.
yeah,
Thank you. Oh my
they should.
God. Where
I
are
don't
the
think they
other
should
men
be.
who
You
say
give them
that?
1 year to get right with God, and then send them.
That's it.
Be the
That's
travel
right.
agent.
Yeah.
Eliminate the
Go
problem.
back.
Okay, you got right. Okay, we got your travel plans, buddy.
There you go. Be a travel
Well,
agent
you did.
for the
That's right. And
Well,
see,
buddy,
look how merciful you are. You even give them the opportunity to get right with
Yeah,
God.
that's
hey,
right.
That's
And
more
you
than
know
I
what?
give.
Okay,
But that's very beautiful of you.
you chose not to get right.
well,
That's okay.
I'm not an
You're a
entirely a
race.
savage.
That's you.
You're
I'm
not a
not in.
savage at
I'm not
all, boy.
entire.
Listen, that is the perfect resolution to the problem. I think the issue is that, we've gotten to a point where it's too, you know, just, I don't know. It's people are too soft on vicious crimes. I don't understand it in this country.
Yeah,
What it's like
Mhm.
the men are
I
getting
don't.
softer and softer and softer. And it's weird because low key, most of us, everyone is sitting back waiting for white men to just like get mean and strong again. We like, wait, what happened? Get them.
You know
We're like,
what?
Well,
you're
Sophia, the biggest thing, the biggest reason why that has not taken place is because you're talking civil war, and nobody likes to see neighbor slaughtering neighbor in your front or backyard.
right,
That is the most heinous act a country can inflict on itself. We've already done it once.
right.
And it sends a shockwave through your country that takes decades or
Yeah.
a millennial to get over.
But how do we like who's gonna push back this debauchery though? How do we do it without a civil war? Because it's bad. The debauchery and the
Well,
violence, the
Have
the
you
the
have you read
blatant.
Revelations?
They
The
say
in
that's
the
what we're dealing with now. They say that's what we're living through now.
it's
Yeah,
I
we live in
totally
the
believe
last
it.
days.
I
Yeah.
totally
yeah,
believe it.
we're towards the end times. I think so. Somebody asked
I
me what
believe it.
time it is. Sorry,
Yeah,
I think four Eastern. What I'm shooting for. Um,
I believe it.
For
Yeah.
Easter,
It
it's
just
7:35. 7 hours and
5:38.
35 minutes.
you know what? It's 3:38 where I'm at. What are
I
we doing?
got my second wind like an hour and a half ago. Even though my voice
I was
sounds
actually
raspy,
I was
my
actually sleeping on this live, and I'm like, okay.
I think you
And
got
then
your
I got
second wind too.
in, and it was
well,
like, okay,
well, I've had fun because now Sunkist is nervous to take her earrings off.
oh yeah. Hey,
You have made her
Cynthia,
anew.
hey, Corey's right. When you take off the earrings, it's not a C. It's not. Let me say that. When you take off your earrings, it's not seen in the mind as like an aggressive movement. It seems more like a, how can I say that?
No,
More
it's
like
getting ready for the evening.
Let's
more
get
of an
more
intimate,
comfortable type of thing, huh?
yeah, more of
It's
an
like this.
intimate type of thing. More of a like,
It's,
hey,
it's,
yeah,
we about to have we
exactly.
about to have intimate dialogue. How about
Yeah.
that?
Oh Lord.
You took your earrings off? Oh,
We're about to have
no, I'm just,
physical. We're about to have physical dialogue.
Brett, you remember that movie Next to Kin when
uh,
Swayze was chasing his wife around the house? He goes, "You believe in the hereafter? You know what I'm here after."
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that.
That
I
is
like
sharp.
she must have
I
taken
like
her
that.
earrings off. I don't know. No, but that's funny.
I'm here for the hereafter. I get it. I do get it.
Don't be
I
It
love
did
that.
not
That
go
was
over
so
my head.
sharp.
a-
look
Oh
at
Oh,
look
Lord.
at where our show has gone tonight. Lord have
but
mercy.
hey, we broke a new record. Over our longest show was 6 hours before this one. Now we're
You
at
know,
7 hours, 37 minutes.
you know
7
what? I've done this on another channel. It's so
Oh, did
funny
you?
because I just started back following this other YouTube content creator,
Oh,
and,
so you're
and
the guilty party,
I
Sunkist.
am the
Okay,
guilty
you
Mhm.
party.
kept this going.
I have done this before, and since I've started back, he said because he's with the divestments too. He said a divestment thing too. He said
Artivaries is cracking me up in the chat.
And he said, we used to be on for like 7 hours. And I said, it was like over a year ago. I said, you know what? Yeah, we did used to do this. But we haven't done it since I started back following because YouTube took his other channel down. And now he started up under another one. And I said, he brought it to my attention again because I had forgotten about it. And I said, yeah, we did used to do that. But since I've been back on, we were cracking up, laughing. We had a good time. But I guess I am guilty of it. I'm like, oh my goodness. But I love cutting up. I really do love cutting up. But this has been great. This is so much fun.
But Sun Kids, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What kind of vitamins do you
Okay.
take?
Okay, are you ready?
I need to know your supplement regimen.
You know what? Here's the thing. I was just saying to someone else, and actually to several people. I'm what they call an ambivert. I can be like turn up and have a good time like this, or either I'm like totally to myself and just want to be alone. Here's the thing. I am on now. Listen, it's not so I can have children, but I take prenatal vitamins, and that's because my body can get everything that it needs.
I know. As a woman, we know the trick behind that.
Yeah. But
it's a more potent vitamin.
Yes, and I take those, and then I take. Oh, let me see. I take like a fistful of vitamins. Let me see. I think I probably need to cut that down.
I need the list because I do not have that type of energy.
I think the ladies in the chat want you to post that list.
We know the list.
You know what I'm gonna do?
The list.
You know what?
The list.
Sunkiss, you should package those pills and you could sell them for a honeymoon getaway.
Hey guys,
They will be the honeymoon pill packet.
I'm right. Actually, I'm sitting outside my favorite gas station and I'm doing my little sewing. They know who I am. So.
And you're being physically active on top of your energy that you're coming across with. Okay.
Look, I don't know if I need to keep taking those pills. I probably need to start boiling them down and just sipping on them, not taking them all at once.
No, Sunkiss, you need a man that you can take your earrings off for.
Hey, you know what? That's going to be a special.
You said a word. You just said a word right there.
Hey.
I guarantee you won't be staying up this late at night.
Oh,
hey, Sunkiss.
Now we're out of purpose.
Hey,
okay.
Hey, Sunkiss.
That part. What you say, Brett?
That part.
No, I was saying the man you take your earrings off for, that's a special man. That's the ultimate man, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. The next time I take my earrings off, trust. That's because I'm gonna take those off.
Either that or you're going to choke slam them.
No, I don't plan on doing that anymore. Next time I take my earrings off, it's going to be because I have my wedding ring on. How about that?
Oh, there you go.
Amen.
And here's the thing. No, really, I can't wait to be able to take my earrings off. Now that Corey has given me a different definition of taking my earrings.
Yes.
Sunkiss, perspective is everything.
There you go.
Corey gave a better way to take the earrings off, I think.
A better reason.
Brent, I was trying to be polite about it.
Once again, it takes a white man. It takes a white man to give us a positive reason for looking at a situation differently.
Oh wow. Michael Ray said there's still 73 people on here. You're really holding everyone's attention. I'm only on StreamYards. I don't have my YouTube window open, so I couldn't see it. But I see the chat on StreamYards. I can't participate in it, but I can see it. And he just wrote, there's still 73 people on here.
Wow.
73 people are still watching. Even at 3:45 in the morning, my time.
We are, as they say, lit.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to have to go to bed sometime.
Well, Brett, you are the oldest one here.
We broke records.
Yeah.
But you did
I
go
think
to work
everybody
today.
here is at least middle-aged, okay?
Yeah, but Brent's the oldest guy here.
Good.
I am the oldest guy here. I'm 52, so I'm the
I'm
oldest
Okay.
guy.
I'm
Yeah.
51.5.
What
I,
about you, Sunkist?
I'm 49. I'm 49.
Oh, I'm the baby of the group again. My old 47-year-old self.
but
Yeah,
but
I'm a 73. I'm a 73 baby.
oh,
Yeah, I'm
73. Okay.
74.
Hey,
Into 74.
I'm a 69 baby.
70.
70s.
Oh, you
Yeah.
made it
So
into my
I was
decade.
born in the 60s. Me and my wife are both 69 babies.
Oh,
Good year.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, does that make us all Gen Xers? Generation
Um,
Xers? You know how they have
some years,
millennial, but
Yeah,
baby boomer.
yeah,
I think we're
Yeah,
all
we're Gen
Generation
X.
X.
We're all
yeah.
Yeah,
We
Gen
we're all
are.
X.
We
Gen X.
Gen X.
Listen,
Uh,
I
we're Gen
really,
X.
yeah.
really love our generation.
I
Seriously,
do.
like,
I really. I miss it. I
We
miss
had
that
the
living in
we
those
had the
days.
best
I do.
music, the
I
best
do too.
clothes.
Yeah.
But you know,
we have the best
I gotta say though,
personalities too,
I g-
though,
I
because
gotta say
we're
though, the white women had the worst hair.
hmm?
They still do.
Good Lord Almighty, it was the worst hair
They had a lot of
I'd ever seen
hairspray.
in
I
our
did say
generation for
that.
white women.
They,
But you
No, seriously, I'm a white guy. I can say that. I don't
they,
care.
You can. Hey,
the
we,
only thing I can
me,
really
me and Corey
remember
can
is
go in and out of them
hairspray.
anytime. We
They had so much hairspray in that hair, you could actually go down a wall and sand that wall.
oh
Oh,
that is so true. And hey, remember back in the day, they would put so much hairspray and mousse and gel. They would have like the front end lifted up like a shovel. I was
yeah,
remember
I
that?
remember that in high school. I remember the girls in my high school. The bathroom used to be smoky from the hairspray, as if they were smoking cigarettes. That's how much hairspray,
Oh
And
because it
yeah,
was so.
yeah.
nobody
Oh,
lit a match, did they? It'd have blown up.
No, 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 no. It was
created an
smoking was
explosion.
prohibited. We were children. We were in high school, but yeah, the bathroom was so smoky.
I
You would
remember.
think that people
Yeah,
were smoking cigarettes in there in high school. Yeah,
Mm.
I remember that. Yeah.
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 Oof.
Of course,
I
I had braids and beads and you know puffy frizzy hair, but I remember the hairspray.
I
I didn't
think
remember the hairspray though.
around that time I was doing a Jerry curl, if I'm not mistaken. I think I was doing a
Oh,
Jerry curl.
That was
hey,
popular. Yep.
Yeah.
hey, Sunkiss. Speaking of
Uh-huh.
Jerry curl, you ought to see my wife back in the day with her Jerry curl.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it looked really good. She looked so beautiful. I mean, um, you know, she my daughter says she says, Mom, you look like Michael Jackson's girlfriend. You remember the Thriller?
Oh, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and she does.
I
You know what?
remember.
I'm going to make a video and I'm going to show that picture. My wife with the Jerry curl. Oh my God, she does look so beautiful in there.
Aw.
And
Jerry curl
yeah,
had a lot of black women's hair nice and
it
moisturized and
did,
healthy and looking
and
nice
it
because
grew
Yeah.
good.
it moisturizing. Remember, you had
It
to
was
keep it moist
healthy.
all the time. I didn't
That
have
was
it. My
a good
sister had it,
hairstyle. Really.
but I remember it was a little messy, but it was absolutely very moisturizing and healthy for the hair.
Yeah,
With that
yeah,
plastic cap, keeping it moisturized all the time. I remember.
yeah.
Yeah, you had to sleep in that cap, honey. Yeah.
And here's the thing: the women look beautiful. The guys look like weirdos wearing that stuff, but the ladies look really beautiful. I thought women. I don't know. I just yeah, they just look really good. And I'll have to show you a picture of my wife back in the day.
Yeah.
I
It,
just looked at the chat. Vortex is at it again.
no, you know what? Here, my wife. We live in like the almost same neighborhood my wife lived in. She lived in such a good neighborhood, and both our families were like upper middle class families, right? But my
Mhm.
dad bought his house when I was like 3 years old because he was a teenage father and didn't have no money. And he was able to buy a house in this horrible neighborhood. And this is back in the 70s. My dad still lives there. We were
Really?
like, oh God, my dad is successful, right?
Wow.
He had really humble beginnings, but my dad became a firefighter, a paramedic. He's done amazing stuff. And growing up, we grew up in a lower middle class neighborhood, and we were an upper middle class family. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And my wife Sammy grew up in the best part of town, and that's where we live now. Because I loved where she lived. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy a house up here when we get married. I told her, but
Nice.
and it's mostly predominantly a white neighborhood. Of course, there's more black people now than it was then because the population's grown. But she was the only black girl on her basketball team. She played basketball in high school, and it's funny. You see all these white girls, blonde hairs, and you see my wife out there just. But yeah, it was funny, but it's cute. But I remember because my neighborhood, we actually had like drug dealers that lived in our neighborhood. We had drive-bys every now and then. We had gang activity. My neighborhood was just garbage. I mean, I never feared it or nothing because I grew up in it. And but when I go to my wife's neighborhood, it's like everybody's walking the dog, waving, happy. I was like,
It is
man.
so backwards from what the media
Wow.
would have it portrayed.
Yeah, it is because you would think that I was in the prestigious neighborhood and she was in the rough, but it was the opposite. And in fact, my wife would come visit. My mom would say, and my dad, my stepmom and my dad would say, "All right, Sandy's coming to visit you. Why don't you go outside and look out for her? Make sure everything's okay."
Yeah.
Mm.
And you know what? My dad still lives in the same neighborhood. Me and my brother telling him, Dad,
Your dad is a trooper. He's like, you're not running me up out of here.
Gran Torino all over again.
hey, you know what he says? Here's the thing. When me and my brother say, you know what, Dad, why don't you get out of the neighborhood? Go get your house somewhere else. He says, no, this is home. I said, yeah, but there's so much crap going on in there. Oh, that's the way it is all over. And he's like that. He's like you see the movie Gran Torino, the old guy that's in the neighborhood, the rough neighborhood, but has the best looking yard. And he's grumpy and he just tells people what he thinks. That's my dad. My dad's crazy. He'll tell you off. He don't care. But I mean, and he's got the most beautiful yard in the most crappy neighborhood.
You have you got a lot of stories to tell with that type of
God.
scenario.
And here's the thing. He's got so much money, he could live anywhere he wants. But
Wow.
He's home. He
and
feels
ain't
like he's
leaving.
home.
Yeah, he's just
But when they get settled in their ways and just, that's just, that's how they are. Yeah.
Like I know a few rappers who try to buy their mom's homes outside of one of the neighborhoods we moved to after my mother got divorced and we had to move back to the hood for a while. And I know I grew up with some of these particular rappers, and when they made it big in the 90s, their mothers, and it was 4 of them, and they used to hang out with my mother. They were like, we're not leaving this block. No. And it was so weird because it's like, your sons are millionaires, ma'am. You can leave. You're like, nope, this is home. Some people, they just don't want to leave their community.
Yeah, it's that way. And me and my brother, we're like, hell no, we left.
Some people are like, I'm out. I'm like that too. I'm like, you know what? I can visit, but I don't need to be here with you. Okay.
Yeah.
I
It's gonna be a no for me. I'm out.
I never grew up in a neighborhood that had gunshots, because if it ever happened, every neighbor would come out the front door with a gun, and that would never happen again.
Right, right. See, you didn't grow up in urban city where the gun laws are strict, like places like New York City.
Yeah.
When we moved back with my grandmother for that short period of time, my mother was getting herself um together after the divorce. It was a ground floor apartment in um in a building, and when they would shoot so much sometimes. We would sit on the floor in the hallway of the apartment because between these particular walls, we knew that they were made of cement. So just in case they might start shooting, when it was dinner time, we would literally sit in the hallway just so that we could eat peacefully and not potentially duck bullets. So I know a thing or two
Mm.
about those type of neighborhoods, and this is why I'm not afraid of black men, because I've been around everything and I've walked through these type of neighborhoods, and I've had to have men in my family be protective over all the girls in the family because we're a predominantly female family. um and that's probably not the best thing, to just hold no fear, because we know how dangerous some people can be. But
Yeah.
in my mind, I've been around and seen so many things and been around like literal, I guess you could say, monsters. I'm not afraid of them. So I just stay away from them because
Well,
Mhm.
I don't
I'm
want to
not
be
afraid of
stupid.
gunfire. I mean, I grew up with guns going off all the time.
Right.
Mhm.
Learned how to
But
handle guns when I
you
wasn't
know
even
how to
10 years
handle
old.
your gun though, and your gun is
I mean,
legal and all of those
Oh,
and
yeah.
registered, and
All
yeah,
my guns are not a
your
gun. All
friends'
my
guns
guns are
are
legal.
legal and registered. Your friends know how to use their weapon. It's a
Well,
totally
they're
different
not,
ballgame.
You,
Sophia, they're not all registered. They're
hey,
called
hey,
Oh,
ghost
okay.
guns.
hey,
Just in
you guys.
case,
Here's
just in
the
case
crazy thing
2A,
about.
something happens with 2A, you have to make sure something is on stash. Just in case. Let me
That's only
stop
if you get
talking.
a concealed carry.
Hey,
Okay.
you know what, guys? Here's the crazy thing, right? It seems like when you're in the inner city, less people have guns, but when you're in the suburbs, everybody has a gun or several of them. And,
I
and,
can't
and
wait to move to the suburbs specifically for that, so I can be
oh
locked and
god,
loaded.
but they're the safest neighborhoods. Like my neighborhood is the safest in my state, literally, right? We're like one of the most um the best places to live in America. We really are in my state.
That's
that's
the
because
argument
that-
behind 2A.
But
The
we have
argument is
guns.
if you make it
well, that's
legal,
because
it'll be
you're
safe.
not shooting each other for wearing the wrong color. I mean,
No,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah. But we
You're not
could.
shooting
I
each
mean,
other.
we could destroy each other as much guns as we have. We could.
Yeah, you
But
But
the
could, but
idea is that
you're not doing
the
that.
men,
You're not shooting each
yeah,
other for being on the wrong street for doing something illegal. You're not doing it for stupid
yeah.
reasons. You're not just you know what I'm saying? You're not wielding your guns over stupid stuff. That's
No,
even if they
I,
wanted
I
to be
can't,
stupid, go ahead,
I can't,
Corey.
I can't tell you how many 22 rounds we went through when I was like 7 to 8 years old shooting water dogs coming up to get a breath of air.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Sitting down on the creek bank, just waiting for them things to come up, get a breath of air, and hit them.
Hey,
But here's the
I
thing.
remember.
The No, go
I
ahead.
remember when I was 5 years old. My dad had a 357, and I shot it when I was like 5 years old. I mean, I've been around guns my whole life. I mean, and just to shoot them. Sometimes hunting. Just I don't know. We never shot each other or did anything
No,
stupid. It's just was a way of life. And my son, and my kids were around him, so it was like it wasn't a big fear. I see people like, and here's the thing: if you're like in the suburbs or out in a rural area and you're carrying a rifle, nobody cares.
nope.
But if you're in the city and they see like a gun, oh man, everybody flips out and panics, and the police are notified, and it might not even be nothing. I don't know. It just
Yeah.
seems silly.
The only problem with the city is that the only people who have guns are the criminals. That's
Yeah,
literally the
that's true.
problem. The only people who have guns in the city are criminals and law enforcement. That's a problem because the law-abiding citizens are sitting ducks. And that's
They,
why the places where the gun laws are more liberal are safer. Because can you imagine if you already know that if you start something or pull out a weapon that the guy who's on the left or the right of you, or even the woman sometimes, 9 out of 10 chance, you have a 9 out of 10 chance that they're armed as well. You're going to think twice about being reckless. So you'll have less recklessness. But when you
that's right.
know you're the only
Yep.
one that has the potential to be loaded because you made a decision to break the law and get a weapon, then you're more likely, I believe, to be reckless as long as there's no law enforcement around. So
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
That's
that's a very true statement. I mean, yeah, it's well, my state is I have an open in my state. It's an open carry state. You can carry a firearm
Mm-hmm.
as long as it's in holstered and in plain sight. You don't need a permit. You don't need nothing.
Nope.
I could go buy a gun tomorrow, and as long as I have it where it's visible, that's fine. Now, if you
Okay.
want it to be concealed, you got to get a concealed permit, which ain't hard to do.
No.
Uh, but anybody can carry a gun. It's you could be like the old West, have a gun in your holster and walk around town.
It happens all the time where I live.
I think
And
that is so attractive. I don't know why. I'm a person
it's pretty cool,
who
right?
hasn't been around many guns, but I just like when men know how to like shoot and hunt and all of that stuff. I don't know.
I'm not that really big on pistols because to me a pistol is for shooting, it's for self-defense.
Yes.
Mm.
My favorite guns are like a 10 gauge shotgun and a 45-70.
Those are
Yeah.
the best ones. Like that's like a movie right there. Like when you're looking at a movie, that's what you imagine when you're watching a movie and a man, he's like with that 10 gauge. It's like,
Well, because a 10 gauge will roll a coyote at 100 yards. It's
Yeah.
going to take it out. And a
I literally
45-70,
have no conception of what gauges are, but I mean,
well,
it sounds
a
like powerful.
45-70, even if they're wearing body armor, it hits so hard it's going to break their ribs and stop their heart. It doesn't do you
Wow.
any good.
What do you
It
mean it
just
doesn't do you any good? It sounds like it's like really powerful.
Well, it's like getting hit in the chest with a 10-pound sledgehammer at full swing.
Well, that'll slow you down anyway.
It'll stop your heart. You're not going to get up.
Oh, that sounds like a pretty heavy blow to me.
I'm from Alaska. I'm used to things trying to eat me. I don't want to be eaten.
Oh yeah, you
Oh
you
my
have
goodness.
you have like a grizzly bear coming in at you.
Moose.
Our
Moose.
moose are
Moose.
aggressive, aren't they? They're mean, aren't they?
Moose kill more people in Alaska than anything else.
Oh, do
I
they?
remember you
That
had
is
said that in
not a
the chat
fuzzy
one
pet.
time. Yeah.
Moose
Those
kill
things
more
are
people.
very, very aggressive. I had no idea.
Huh.
That I
Yeah.
mean, they are. I had no. This one guy was just telling his wife. Did you see that? The guy was telling his wife to continue to film it
Oh
to
God, you are
that
so
one.
stupid.
Did you see
Yeah,
that?
I just think it was because it was cheaper than divorce. He just figured if she died, it would be done quicker. I don't know. He's an
No.
idiot. What an
Oh
idiot.
God,
He's an absolute idiot.
No.
I was
I'm
just
being
trying to
facetious, okay?
Okay. Wait. I'm like, wait, what?
guys. Oh my
It's like
God.
send your wife out to die.
Listen, we've been speaking on some heinous things. I wouldn't put it past
Okay,
you. And I
hey
don't know.
guys,
You have to clarify for me.
I'm
hey
sorry. I
guys,
was just being facetious.
Yeah.
hey guys. I'm gonna have to shut this down. We're at 4. Where I live, it's 4 in the morning.
Okay,
Boy,
it's 6 for me. So
It's
I don't
3:05 here in Oregon, and I'm the
I don't know
farthest
how
one
I'm
yeah,
over.
gonna did you
I need to
did you
get
just
some
hear me? I
sleep,
said it's
or
6
I'm not
o'clock.
going to be able to
Yeah, you
do
might have to
anything
get up and see
tomorrow.
pictures of a grandbaby in the morning.
I
Well,
might,
later
yes,
on this morning.
yeah. I'm
Okay.
excited. We have another granddaughter. That's awesome.
Oh,
Um,
congratulations. I must not have been on yet when you announced that.
yeah,
Congrats. Congrats.
oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I got a 5-year-old granddaughter. My daughter's having another baby. She's can come at any time,
Hmm.
and that's where Sandy is. My wife and my
Sandy.
youngest daughter flew out to be with my oldest daughter. So yeah, so I'm home alone. I'm lonely, and I just want to do live
Oh,
stream for like 12 hours at a time.
Chanelli in the chat said at 6 a.m. I'm about to go for my morning
yeah,
walk.
it's 6 a.m. She must be
Yeah,
on the
right.
East Coast up here with me. We did a
Maybe
work
No,
shift. This was a work shift, 8
I
hours.
I
Like
think I just
it
get me a
was.
cup of tea or something and sit on the beach and wait for the sun to come up at that hour.
you are living the life. I don't know whether to move to Texas, Florida, Colorado, Arizona. I don't know, but I know it's gonna be west or southwest or south. It's gonna be, I don't know.
I would say Texas is nice, depending on where you go. Arizona's beautiful. Um, uh, I love San Antonio. Me and my wife love that place. We always go there.
You know, I was
Um,
thinking of San Antonio as in one of the options. I actually was.
yeah, it's a nice place, and there's you would love it. Phoenix, Arizona is
What you
nice.
laughing at, Corey? Why'd you laugh like that?
Well, look at the chat. Carolyn said she fell asleep and she woke up and we're still on.
We
Yeah,
need to
right.
get our life together right now, okay?
Hey,
We're about
Carolyn.
to go into a whole other conversation. I'm not gonna drag it. I'm gonna let everybody.
Hey,
I'm not gonna be the one that drags it.
hey, Carolyn. I actually fell asleep during the live. We're still going.
A
So
couple of
yeah,
times.
we need to close up. I think.
I'm so excited.
As
This
much
is
as
literally
fun
my
as
first time
it is.
being on a panel. This is crazy. I can't believe I did this.
Oh,
I
nice.
never
Well,
want people to hear my voice or anything because I'm always like, people are gonna remember me and know who I am. And no, I don't want to do
Sophia,
that.
getting out of your comfort zone builds character.
it
Oh,
does.
oh my
Nice.
God.
Well, hey guys, I'm
Oh, and
going on
Sunkissed.
tonight.
Sunkissed, keep a hold of your earrings. Don't take your hands off of
Okay, I'm holding my earrings right now as we speak.
Uh,
Hey,
uh,
I'm going.
Corey is so bad. Okay.
Okay.
yeah. Mhm. I don't know about you, Corey. Whenever you do find that one and you get married, I hope you're gonna be a really good guy because you're very flirty.
Hmm.
Hey, what?
Mm.
Even when I was in a miserable marriage, I never did anything. Nope.
Does that mean that you weren't flirtatious? Because it seems like it's your nature.
Um, well, because if you get married, the only one you're supposed to be able to flirt with is the one you're married to.
I agree.
Okay, and when you say those vows, you're actually saying those vows to God.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's
You didn't
directly
break them.
toward Him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
because in Matthew chapter 5, it says, if a man even looks at a woman.
okay. Now I was guilty of that. I was in a
Yes.
miserable
It's
marriage, but
So
I
if
didn't
you
walk up
look
and start
at her,
flirting with her.
right.
okay.
She's already
And,
married
and
anyway.
pardon me if
She don't
I
matter.
offended you. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh no, no. If I was offended, I wouldn't even talk to you.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, guys. Hey, I'm sorry. Let's wrap this up. I gotta get.
It takes a lot more to
Okay.
offend me than just that.
Okay. We're going to let Brent get some sleep. About 30, 40 minutes. He can get 30, 40 minutes. We'll be back on. No,
Yeah,
I'm just
'cause
kidding. I'm just
I
kidding.
I'm
got
going to
I
prophesy
got
as
2
soon as
shows
Brett goes to
planned
sleep, his
tomorrow.
phone's going to ring in a half
Okay.
an hour
What
because there's
time?
a baby.
When you say
You're
tomorrow, are
gonna
you
tell
talking
us
about
next
Monday,
time,
Brent?
Corey, if your prophecy was correct.
Okay.
You
He's
talking
probably going
about
to hate
Monday,
me.
Brent? or is you talking about today? Or Sunday or Monday?
He's
Um,
struggling to keep those eyes open. I can see it on the screen.
Yeah, he's done. Grandpa's done.
You talking about today, Brent?
Yes, I got 2
Okay.
shows today.
Okay.
Let's see. I
got more grandkids than he's got, and he is done.
oh God, I'm done. I'm going to do a show tonight. What time did I?
Brett, this is an incredible chat. 8 hours.
It is. Yeah. I'm going to do a prayer meeting at 4:00 Eastern, and then a couple hours later, I'll do the live chat where I have the panel on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, what time again?
For which one? The prayer meeting is going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern, and then the other show's going to be. I don't think I ever put a time. It'll be a couple hours after that.
Okay,
Probably
Ron.
about 8 o'clock.
About 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
8 o'clock Eastern?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna get on. For the 8 o'clock one. I'm gonna stay in the chat because I don't want to be greedy. So I'm just gonna sit and listen. I don't want to.
Tomorrow's my hair day, so I might not be able to come.
You said what, Brent?
Oh no, you're welcome to come on. I just
Sophia, your hair would be done quicker if you had somebody to wash it for you.
Not
It
8
really
o'clock.
would. I live for the day.
Let me not get this wrong. Not 8 o'clock Eastern, but 9 o'clock Eastern.
9 o'clock Eastern? Okay.
Yes.
But I can't keep to myself. I don't even date
but
right
yeah,
now.
Come on, it's going to be a floating panel. I'm going to be kind of strict when it comes to time. I know tonight we got carried away but I can't do that. I got too many people that want to speak on this thing.
Yep.
So
are you going to be up there, Corey?
No, I'm going to join everybody in the chat. It's got to be somebody else's turn.
Well,
besides, ladies, I think I've tortured you enough with all my flirting. I'll just have to reserve that for later.
I thought you were going to rotate it to the other way.
There you go.
Got you on rotation, But yeah, tomorrow's my hair day, so we've discussed this. That's the day. I don't know if it's going to be completed by the time the chat starts at 8 o'clock, but if I am done,
it'll be 9 o'clock. Sorry, 9 o'clock.
It's still because I have to go to sleep, right? So by the time I wake up, eat breakfast and then start on my hair and finish the whole process, I'll probably catch you guys before you leave. I'll be in the chat, catch you out, catch you guys.
Brett, thank you for a great morning. What was it anyway?
Huh?
What was it anyway? A third of a day. A third of a 24-hour day.
It was a shift. We did a shift, a full shift.
He did a shift.
We're at 8 hours and 11 minutes. We still have
Caramella baby said she's getting ready to go to church.
we still, hey guys, we still have 56 people in the building.
That is amazing.
Good Lord Almighty.
That is amazing.
I remember it wasn't too long ago. I used to have like 8 people watching, maybe 5.
Not for 8
I remember.
hours.
Hey, Corey, you remember that time I had 14 people and this troll came in and said,
that guy.
Yeah, there's only 14 people watching. And I was like, really? Oh my God, that's awesome. 14 I've never had that.
Yes.
It was like
epic. Yes, Michael Ray. It's epic. We had an epic night. Yeah.
Very epic.
It was crazy.
Well said.
What did you say, Brent? You said, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Listen, 14 people, and you're starting a new channel. that was your beginning. You were
Yeah,
getting your
that
feet
was
on
the
the
best
ground.
I
That
had
was
at
awesome.
the time. And the troll was trying to, shoot me down because I only had 14. But that's the
And he
best I
didn't
ever
know that you
did.
took it as a
So
compliment.
it was
Well,
But
Brett, are
you
you
see,
are you
that's
going
the
to pull a
power.
double?
huh?
Are you gonna pull a double? That's the power of gratefulness, though. You see how the troll, clearly he or she wasn't a person that practiced gratefulness, right? And didn't understand the concept. So when
Mm,
they tried to make fun of you for your 14 people, you automatically expressed being grateful.
yep.
Yeah, it was the best I did, and I guess he went in on me at the wrong time because it was like you're pointing out a blessing I had. I never
Yeah.
had 14. Oh,
See?
thank
Hmm.
you. That's great. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm sure it was a he.
Thank you. I love it. That's see. I know they had egg all over their face. I'm so glad that was brought to your attention because it actually lifted your spirits.
and it was meant to put me down, but actually it lifted me up. It made me
Yep.
so happy because I was like, wow, that many? Really?
I
Mm.
love it.
I know.
I love it.
I know with a lot of channels, 14 is nothing, but for me at that time it meant something. It was
Yeah.
special. Yeah.
I really think that we were kind of giving Cohen a run for his money tonight.
Wait, he was
Oh
on?
yeah, I think so.
Who
I
is
just
this?
talking about some of his content.
Oh, the content. I think I've maybe only seen one or two, but he's a bit risque, isn't he? Yeah.
I
Yeah.
uh I watched his latest show, and I had to comment. I said, "This is almost like 50 Shades of Dutchman here."
Okay. You're talking about him. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Dutch. Oh, we lost him. We keep losing Corey.
Yeah.
I
We're
don't
all about to
know.
go
I think
now.
YouTube's getting mad. He'll come back up. There he is. Yeah, he's here.
It keeps booting me off.
Oh,
Yeah, he does.
It was a
Cohen
guy.
is Dutch.
What's that?
Cohen is Dutch.
Yes, he's from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Okay.
that. I had no idea.
You know what?
I didn't
That
know those two things went hand in hand. Okay, I thought I was smart.
You
Okay, I
know, the
got it.
country of tulips.
you know what? That guy
I
inspired me.
didn't know. Huh?
He's what now, Brent? He's
He
what?
inspired me because when I started watching YouTube, there was this white guy that was talking about black women and saying, nice things. I was like, oh my God, this guy loves black women and I do too. So I gravitated to it. I gravitated to him and, the pink pill, Crystalline Carrison. I'd watch her and there was this other lady, Love M, that I would follow that I loved her content, but she disappeared. But I would follow like a lot of these ladies that were in interracial relationships or divestment, and
Mhm.
I was like, okay, that's kind of deals with like my life. So I would love to listen to him, and Cohen that was the only white guy I seen at the time that was talking about black women. So I was like, oh, that's great. So I would gravitate to that, and you kind of cling to the people around you that are like you in a way. Um, we're different people, of course. I mean, he does his videos in a different. Mine is more like
Marriage.
relationship when it comes to marriage, when it comes to
Yeah.
family,
Yes.
Yeah.
the spiritual outlook. I'm a
Mhm.
Christian, so I kind of keep it within God's realm. I'm all for interracial marriages, but I'm doing it in a spiritual way, you might say. I'm not doing it because black women excite me, and it's great to get together with them, and when we get intimate, we do that. No, I'm not into that. I'm
Yeah.
into like I love black women, and I wanted a black woman to be my wife because I love them. That's what I want for my family, and my life reflects it. My wife is
Yeah.
black, and we've been married over 27 years. So I'm sharing my life story, but that's my treasure. My treasure ain't hooking up with her and having, some kind of sexual thing. No, my fantasy is marrying her, having a family with her, and growing old together. Does that make
Hmm.
sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
more of a traditionalist, you might say. Um, and people got their own thing. He does his thing, and he's got his following. I do mine. And we've done shows together. I've even been on with me and my wife, and he interviewed us about our interracial relationship. Um, but our videos are different. Some of the stuff he talks about, I won't talk about.
Hmm.
You know, I'm more
Yeah.
family orientated. Does
He's
that make sense?
laughing.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not going to go in on him. That's his thing. Um, but we're different people, and I try to get it from a positive perspective and a family sense, a marriage. Not just we're hooking up because we're infatuated with each other. We're hooking up because we want to get married and have a family. We want to grow old together. Does that make
Hmm.
sense? So
Right.
Yeah.
that's where I come from.
Find that special person to walk through life with.
Yeah.
That's why this channel is so refreshing. I remember I happened upon this channel and I was within 20 minutes. I was like, oh my God, this is like the most positive channel I've run across on YouTube. I was just like lurking. I was like, I need to actually say hello in this chat because this is different. Um, it just was a whole different vibe from any of the other channels I had ever been on. And I follow interracial um channels, divestment channels, and of course, the hair and makeup or whatever. But it's just,
Yeah, those are what I follow.
gotta do the
Hmm.
hair and makeup and health channels. But
Yeah, same with me.
this by far of all the categories and the different channels I follow is just it's such a good vibe, and I guess that's why this is the only channel I've had the courage to actually come up on a panel and much less stay for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's my thing when it comes to black women. I say that black women are my preference. They are. Black women are the most beautiful. They are. Black woman is the woman that I desire to be with. But it's not just the physical. It's everything.
Character.
When I wanted to be with a black woman, when I prayed to God that God would give me a black woman for a wife, right? I did pray that. And here's the
Mm,
thing where my mindset was, of course I have desires, but I wanted it more. I wanted it to be her and my family. I fantasized about having a black wife, and I would always think in my mind how much she would love me, and we would do all these nice things, and of course I didn't know what the future holds, but you know I got my wife Sandy, and it's like a prophecy that fulfilled itself. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
But I
mhm.
want to present it in a positive way. It's more than the physical. It's more than the attraction. Um, when you're in a real relationship, it's about love. It's about family. It's about marriage. And I think us as people, we don't go that far. We don't go that in depth. And it's sad and it's destructive to our communities. It's destructive to our families and our nation, to be honest, really is. So I try to talk about the positives and I try to focus on family, you know. And I'm a traditional guy. Some would say, well, but I married my wife. I've always been with my wife and I always will be with my wife. And that's my treasure. That's my desire. That's my everything. I love her more than anything in the world. So I just try to carry it in that way. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yes, it
yeah.
absolutely does.
So
Yeah.
but we all got our own thing on YouTube. But that's my thing. Um, and yes, I do praise black women. I do say wonderful things, but it's all deserved. It's not just stuff I make up. And I do believe that black women are the most mistreated in society right now. They are. We can't deny it. Um, just look at the stereotypes. Just look even in you look at their own community, they're being mistreated. And but that's all changing.
But you
People
know
are
what? But you know what, Brent? Think about it. Black
uh,
men, black men, most black men are very lazy. And look at the community. Just look at the statistics on whatever. They're they can be pulverized in every aspect of life. I
uh,
don't care. They can be easily colonized and everything. Whatever land, it doesn't matter. Whatever they lack in so many areas because they don't. When it comes to the black community, black women are the ones that get the loans and all that for you know um, launching businesses and the things of that nature because black men are a liability. Now here's the thing, but when it's something they want to do, they'll do it. Now when it comes to joining together and stand on code to defame our character and our name or whatever it is, they've been able to do that. Look how far they've come with doing that, even on social media.
mhm.
They have joined together and joined forces to do that.
Yeah, they're literally allowed to say whatever they want on social media.
But they
Can
have even gotten together with with whoever is over YouTube. They have even gotten in bed with them,
Hmm.
figuratively
something
speaking.
has to be going on because
Yes,
I follow Black
no,
women's
it
channels
is.
and
This is
they
a
get
fact.
flagged and taken down and
No,
comments get snatched
this
down.
is
You
a
can't
fact.
say one
Is
thing.
that why my beautiful comments are taken away?
Yes,
Is
it's
that why some of my
it's
videos are
highly
partially
monitored.
No,
Whenever you say
no. Let me
positive
finish.
things about Black women,
Let me finish. Just
it's
one
highly
second. Let me make this
monitored.
point. So that with these are a lot of white women that are working along with these black male YouTube content creators, and they've been doing this with them for years. And a lot of the black female content creators are constantly having to say, if you don't get my notifications, please resubscribe. Go back and subscribe again because YouTube are unsubscribing a lot of our subscribers. Now, I have to go through the people that I'm subscribed to and look and see that there are a lot of black men that they will subscribe. They will they will go and put me on their channels. And I'm like, no, I didn't subscribe to them. So every so often I'll scroll through and I have to unsubscribe to a lot of these black men. And I have to go back to the black women and resubscribe to them. And it is literally a known fact that a lot of these white women that are working for YouTube, the heavy hitters, the big wigs, and and I promise you, it is a known fact that this is what they're doing. Now, when I used to follow a black female content creator that was, in the divestment sector, they were saying how a lot, and they had some white men on the panel, but they didn't show their faces, and they said that they have to go underground. They're in underground. It's like an underground society of white men that are married to black women, and they have to stay underground to protect their wives and their families, and as well as themselves. But because of the jobs that they have to stay underground too. But it's also because a lot of black men have threatened their lives and their families. But also, too, these black men are trying to offer them money to fight against black women and again, to go on social media and to go on these smear campaigns to dog black women. And they have offered them a lot of money to do that. There have been some white men to do it. And then there have been a lot of white men that won't do it. And when they say no, that there have been hits to, put out on them. So that's why they have to stay underground. And that's how they work for black women and push a positive message for black women. But in order for them to actually get it done, they have to remain in this secret society. This is how dangerous, this is how serious this is. I said, well, and this was like maybe 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, and this guy was interviewed. Yeah. It's that serious. And so when black men really want to do something, they can do it. But it's always something negative, for selling drugs or something that's vile and disgusting. Even when it comes to getting these black girls, when they doing the, what do they call that? Trafficking. These black, when they want an organization, when they want to join forces to do something, selling drugs, they can do it. What they really want. Even with the Chippendales, I just learned that someone has showed that on their channel. That's how Chippendales were able to get for men to be able to get into these shows. It was a black man that pushed it, a gay black man in the early 80s. At first, they weren't allowed to come in there, but the black man fought it so that they could be able to push it and allow black men to be able to get into these shows. Allow gay men to get into the shows, because he fought it. And I don't know how far he went. I don't know if he went to the Supreme Court or not. So when they want something, they can do it. But it's always something that's low and low vibrational and disgusting. And like I say, that they reach to the bottom of the barrel, and that's what they fight for, something disgusting and vile, and that's what they come up with. So that's what I can't. So that's why you have the Bill Cosbys and the R. Kellys that's getting out of prisons and getting new court cases, going back to court and getting retried and things of that nature, because black men that are fighting for them to get this, and the mammies.
Yeah. Look at Brent's face.
I'm about to fall asleep. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm out of it.
Okay.
We got to go.
Good night, everyone.
I love you guys. Thank you.
Night, good morning.
You guys have a good day. See?
Yeah, I'll see you today later on.
Much love to Morgan, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, guys. God bless you guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night.
How do I leave here? What in the world? Leave. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Wow. 8 hours and 31 minutes. It's a new record. Anyway, I'm tired, guys. I'm falling asleep in the chat and stuff. Thank you guys for watching. And we still have 59 people. It's amazing. But God bless you guys. I'll see you guys tonight, and we'll have a good show tonight. I just need to get some rest and rejuvenate. But anyway, guys, God bless you and your families, and I'll see you soon.